Chapter 1068. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got up. They first put on makeup in the room to make sure there were no flaws. Then they calmed down and went out. They didn't need to go outside to know that all 5 of them were awake. Looking at the 5 of them, they also knew that none of them slept well last night. No matter how they pretended to be awake, the tiredness in their eyes couldn't escape Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes, but the 2 of them couldn't see through it. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law. Good morning. The 5 of them greeted almost at the same time as if they had discussed it beforehand. They said the same words, but the tone was different. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned, then showed a simple and honest smile and nodded. Good, good. You just came here yesterday and slept on the table and floor. You didn't sleep well, did you? It's okay. I discussed it with Madam and rented a place for you today. In fact, it's not just for you, If it's not for them, who is it for? You want me to sleep there? You're all lazy when it comes to work. You only know how to set the table. Don't you know how to wipe the table legs with a cloth? Do you need others to tell you to do everything? Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao, then turned around and glared at the 5 of them again and said with dissatisfaction. It was now 5:15, which was around 4:30. The 5 of them had just gotten up. They all knew that the restaurant was going to make steamed buns today, so they got up early, afraid that they would be kicked out. Last night, they went to bed after midnight and were sleepy, so they didn't have time to clean up. The blanket was just folded, and the mat was just rolled up. They didn't know where to put it. They couldn't just throw it in a corner of the room. Perhaps it was because it was not easy to find a good job. The 5 of them did not say a single word of explanation and hurriedly looked for jobs themselves. That was called taking the initiative. They even kept saying things like, I'll do it, I'll do it. It was very friendly and harmonious, reflecting a kind of team spirit. Wang Wan snorted and deliberately used her hand to pick up the hair on the right side of her newly styled hairstyle, revealing her face with very special spots. She swayed her hips and entered the kitchen first. Zhang Xiaobao followed them to the kitchen. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned his head, and smiled at the 5 people. He said, Work hard. Today, we'll eat steamed buns. My steamed buns are very good. There are prawns in them and... Sure too, you come in here. What kind of prawns are you? Are you blind? Can't you see life? Steamed buns? Last night, we gave them the noodles and steamed buns. From tomorrow onwards, we will find a place for them to stay and they will cook for themselves. They are used to it. Wang Wan's voice came from inside. Zhang Xiaobao responded loudly and said to the 5 people in a low voice, Don't listen to her. Steamed buns, she's like that. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Last night, she discussed with me and said that we will find a place to put things and for you to stay. She said that it doesn't belong to a rich family. Below there are boards and mud. Hangzhou is very humid. It's not enough to just use a mat. I'm afraid that you will get sick from sleeping. Work hard. I'll go in and make steamed buns. Let's taste them. When the 5 people heard the words of the 2 masters, they looked at each other and remained silent. They didn't know what to say. There was a unique feeling lingering in their hearts. If the master was good, the female master was too hateful. If the master was bad, the male master had always been so honest. He even wanted to find a place to rent a house. No matter what the purpose of renting a house was, at least the 5 of them came over before he said that. Moreover, he also asked them to wait for them to stay. Under these conflicting feelings, the 5 of them finished their work with different thoughts. Each of them was very nimble. Then, they went to the kitchen again. While trying not to disturb the boss, they brought out the leftover braised food from yesterday. They put it in the vat and cooled it with the well water. Then they cut them, put them on a plate, and smelled them one by one. If they couldn't smell them, they pinched them and tasted them to see if they were bad. If they were bad, they could only be thrown away. When the steamed buns were ready and the new steamed buns were put in the pot, the sky had just become bright. Wang Wan finished her work. She went to the chair behind the counter and sat down to have a short rest. Zhang Xiaobao began to spread the pancakes. At the same time, he came out and took the money from Wang Wan's hand. He handed it to Wang Gang and said, Xiaogang, go to the market in the morning according to the list and buy the things back. The fresh seafood in the morning has to be eaten like this. Otherwise it will become dry goods. Otherwise, it will easily make people sick. Brother Zhang, I'll go. I'm familiar with the market in the morning. I've been in Hangzhou for a long time. The opportunity to show off came. Zhang Yu came over to take the purchase order and the money. Wang Gang took it in advance and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother Zhang, don't worry. I know. I'll run and come back in a while. It won't delay. After saying that, he ran outside. Zhang Yu also wanted to go. When he walked outside he said, I'll go with you. Stop. Do you need 10,000 people to buy something? Do you want to run out and be lazy? Wang Wan stood up. When she sat behind the counter, only her hair was exposed. When she stood up, the counter reached her waist. The rules of the traders were like this. The shopkeeper was not allowed to sit. If he wanted to sit, he could. If he went out of the counter, it was even more impossible to raise the stool. How could he sit so high? The shopkeeper of Between the Clouds and the Water did not dare to do that. Zhang Yu shook his head repeatedly and wanted to explain something. Beside him, Zhang Yi immediately moved the stool a little to remind Zhang Yu. At this time, the shopkeeper would think that he was talking back. Zhang Yu hurriedly lowered his head again and felt unspeakable anger in his heart. He had never suffered like this. If it were not for the task, he would not have worked 10 coins a day, let alone 5 coins a day. After saying that, Wang Wan sat back again. She leaned back in the chair with the backrest. Now, even her hair could not be seen. She said to Zhang Xiaobao discontentedly, You always let me talk. Why do you care about the business? 2 people go together. Don't you have a companion? There are many things. It's heavy for one person to carry. Zhang Xiaobao helped to speak. Do you need to find a few people to play music? A companion? Shopping is not for sightseeing. Wang Wan scolded Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to say. He rubbed his hands on his apron and went back to the kitchen to continue to spread the pancakes. The reason why he sent Wang Gang was that he knew that Wang Gang would not make trouble when he was shopping. Wang Gang's identity did not conflict with that of the shopkeeper. After all, he was on the same side, so he could rest assured. When Wang Gang came back with the things, Zhang Xiaobao had almost finished spreading the pancakes. It was not a slow fire stall. It was not a waste of time. There was a big fire below. Only then could one see how good the pancakes were. After waiting for a while, the pancakes were finished and the new braised food was ready. He asked the staff to go in and help to take out and sort the pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao went to deal with the seafood. He was busy until 7:15 in the morning. Only then did he finish all the work. When he opened the door again, there were already people waiting outside. He let them in to eat and the 5 staff stood in their respective positions. Actually, there wasn't a lot of space. 2 of the workers were standing in the kitchen at the back, eating steamed buns. Zhang Xiaobao steamed 10 trays of steamed buns at one go, 1 tray after another. He left 3 trays for Wang Ju's family to take away and ate the rest for himself. This was the first time he made the buns. Wang Ju's family just wanted to taste the buns. Since they asked for a few trays of buns, they naturally had to eat at least 3 trays. The 5 staff, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, took turns to eat breakfast. Wang Wan took out the money, put it in her pocket, and said, Wang Gang, Zhang Yu, come with me. Let's see the house. After you choose, you don't have to live on the ground tonight. Each of you is like a master, and I have to serve you. Humph, you are spoiled. Wang Gang and Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and immediately trotted out. Zhang Xiaobao stood behind the counter. There were still 3 staff in the shop. It was busy enough. After going out, Wang Wan led the 2 to the back. After passing through a narrow street, she saw that the paper outside the courtyard had not been torn down. She understood that it had been empty. She turned around and went to the broker house. The notice was from the broker house. It should be that the family had other things to do, so they entrusted the house to the broker house. When the time came, the broker house would directly sign the contract. Of course, the government also had to notarize it and leave it for the record. There was no phone to call, so they went to the broker house. The broker house sent someone to open the door and let them see the house. Wang Wan took Wang Gang and Zhang Yu into the house and looked around. In fact, she was not looking at the layout. Anyway, she was not going to live there. She was just looking at the quality. She had to buy a house in the future. What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that since they had bought a braised food shop, it would be a waste to throw away the reputation that they had earned from the fishing association after they left. Therefore, it would be better to arrange for someone to manage it. The yard behind the shop could be used to store goods and people could live there too. If the quality of the house was not good, they had to look at the foundation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to renovate it. They could not invest a lot of money to build a new one. When the deal was handed over, the cost of the courtyard also had to be borne by the deal to maintain a certain degree of independence and profitability. After all, it was not a public welfare or charity organization. After checking it, Wang Wan felt that the house was not bad. It would not fall down in a short time. There was some furniture in the house, which was abandoned by the original owner. She took it over. She was not going to live in it, so it was not bad to give it to the workers. After leaving the house, she walked around the backyard to check the soil on the ground. She wanted to see if she could plant some vegetables. She looked like she was living a frugal life. She had seen it all. Wang Wan asked the people from the broker house, "How do you rent it?" 200 coins a month, 3 rooms, front and back courtyards, and a well. You can pay once a month, but you have to leave a 1-month deposit. If you pay for 3 months at a time, you don't have to leave a deposit. In the last 10 days of 3 months, we will send someone to ask. The broker house replied. Wang Wan did not nod or shake her head. Instead, she asked Wang Gang and Zhang Yu next to her, "Is it okay?" "Okay." Zhang Yu answered quickly. "What about you?" Wang Wan heard that Zhang Yu said it was okay, so she asked Wang Gang alone. Wang Gang rolled his eyes and showed a bitter face. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. Look at this yard. There are many broken fences in front. I heard you say that you want to raise chickens. If you don't repair it, other people's dogs can get in at will. Won't the chickens become the dogs' food? If you renovate the fence and replace it with planks, it will be at least this high, right?" Wang Gang raised his hand and gestured at the position of his chest, and then said, "You have to be at least 1 foot into the ground, or else you will fall down with a bump. The stake will have to be rebuilt. I estimate that it will cost at least 20 copper coins to get down. The salary of a helper will be 30 copper coins. Nowadays, helpers are expensive, not comparable to the past." Wang Wan nodded. "It will cost more. What do you think?" She asked the broker house. The broker house thought for a while and asked, "How long will you rent it?" "At least 1 year. If you have spare money in the future, you can buy it." Wang Wan said. "Then it's 195 coins a month. You have to sign a 1-year contract and pay a month's deposit." The broker house made a concession. Wang Wan still did not respond immediately. She continued to ask Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, "What do you think?" "Okay, it's 5 coins cheaper." Zhang Yu's mind was not on this. Why bother to talk about a few coins? Who knew that Wang Gang still had a bitter face and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. We came to see the house. It's impossible to go up the house. This house is a tiled house. Look carefully. Do you see moss on it? This is to say that the original house didn't break the tiles. After a month, the plum rain season will come. If there is a leak, water will enter. Should we repair it or not? Who will pay for it? If we don't repair it, who will live in the house? Don't we need to find people to work? We need to get mud where we need to get mud, and we need to get grass where we need to get grass. If we calculate the labor cost, we need to get less than 100 copper coins per day. There are 3 rooms. Just the wages alone, if 2 people work, they will have to work for a full day. 30 copper coins per person is not much. Including the cost of 2 meals, even 100 copper coins may not be enough. Fine work comes out of slow work. What do you think?" Wang Wan asked the broker house's man. The broker house's man stared at Wang Gang and said in his heart, "Why are you so troublesome? You are just an employee. Why do you care?" He thought in his heart but said, "Well, you can give us another 10 coins a month. At least you can rent it for a year. Or you can buy it. There is furniture for you to use. Isn't that money?" This time, there was no need for Wang Wan to ask. Wang Gang still said with a bitter face, "Boss, It's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it is expensive. Just now, I went in with you to see the furniture. We are running a small shop. There are many tables and chairs that are not used. We put them in. What I saw was that some of the dust on the wall had fallen off. You said that if I were to stick paper on it, it would be expensive. Furthermore, it would turn yellow when it rains and becomes wet. If I had to reapply the dust, I would have done it with a trowel. If I knew how to do it, I would have done it. But I don't know how to do it, so I would have to hire someone. So, Wang Gang said a lot. Anyway, they were all problems. Wang Wan kept asking the broker house's man. Maybe the broker house also wanted to rent out the house quickly. Moreover, Wang Wan said that she wanted to buy it and leave a good impression. At the same time, the broker house's problems were really picked out. So, they made concessions again and again until the rent was reduced to 150 coins a month. They said that if they still didn't rent it, the broker house wouldn't rent it. They had reached the bottom line. Wang Wan happily paid 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Then she signed the contract with the broker house. Then she led Wang Gang and Zhang Yu back. When they came to the door of the shop, Wang Wan stopped and said to Zhang Yu, "It seems that you are from a rich family. How can you agree with the price they ask? We can't afford to raise you. Go back and see if there is anything you want to clean up. After you clean up, I will give you 10 coins. It's your 2-day work. You can find another job." Chapter 1069. Zhang Yu was stunned by Wang Wan's words, and then he suddenly reacted. She didn't want him. Was it because he didn't help to bargain when they were renting the house? That's right, he was a shop assistant, not a rich person. He agreed to the price the broker asked for, but the female boss was dissatisfied. That's right, the female boss didn't care whether she was rich or not. With her stingy appearance, she hated that she couldn't split a copper coin into 2 and spend it. Of course, she would appreciate a shop assistant who could help her bargain. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu regretted it very much. He was careless. If he was driven away, he would be left alone in the restaurant. It would be more convenient for him to do things with 2 people. Boss, listen to me. I'm not good with words, but I'm quick with my work. I don't know how to bargain. Boss, please give me another chance. Zhang Yu stood beside Wang Wan and bowed to explain. Wang Wan shook her head. As a waiter, you don't know how to talk. What if the guest asks you something during dinner and you don't answer well? Won't you offend the guest? After that, Wang Wan walked in, not giving Zhang Yu the slightest chance. Zhang Yu stood at the door and was stunned for a while before he went in. When he went in, he was already depressed. The other 3 waiters in the restaurant also heard what Wang Wan said at the door. 2 of them were happy, and one of them was very annoyed. When Zhang Yu came in, he stared at him, but he didn't say anything because he knew it was useless to say anything. After staring at Zhang Yu, he wanted to stare at Wang Gang. Just as he glanced over, he suddenly realized that one of his people had left. He couldn't continue to offend others. He had to find a way to build a good relationship with others to make things easier. Thinking of this, his eyes became calm and he said to Wang Gang, "It's hot. Are you tired outside?" Wang Gang was happy in his heart. He had found that the 2 people were in the same group, and their purpose was not pure. Finally, one of them was driven away by him. If it was more or less the case, it should be the faction that was always causing trouble behind the scenes. That faction had a lot of people, and they were actually able to infiltrate this place. Unfortunately, their foundation was not good enough. In terms of the cultivation of spies, they were not even close to the main faction. He must not have gone through any systematic training. How dare he come here to cause trouble? Let's wait and see what the remaining person has up his sleeves. Although Wang Gang was thinking about it, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Boss is the one who's tired. Boss has put in a lot of effort to find a house for us to live in. We have to work hard in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan, who had taken over Zhang Xiaobao's position, spoke up. "Little Gang, you're not bad. You've saved money for the store. It's not easy to find a good worker. How about this, from now on, you'll be paid 6 copper coins a day. Also, I see that the workers in the bigger stores all wear the same clothes. Our store is not bad now. Take the money and find someone to make 4 sets of clothes. With your skills, I think you won't be too bad. I trust you. Xueqi, your eyes are a little lively. Can't you see that there's a shelf above? Hurry up and fill in the blanks. Humph, all you know is to stand there like a fool. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she began to flip through the bookkeeping book. She glanced at the other tables and lowered her head to count them one by one. It seemed that she didn't even trust the male boss. Zhang Yi secretly sighed. He knew that he had been tricked by Wang Gang. Originally, he wanted to get closer to Wang Gang. Who would have thought that the other party would mention the Dong family? He didn't say that the Dong family was implicated. Sure enough, the Dong family was remembered by the narrow-minded Dong family. Say it with all your might. Do you really think that I'll take a liking to your shabby store? Wait until the task is done. I'll let you open the store. Humph, I'll let you take my life. You'll pay me back. I'll definitely pay you back. Zhang Yi cursed in his heart, but he had to hurry up and fill in the blanks according to Wang Wan's words. At the same time, he hated Wang Gang. In less than a day, he was chosen by the boss and arranged such a good job. Wang Gang could directly take the money to make clothes, and the boss didn't worry that he would pocket the money, which meant that he had won the boss's trust. This was not good. Maybe he would get more opportunities in the future. If he couldn't get a certain amount of trust, it would be more difficult to find an opportunity to act according to the orders of the boss. The other two shop assistants also noticed this. One of them looked at Wang Gang with a slightly different look than Wei Wei. It seemed that he was confused and guessing. The other one acted as if nothing had happened and turned around to clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the table of the two people who had just finished the braised food. The whole shop returned to its previous tranquil state, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu took the money and left gloomily. He didn't know if he would be punished when he returned to the organization. After all, because of his negligence, Zhang Yi had to carry out the plan alone. When Zhang Yu went out, he didn't forget to stare at Wang Gang. Wang Gang acted as if he didn't see it and still stood at the door. When someone needed to pack something, he went to help. He glanced at Zhang Yu and sneered in his heart, because he knew that Zhang Yu wouldn't leave easily. Zhang Yu didn't know what Wang Gang was thinking. He walked out of the door angrily, looked around, and then went east. About 100 meters behind him, there was a person who seemed to have just walked there. The person also followed him. Wang Wan checked the account and nodded with satisfaction. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, who came out from the back and brought some water to the front, "Did the steamed buns take away?" "Yes, I didn't take the money. I said to let them try it. If they think it's good, they can buy it again. If they don't like it, they won't make it." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he smiled at Wang Wan. Wang Wan returned his smile. Now that the two of them had chased away the waiter, it would be much more convenient for them to carry out their plan. Zhang Yu being driven away was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had planned. Two people from the same organization were sent in. Of course, they couldn't keep all of them. If one was driven away, there would be 4 left. That would be fun. Of course, there was another purpose for driving Zhang Yu away. It was to let their spies follow Zhang Yu and see if they could get some information. They didn't arrange for people to follow Zhang Yu. According to normal circumstances, since Wang Gang came, the spies in charge of spying naturally had to check the situation in the store. However, they couldn't find out whether their identities were real or fake. Before they came, they had already prepared a set of real identities. The spies under them weren't good enough, so they could only report and let the higher-ups investigate. They found out the birthplace of the 2 owners of the store. The higher-ups would naturally follow the instructions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and tell the spies under them that their identities were correct and they didn't need to pay attention to them. In the past, it was really difficult to investigate a person's identity in Tang. Many people didn't have an identity and didn't even have a citizenship. For example, in a village, they didn't have a citizenship and hid in the mountains. In this way, they didn't have to pay rent and didn't need to do voluntary work for a period of time every year. But now, it was easy to investigate the identity of a person in Tang because there were a lot of benefits. If a person with a child went to school, he must have a citizenship. Otherwise, why would the businessmen of Tang help people from outside to raise children? Also, if a woman in a family was pregnant and had a citizenship, she would receive benefits from Tang from the time she knew she was pregnant until the child was born. Moreover, she would be rewarded for giving birth to a child. Or if a person from the same place didn't have a citizenship and didn't have any money, they could only find a job or beg for food. If they found a job, they wouldn't be paid every day. If they begged for food, they would be arrested by the local authorities. But it was different with a citizenship. If they really ran out of money, they could just go to the local authorities. According to the policy proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Li Longji, every local authority had a special room to receive the commoners. As long as one went in and said that they were hungry, someone would send food to the poor and say that they couldn't find a job. The authorities would still ask them what they knew and if they had any skills. If they did, they would be arranged to work in such a place. If not, they could only do manual labor. And the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to have proof of one's citizenship. If one lost it, they had to say it so that the local authorities could verify it. Under such a policy, there wasn't a single commoner in Tang who didn't want a citizenship. This was because having a citizenship gave them more benefits than not having one. Because it was very easy to investigate a person from Great Tang, it was just a matter of money. If it was someone from another country, it would be easier to identify them. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities were confirmed. At the same time, the shop opened by the two of them provided a clue for the spy system in his family. Our intelligence personnel are still the best. Look at that Wang Gang. He has indeed undergone professional training. You don't know how good Wang Gang was when I went to rent a house. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. Even though Zhang Xiaobao didn't follow along, he could imagine the situation after hearing Wang Wan's words. Wang Gang must have found an opportunity to help the owner save money so as to gain the trust of the owner and be able to stay in the shop. Competition was everywhere. What a good spy could do was to obtain the final victory in the competition. Wang Gang had succeeded. Not to mention that the two of them had deliberately made him stay, even if it was an ordinary shop. If they could negotiate the price when they went out with the owner, they would still be able to gain the favor of the owner. The ability of the spy trained by the system showed at this moment. I stay, you go, it's that simple. Of course, our people are not for nothing. In order to train them, how much manpower and material resources have been used? Now it seems that his performance is not bad. Give him a few more chances to show his performance and help him establish the leadership of the four people. I believe that he will make good use of it. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Gang, who was helping the customers pack. Wei Wei nodded and said to Wang Wan. At the same time, there was a hint of pride on his face, because many of the training methods for spying were provided by him. Wang Wan also showed a little smile. You are awesome. Go to work. Do you think it is easy for me to take care of this shop? Yes, I will listen to you. I will go to the back and have a look, Zhang Xiaobao said cooperatively and turned around to leave, which made Wang Wan smile even more. She found that it was really fun to open a shop with Zhang Xiaobao. It was also interesting to experience the living habits of different people according to their different identities. Unfortunately, when this matter was settled, she would have to return to her real self again. She didn't know how to busy herself and left behind many things. Damn the power when they found out. None of them would be good. Wang Gang was also puzzled when he saw the two owners whispering to each other with different expressions on their faces. He always felt that the two owners of this small shop were faintly hiding something, but he couldn't tell what it was. There was no problem in all aspects. They were no different from the owners of other small shops. They were very ordinary. The man was simple and honest, but he was not stupid at all. As for the woman, she was very fond of fussing over little things. It seemed that she wouldn't give up until she tired others to death. She was afraid that she wouldn't get a return on her salary. Just like other women, there were such types. But why did he have a special feeling? It seemed that he felt it from the eyes of the other party. It seemed that they were examining him to see if he was good enough. Examining was a very normal thing. As the owner of a shop, of course, he would look at how his employees were doing when they were working. However, he felt that they were not only examining his employees, but also examining his other identity. Just when he thought of his other identity, Wang Gang couldn't help but tremble. His other identity was a spy for the Zhang family and the Wang family. If his other identity was also seen through by others, wouldn't he be too bad at his job? It was impossible. How could two people in this small shop see through his identity? What a joke. Was he thinking too much? Was his mind unstable? That was a taboo for spies. No, it wasn't that he was thinking too much. He really did have a feeling. According to what was said during training, spies needed to trust their intuition at critical moments. If there was no other choice, then they should act according to their intuition. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to test these two people and see if their intuition was wrong or right. Wang Gang made a decision in his heart. He relaxed for a moment and his mood improved when he started working. He was waiting for an opportunity to test them. He had to be a little more discreet. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy buying and selling goods in the shop. On the river near Xuanyang in Jiangzhou, Xiao Bei and the others' fleet had not yet docked. They occupied a lot of space on the river, so the cargo ships and passenger ships had to carefully pass through. But even so, no one complained. This was especially true for the people in charge of transporting goods on both sides of the river. Not only were they not unhappy, they were very happy. In the past, when they worked, they always had to be very careful. If they weren't careful, the boat would easily capsize. Every year, there would be all sorts of accidents on this part of the river. Some people died, some goods were lost. For example, when they were in the middle of the river, a sudden gale would cause the boat to reach the center of the river. Then, it would depend on the boatman's skill and luck. Moreover, they couldn't accept any work at night. That would be courting death. But it was different now. With the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families' fleets on the river, the boatmen weren't worried about any problems. This was because a problem had already occurred once. A small boat carrying people was capsized not far from the center of the river. There were 21 people on the boat. Including the boatmen, there were 22 people. At the time, the people on the shore and on the water cried out in alarm. The boatmen also accepted their fate, and so did the boatmen. In the end, just as the boat capsized, a group of frightening swimming experts jumped down from the boats of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families' fleets. Various life-saving devices filled the sky. The entire river seemed to be covered with them. As long as the people who fell into the water grabbed onto any one of them, they wouldn't drown immediately. In the end, the 22 people were all rescued. Even the capsized boat was tied up with hooks and stuck to the side of the big boat. The only thing that was lost was a small portion of the life-saving devices, which were washed away by the water. A large amount of life-saving devices were scooped up with nets. As for the ones that were washed away, they would probably be scooped up in other parts of the river. Seeing the unique rice seedling symbol of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they should be able to send them to the Great Tang Bank or Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's restaurants. Since they weren't going to send them, there was no harm in leaving them. It didn't matter who used the life-saving devices. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't care about this little bit of money. Human lives were more important. With that situation, the people who used the boats to ferry people were completely relieved. Every one of them became bolder and more confident. Because they weren't worried that something would happen, they were confident and in a good state. Instead, there were no problems. For them, the most important thing was that they could ferry people at night. The electric lights on the fleet illuminated the river as bright as day, and business became better. Because many people were afraid of water, they wouldn't take the boat if they could. They would rather take a long detour and walk on the bridge built by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, or not cross at all. But since they didn't have to worry, they naturally wanted to take the boat and take a look. It was fine to treat it as a vacation. Some old people who didn't dare to cross the river their whole lives even took their grandchildren to see the scenery on the boat. It could be seen how much they trusted the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They even hoped that the fleet carrying Xiao Bei and the others from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would never leave. Of course, this was just their imagination. It was impossible. At the same time, they hated the people who wanted to bomb Xiao Bei and the others even more. This was because they knew that Xiao Bei and his children were still hiding in the cabin, not showing their faces at all. The local people were very angry. This was the Great Tang, the territory of Jiangzhou. When the children of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family went to other places, they could casually stroll around the streets and play with the local children. But when they arrived in Jiangzhou, they could only hide in the cabin, not even daring to go up to the deck. To the people of Jiangzhou, this was a disgrace. Therefore, the commoners helped to search again and again. After the search in the morning, when they were eating lunch, perhaps there would be commoners who would organize themselves to search again. Then in the evening, or even in the middle of the night, they would take turns to get up and form groups to search again. Not only were they searching for others, but they were also checking to see if there were any bad people in the search team. This process continued for several days. It was as if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground to give Xiaobei and the others an explanation. The result was that the people hiding in Xueqi were captured one after another. Anyone who was caught would first receive a beating. If they hadn't been handed over to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family for interrogation, they would have already been beaten to death. In just a few days, with the help of the people of Xueqi, 42 people had been captured. All of them were imprisoned in the provincial capital of Xueqi, where they would be separated and interrogated through various methods. As for Xiaobei and the others, they continued to stay on the ship. They played in the largest hall, all of them devoting their energy to studying. We've caught 42. This is the strength of the people. It's true that water can carry a boat, and it can even capsize the boat. Without their help, relying only on my family and the power of the authorities, it would be pretty good if we could catch even half of them. Truly amazing. As Xiaobei ate, he said this to the others. Xiao Yuan did not correct Xiaobei's words. Instead, he took the fish and fed it to Panner, who was waiting with her mouth open. He said, "We should go down. If there are still some that slip through the net, they might take advantage of the time we go down to think of a way to make a move against us. We can catch them all. If we don't go down, what do we go down for? Wait for the people to continue searching. They actually dared to blow up my ship, so I definitely won't let them have an easy time. I plan on personally killing a few of them to prove their courage." Xiaobei shook his head. If we keep asking the people to help search, won't the people still work? If we delay the opportunity to make money, who will be responsible? Xiao Yuan was a little dissatisfied. Yet Xiaobei carelessly said, "What's there to be afraid of if we delay time? We'll give them a chance to make extra money, and we'll even give them some gifts as thanks. That way, we'll make up for our losses. I'm not going down because I'm afraid, and I'm not going to torment the people. Rather, through this operation, I want the people to understand the importance of unity and cooperation. For example, in the past, there were people who didn't have a good relationship with their neighbors. When questioned by our people, we can ask them if their neighbors could be bad people and have them speak the truth. I believe that for the sake of their responsibility to us, they won't speak carelessly and will instead evaluate objectively. In the past, when their relationship was not good, they would always remember each other's bad points. Now, when they evaluate objectively, they will think and speak at the same time. In the process, they will discover that their neighbors were actually not bad people. Both sides were responsible for their previous conflicts. Then they will search together and cooperate. They will take turns on night watch. Their relationship will gradually become harmonious. Without communication, it will naturally deepen their conflicts. With communication it will be fine, right? Aren't I very smart? As Xiaobei spoke, he did his best to stick out his chest, looking as if he was waiting for someone to praise him. Amazing, truly amazing, Xiao Yuan very cooperatively praised. And this was truly the case. The relationships between the common people of Xueqi had improved because of this matter. Those who normally had conflicts with each other gradually resolved their conflicts as they worked together, especially when they worked together to capture a single person. When they high-fived each other in celebration, the smiles they gave each other turned into smiles of resentment and gratitude. Presumably, once this matter passed, the common people of Xueqi would spend a very long time reminiscing about the events of each day. Even if there was some friction, they would still remember that they had once worked together, that they had persevered for the sake of the same conviction. So we still have to continue waiting for them to capture another person. What they lose is time, and their time is usually used to earn money. We can use other methods to compensate them. What we lose is just a bit of money, but we have made the people of Xueqi even more united. Compared to the fact that the people of one place in the Great Tang can become even more united, what is the money we lose compared to what we gain? Isn't that right? I've also prepared a speech. When the time comes, let the people stay on both sides of the river. Let's use the loudspeakers on our ships to thank them for this matter. I'll specifically mention the matter of their unity, and I'll mention it a few times. I'm the best at this. Xiaobei was so excited that he didn't even eat. He just stood there thinking as he spoke. As he spoke, the others could only stop and accompany him, occasionally helping him add a few words. Even Panner were no longer willing to eat. They blinked their large eyes as they curiously listened to their older brother and sister speak in a language they didn't understand. By the time Xiaobei and the others had finished adding to their plan, the dishes had already gone cold. Other than the cold plates and the hairtail fish that could continue to be eaten, the rest were taken away and sent to the kitchen to be reheated. While waiting for the dishes to be reheated, Xiaohai said, "Big brother and big sister said that they have something to do, but I don't know how they're doing. I haven't been able to get in touch with them these past few days. I hope that they'll be successful." "They'll definitely be successful. Big brother and big sister won't be defeated," Xiaobei firmly declared as he waved his fist. The undefeated big brother and sister that Xiaobei spoke of were currently worried. "They actually want the two of us to go to their manor to cook for them. Are you kidding me? If we go there, others won't recognize us, but how could the servants who usually serve us and my mother, your mother, not recognize us? Not to mention the mother that he always saw and grew up with. Even mother and daughter who had been separated for many years would sometimes have a telepathic connection when they brushed past each other. No matter how good our disguises are, I believe that as long as my mother sees us, she'll immediately recognize us. My mother hasn't learned this kind of thing before. If we reveal something wrong and are discovered by others, what should we do?" Zhang Xiaobao said with difficulty. At noon today, people from the Wang Wan family came. It was that very arrogant person who relied on his family's power. He said that he wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the manor before noon the day after tomorrow to make something in front of them. The people in the manor would choose the ingredients. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't go. That was why he was worried. Wang Wan was the same. She knew that what Zhang Xiaobao said was true. At that time, they often had cases where long-lost relatives found each other. One reason was because relatives would always remember that someone had been separated from them. The other reason was because of the telepathic connection that was currently unstudied by science. A picture on the monitor could give a long-lost relative a special feeling, let alone meeting them. She and Xiao Bao had only been separated from their mother for a few days. Once they met, they would definitely be exposed. Perhaps Xiao Bao's mother had received good education and could endure. But what about her own mother? If she was agitated, all her previous efforts would be wasted. "Xiao Bao, don't worry. There are still 2 days left. Think of a way. Maybe we cannot go. If we really go, we can only catch the 3 workers in the shop and torture them. But in that case, the clues will probably be cut off somewhere. You see, Zhang Yu left, and Zhang Yi didn't have any problems. No one came to catch him, which means that our spies didn't find any useful clues on Zhang Yu, so they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. Or maybe Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi's forces aren't the forces that are secretly causing trouble. The best way is to continue waiting. Wait for the other side to show a loophole, then we can catch them and find the people behind them. Sigh. Defense is never as easy as offense. If we go to other people's place and hide behind them to cause trouble, it will be more troublesome for them." Wang Wan persuaded Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she was also comforting herself and calming herself down. She knew that she had to find the people hiding in the dark and deal with them. Otherwise, with the method of controlling religion and using the big tobacco ointment, the other party would continue to grow stronger. Of course, if it was history, there was no record of this in Great Tang. Perhaps she and Xiao Bao developed too quickly and attracted the attention of people from other places. Perhaps there were people from Great Tang involved. It was hard to guard against a thief in one's home. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. After a while he whispered, "Tomorrow morning, there will be 10 trays of buns. Each tray will be 60 copper coins. Altogether, a bun is 5 copper coins. I'm making small buns. If you have to find a name, it will be sheep's eye buns. The texture is very good. It's fine to eat one in a bite, but it doesn't matter if you eat half in a bite. It's not easy to eat the stuffing. It's probably because they feel that it's good when they eat it. Since you and I are going to the capital, they can't eat the food I make and want to find a replacement." Wang Wan smiled and replied, "Of course. Isn't your goal to attract them and have more opportunities to send gifts to Wang Ju's residence? That's why the food you make is the most suitable for their taste. They are used to the food you make and will feel a sense of familiarity. In the days without us, they will naturally think that it's a blessing to have a good chef who can make food that is similar to their taste." Unfortunately, they didn't know that many of the things they were used to would be completely different if they were made by someone else. Only the most familiar people could make the most considerate meals. This was why there were so many famous chefs, but many people's favorite meals were at home. The dishes made by famous chefs are good because they consider everyone's taste. The food made by people at home is targeted. One is for taste, while the other is for time. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. It was normal that the dishes he made tasted good. He had this talent. Moreover, the dishes he taught the chefs were also liked by many people. However, he believed that if 100 people were given the choice of eating the dishes made by the chefs of Xueqi for free every meal, or eating the dishes made by their mothers or other family members at other times, 99 of them would choose the latter. Just like when I sold 13 spice to the person who picked me up. At that time, we didn't make much money. Many people would rather buy the boxes of 13 spice, which were very expensive, than the cheap 13 spice we sold. They just liked to listen to me and my grandfather sing the song of selling 13 spice. Most of the people who bought it thought that we sang well, so they bought a pack of 13 spice as if they were giving us a tip. In fact, we hoped that they would buy it because they thought it was good, and not because they were influenced by other thoughts. The boxes of 13 spice we sold were for the general public. When we sold them, it was different. It depends on the person. If they wore ordinary clothes, I would give them normal 13 spice. If they wore good clothes, I would try to reduce the spicy smell. This is because people generally like to eat light food. They probably want to cook vegetables, not meat. Moreover, if they wanted to buy more, I wouldn't sell it. If they bought it, they wouldn't be able to finish it and it would spoil. If you buy it in the supermarket, no matter how much you buy, they will sell it. They are purely trying to make money, so they lack a kind of humanistic care. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the past again. A trace of unique feelings appeared on his face. It was as if he had seen it lightly, but he also missed it. It was winter at that time. When I was in the north, I ate potatoes, radishes, cabbage almost every day. Occasionally, I would eat a bowl of wonton. Later, when I was rich, there was nothing in the world that I couldn't eat. However, my favorite food was still potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. You should have noticed that the dishes I made tasted the best. The quality of the ingredients is important, but it is not absolute. Whether the food is good or bad does not depend on the ingredients, but on whom it is made for. For example, the taste of the braised food in the restaurant is actually ordinary, but the steamed buns are different. This is because I know that maybe our mother can eat the same braised food. If you ask me to make the same braised food for our mother now, the taste will definitely be different. This is because food also has its own soul. Okay, I know you are awesome. Hee, I have to pour cold water on you from time to time. If I let you continue talking, you will become the god of food. What we are discussing now is what to do the day after tomorrow. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. In fact, she knew that the braised food that Xiaobao made at home would definitely not taste as good as the food in the restaurant. This was because it was made for the family, so the thought put into it was completely different. You can't always discourage me. You have to encourage me. Otherwise, I will lose confidence. Once I lose confidence, the steamed buns won't taste good. If they don't taste good, that's right, you will only let us go the day after tomorrow, right? Then, if the taste of the steamed buns tomorrow is bad, can we not go there? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and his eyes lit up. Without waiting for Wang Wan to speak, he said dejectedly, "No, if the steamed buns are bad, how can we continue to let the people in the manor eat them? If they don't eat them, we won't be able to achieve our goal. I'm so worried. If only we had a group of people to help us come up with ideas. The more people, the better. Okay, let's let the 4 fellows help us come up with ideas and see what their reactions are. Who supports going in and who is sincere in helping us. It can also be a test for Wang Gang. This is a choice for him. What do you think?" Wang Wan was reminded by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She remembered that there were still 4 fellows. The 4 of them actually belonged to 4 different forces. It was amazing. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and laughed, saying, "Wang Gang, he is really unlucky to have met us. A normal spy would not be in a situation like ours. It is nothing more than hiding, spying, and collecting information. Well, it's a good opportunity to tease them." Once the matter was settled, a day passed as well. At night, the door of the restaurant was closed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged for the 4 fellows to clean the rented house. Then, they found a place to put the bed and told them not to rush to sleep after they finished their work. They had something to discuss when they returned to the restaurant. The four fellows were puzzled. They did not know what the boss was going to do. It couldn't be that he felt that there were too many people and wanted to drive them out, right? One of them had already left, and there were just 4 of them left. When they first said that they wanted to recruit 4 people, they were going to recruit 4 people. With doubts in their hearts, the 4 of them went out from the back door and cleaned the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to sleep. They would sleep as long as they could. Only when they had enough energy would they be able to do things properly. At the same time, they decided to continue tormenting the 4 of them so that they could sleep for at most 4 hours a day, which was 4 hours. They wanted to see if they could persevere and how long they could last. The longer they persevered, the more important they were in their respective organizations. The 2 of them slept for nearly 2 hours before the 4 fellows finally finished cleaning. Originally it was like this. Except for Wang Gang, the other 3 fellows had planned to clean a random room and put the bed in it to sleep. They would clean the other 2 rooms the next day. This way it would be very fast. But Wang Gang told them, "You guys go back first. I'll clean the other 2 rooms myself. The boss might be resting now. He's been tired all day. When you guys get there, if the boss is sleeping, don't call him first, or else he'll be angry." When he said that, the other 3 fellows secretly hated him. If they really went back, even if the boss was not sleeping, the boss would definitely ask them where Wang Gang went. How would the 3 of them answer? Should they say Wang Gang's original words? The boss would definitely value Wang Gang more. How considerate. If they lied, they would wait for Wang Gang to come and ask him. Wang Gang would say the original words. Based on Wang Gang's current position in the boss's eyes, the boss would naturally believe Wang Gang. Wouldn't the 3 of them be in trouble? Therefore, he had no choice but to follow along and clean up the 3 rooms. Almost 2 hours had passed by the time all 3 rooms were cleaned up. Once it was 4:45 p.m., who asked the shop to close so late? The sky was already dark, and they even lit oil lamps to light up the diners. Today, there were 2 tables of people who were drinking non-stop. They even called for the fellows. What a scam. However, Wang Gang knew what was going on. The 2 tables of people who were eating non-stop were arranged by him. Their purpose was naturally to torment them. He had been trained to be able to maintain his energy as much as possible when he had little rest. He did not believe that the other 3 fellows who seemed to have their own motives were also trained. It was now 4:45 p.m., which was 10 p.m. They were waiting to go to the boss to talk about something. No matter what, they had to delay the time as much as possible. Moreover, there were still dishes to be washed. If he suggested to wash the dishes, he would probably not be back after midnight. Tomorrow morning, they would have to wake up early in the morning to see if the 3 of them could bear it. Moreover, there would still be people coming over for dinner tomorrow night. They would not leave until very late. If it really did not work, the time in the morning could also be used. For example, they would wake up at 4:45 p.m. to clean up the front and back courtyard. They would tell the boss that they wanted to tidy up the courtyard, place things, or plant vegetables. Then what would the 3 of them do? With different thoughts, the 4 of them returned to the braised food restaurant. Hearing the footsteps, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up. They yawned and waved at the 4 of them, asking them to go to the front. When the 3 fellows saw that the boss was indeed sleeping, they were very surprised. They looked at Wang Gang in puzzlement, wondering how he knew. Wang Gang actually did not know. He was just saying. He was also puzzled. Why was the boss so sleepy that he wanted to sleep so early? Sit down, sit down. Don't stand there. It is tiring to stand there. Zhang Xiaobao asked the 4 of them to sit down. His face was still simple and honest. The 4 fellows sat down on a bench opposite Zhang Xiaobao. They did not dare to sit at the same table as the boss like other people. Wang Wan found a seat slightly further away and sat down sideways. The 4 fellows found that the female boss had a good figure, but there were too many pockmarks on her face. Her facial features were also well defined. If there were no pockmarks and fewer wrinkles, she would definitely be a great beauty. After glancing at her, the 4 fellows immediately turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his instructions. Actually, it is not a big deal. Today, someone from a wealthy family came over. I believe you all heard what he said. He asked us to go to their house the day after tomorrow to make steamed buns. They will prepare the food for us. I don't know which wealthy family they are from. You all have seen me and the people in my restaurant. It is already good enough to open a small restaurant. When have we ever been to a wealthy family? I heard that wealthy families have many rules. If we go there and offend them, do you think I will not be able to open my restaurant in Hangzhou? I asked you all to come here to ask you all to tell me which wealthy family they are from. Should we go or not? If we go, who knows the rules of that family? If we don't go, how can we tell them? Sigh. It is not easy to do business. If we don't do well, we will not make money. If we do well, we will be targeted. Everyone says that Tang dynasty is good, but I don't think so. What do you all think? Zhang Xiaobao looked very distressed. He talked to the four fellows and yawned from time to time. He seemed very sleepy. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. The other three frowned. One looked at Wei Wei, one looked at his feet, and the other looked at the same level without blinking. The four of them just looked at him, but no one said anything. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak, Wang Wan said, "Stone, why are you talking so much? They are all stupid. Can they understand? If they had the ability, they would be the boss, not the assistant. Why don't you just ask them directly if they want to go or not? Look, you've confused them with so many questions. You four, did you hear me clearly? I asked you about your business." Yes, yes. The four fellows nodded. They were really annoyed by this female boss. She was too tormenting. Say it if you hear me clearly. Wang Wan said again. Zhang Yi raised his head and said, Boss, I think you should sleep for a while. We will wash the dishes and then talk about it. Otherwise, when we leave, it will be your turn to wash the dishes. Before Zhang Yi could say his thoughts, Wang Gang suddenly said. Chapter 1070. Wang Gang's words made Zhang Yi's face turn ugly. Why was this Wang Gang always against him? There was no end to it. Instead of using his mind on work, he was thinking about this kind of thing. Zhang Yi never thought about whether his mind was used on work or not. Anyway, he felt that Wang Gang was an eyesore. Okay. Wang Wan smiled. Little Gang is sensible. Then you go wash the dishes. I will go with your boss to think about how to make you live more comfortably in that house. After speaking, Wang Wan got up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao. She touched Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Why are you standing there? Let's go. It's different to have a smart guy." The two of them went back to rest one after the other, leaving the four people. Zhang Yi stared at Wang Gang fiercely. He didn't believe what the female boss said. What made the four of them live more comfortably? The female boss was the kind of person who would not be comfortable if others were comfortable. Sigh, he would continue to suffer. And this Wang Gang. Wait and see how I will deal with you when this is over. Under Wang Gang's suggestion, the four people went into the kitchen and began to work. They didn't dare to make too much noise, so as not to disturb the boss's rest. Things were washed slowly. After a day's worth of things, there was still time to wash. As soon as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao entered the bedroom, they laughed. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That Wang Gang is really interesting. He didn't forget to calculate people at this time. I guess he intends to use fatigue tactics. Good, he is a talent. It's normal. What kind of training did he receive? Most people can't compare to him at all. However, there is one person who seems to be from that faction. That person is Zhang Yi. When I was talking just now, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. You know what I said, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was also full of smiles. His own spies were powerful, which meant that his side was strong. He should be proud. Wang Wan nodded and said, "I know. You said that everyone is talking about the Tang Empire, but you don't think so, so he is happy. It seems that he is indeed from that power. As for the other three, one of them is the one who looks at the ground. He probably doesn't want his thoughts to be guessed by others. He is Wang Gang. There was also one who was frowning, clearly not agreeing with what you said, but he didn't dare to retort. Another had a blank look in his eyes, similarly trying to hide his thoughts. I can see that the frowning person is probably on the Great Tang side, but I can't see the last one." With just one sentence and one expression, Wang Wan was able to analyze so many things and confirm that this person was not a threat. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The last one is also on the Tang Empire side. His eyes are indeed on the same level, but I am close to him. I can feel that he is controlling his breathing. He should be suppressing the anger in his heart, because he will not be affected by it if he is happy. There are many kinds of happy emotions, but he is afraid that you and I will think that he is dissatisfied with his boss and get rid of him. It doesn't matter if he is happy. Haha, that is to say, 3 of them are on our side and 1 is from that power. Good, it means that we still have the people's hearts. Of the other 2, 1 is probably on Li Longji's side. He is the one who is on the same level. He represents the imperial court and hates to hear others badmouth the Tang Empire. That is why his reaction was so strong. As for the one who is frowning, I can't tell which power he is from. His action of frowning shows that he is a little disgusted, but his training is not very good. He actually made his action so obvious. But he doesn't treat us as people who oppose the great Tang, just ordinary people complaining. Thus, he frowned, not glared. That's my general judgment. As for whether or not there's any discrepancy, we'll have to continue observing. In a little while, I'll mention this again. Watch carefully. Good, it is indeed interesting. Xueqi is going to deal with 3 people alone. Interesting, very interesting. Moreover, he is not only dealing with 3 people, but also the 2 of us. I think we should give Xueqi some benefits and give him power. Otherwise, under the suppression of 3 people, he will lose his confidence. What if he gives up? When Wang Wan thought of the situation Xueqi was going to face, she felt that it was interesting, especially when both she and Zhang Xiaobao knew about it. Because she and Zhang Xiaobao were the ones who hid the deepest. The last one was Zhang Wang. The 2 of them slept for a while longer. It was already past midnight. And it was already past midnight. The 4 waiters finished their work in the kitchen. Xueqi whispered to the other 2. Zhang Nan, Zhang Yu, let's talk to the boss later. Leave 1 person in the kitchen so that he can wash the things during the day. Don't wait until the end to wash them together. It's too tiring. During the day, we're all standing at the front, so there aren't that many people for us to attend to. In this small store, 4 workers are enough to fill 3 such large stores. It's tiring to stand, and it's tiring to work. Why don't we finish the night work during the day and take turns? The 2 of them hesitated for a while and nodded one after another. Especially Zhang Yu, who looked very tired, said, Big brother, you tell us. We will follow you. Second brother, what do you think? Xueqi was very happy to get the support of the 2 of them, so he deliberately asked Wang Gang. Wang Gang smiled and didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement. The 4 of them looked at each other again. At this time, Wang Gang said softly in the direction of the bedroom, Boss, are you asleep? Not yet. I am lying down. I will get up soon. Zhang Xiaobao's voice came. After a while, the 2 of them came out of the bedroom. Just like before, the 6 of them sat down. Where was I? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Boss, you were talking about whether we should go to other people's houses. Wang Gang reminded him. Xueqi looked at Wang Gang with dissatisfaction. He could talk about this later, but he had to talk about washing dishes first. Then he said, Brother Zhang, just now we were thinking about it in the kitchen, but... Oh, you thought about it? Do you want to go or not? Zhang Xiaobao asked eagerly. It's not about that. It's about washing the dishes. We plan to leave someone behind to wash the dishes during the day. After that, we won't disturb you at night. We don't have much to do during the day anyway. Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao, and then he looked at the other 3 people. Zhang Nan understood and quickly said, That's right. During the day, there are many people, so we all stand in the front. It's good to let someone take turns to wash the dishes in the kitchen. That's what I think too, Zhang Yucheng agreed despite his tiredness. Zhang Xiaobao listened and then looked at Wang Gang, who hadn't said anything yet. Wang Gang quickly said, I am also willing. I promise that I won't steal food at the back. And in the future, if we need to send things out, we can hire another person if we don't have enough people. Wang Gang had the same attitude, but Zhang Yi was angry when he heard it. They were talking about washing dishes, but why did they mention stealing food and hiring people in the future? Aren't you reminding the female boss when you say that? How could she agree? As expected, a few breaths after Wang Gang finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly stood up. His eyes scanned the 4 people over and over again. His face, which was full of pockmarks, trembled uncontrollably. His breathing was rapid as he raised his hand and pointed at the 4 people. No, what are you thinking? You want to go to the kitchen to wash dishes? You said you won't steal food, so you really won't steal food? Do you know how much a portion of braised food costs? If you eat a little, you won't even get a day's salary. Also, when the business becomes more and more prosperous in the future, when we need to make steamed buns and send them out, we won't have enough people. Who will pay for that portion of the salary? Won't I pay for it? Let me tell you, when you go to the kitchen to get things, you have to be quick. When you come back, open your mouth and let me see. If you have food in your mouth, you will lose your salary and leave. The 4 people all looked like they were scolded and didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. Xueqi was probably going crazy with anger, but Wang Gang was secretly happy. Okay, no. They didn't say that they had to do it. It's just a discussion. A discussion. Sit back. Don't be angry. The Great Tang was just like this. There was not much to look forward to. They just had to make do with their lives. Money was needed everywhere. The Great Tang people did not care where they went. They were very particular about what shops they went to. It's not okay to have a little chip on the plate. It said that only beggars use broken bowls. It's okay to give them a chipped bowl, but since it's for beggars, they can't take money. Plates, bowls and so on, even if they are not broken. It's not easy to buy one. If it's broken, it can't be used. If there's more or less food in the plate, it's troublesome. Who can put it so accurately? Could it be that they still had to weigh it? They can't afford that. Plus the people who pack it. Isn't the oil paper money? Send people fishing food, and the basket can't come back. It's money again. I don't see what's good about the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao persuaded Wang Wan. As he persuaded, he became angry. Yes, Brother Zhang is right. The Tang Empire still has some shortcomings. If we don't change, the people's lives will be difficult. Alas! Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he followed the words. Zhang Yu, who was frowning, couldn't help but raise his head and try to control himself. He said, the Tang Empire doesn't need to spend money to see a doctor or raise a child. Isn't it good? Where else can you find such a good thing? And the government also gives money to people who can't work. Our shop spends a lot, but it also earns a lot. Every penny we spend, we may earn a penny. Isn't that right, Brother Zhang? What is it? Can't pay taxes? The imperial court took away the taxes. Of course it has to be used on us. The wool comes from the sheep's back. We are actually using our own money. Wang Wan said unhappily. The Tang Empire's army is still protecting us? Zhang Nan, who was looking straight ahead, mustered up his courage and said, You still dare to talk back? Protect? What do you mean protect? Didn't you see what that rich man said when he came over? I said that I can't even not sell. Is this protection? They want us to go to their residence. We are still worried. How can we not go? Didn't you hear what he said? He wants us to prepare. It's not a discussion. It's an order. I said that if we don't go, they might not let our shop open. Where's the army? Where is the army? I didn't see it. I know that I can't afford to offend them. If you talk back to me again, get lost. I don't want to raise people like you. Humph. Wang Wan pointed at Zhang Nan's nose and scolded him. Zhang Nan clenched his fists. Then he leaned forward and loosened his fists. The 3 people had different attitudes. Wang Gang's eyes lit up. He looked at one and then at the other. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, Boss, don't be angry. It's just a small talk. Let's talk about serious matters. What small talk? Dare to talk back to the boss? Can we still keep this servant? Zhang Yi is still the best. How about this, Zhang Yi? When you live in the back, you will be in charge and be more tolerant. You are the boss. Take care of the younger brothers. Zhang Nan, do you still dare to talk back? Wang Wan even changed the way she addressed people. One was close, the other was distant. She gave the power to Zhang Yi. Zhang Nan lowered his head and said, Boss, don't be angry. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't. Zhang Yi immediately said, Boss, don't worry. I will take good care of them. I am a busy person. Sometimes, I don't need to be in the right place. I think you are not bad. Don't you think so, Xueqi? Wang Wan was still catching her breath. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, Yes, yes. I think Zhang Yi is also not bad. He is old and sensible. Then let's talk about whether we will go or not. If we go, we are afraid that we have not seen the world. If we don't go, what if they close my shop? Oh, what should I do? Zhang Yi, you go first. The question of whether to go or not was thrown to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was very excited. He nodded fiercely. Okay, I will say. I have to go. Why? I think that they are a big family. They have rules. Usually, it is impossible for all the people who know the rules to go in. There must be someone who teaches them. I think I can do it. When they teach me, I will memorize it. After I memorize it, I will follow Brother Zhang and Boss and remind them at any time. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Yes, yes. The rules are taught by others. As for me, I am afraid. I have never seen the masters and madams of a rich family. What if I am scared? When I am making the buns, I tremble and the buns are not delicious. Will I be beaten? I will accept it if I am beaten. I am afraid that they will beat my wife too. My wife is weak and can't withstand the beating. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He still didn't completely agree with Zhang Yi's words. He looked worried. Zhang Yi looked at him and thought that he couldn't do it. If he didn't go, he would lose the opportunity. He persuaded again. Brother Zhang, don't worry. It will be fine. Think about it. A big family knows what kind of people we are. Even if we make a mistake, they will not care. What's more, Brother Zhang, the buns you make are really delicious. Then we will go? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other three people. Wang Gang thought for a while and said, Brother Zhang, if you really don't want to go, tomorrow when they come to pick up the buns, you can let me try. I will tell them. If it works, we will ask for the rules first and learn. Then when you want to go, we will go. Is that okay? Okay. Oh, Xiaogang, you are not bad. During the day, you are in charge of the shop. You are smart enough. Zhang Xiaobao also gave Wang Gang a share of power. As for who had more power compared to Zhang Yi, it was up to them to decide how to use it. Chapter 1071. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Zhang Yi, who had been tasked with managing the accommodation, was stunned for a moment. He had just thought that he had some power and could help him, but before he could be happy, he received a blow. He knew too well who had more power. In the rented house, the power was nothing more than things like cleaning, whether to light the oil lamps and where to sleep. There was no problem with tormenting people, but no matter how much you torment them, they would not listen to you or find all kinds of excuses. You could not go to the boss for every little thing, right? Besides, the boss did not see it. When the time came to complain to the boss would just ask and then tell the other three to cooperate. However, it was different when it came to managing the matters at the front. Who would dare to disobey when it came to who would stand in that position, and who would deliver things outside? The boss was right next to them. Not to mention the purpose of his visit, even if he was a real worker, if he could be arranged to deliver things to a slightly more wealthy family, they would definitely be in a good mood and would definitely give him some tips. That would be an additional income. Zhang Yi really wanted to change places with Wang Gang, but he knew that it was impossible. He glanced at Wang Gang secretly, and his thoughts were complicated. Go to sleep. You all did well today. I'll give you 3 copper coins each. I'll give it to you immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said considerately. He also looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was not satisfied, but she still took out 12 coins, 1 copper coin each. She counted them back and forth in her hand. After counting them 6 times, she gave each of them 3 copper coins. Looking at the expression on her face, it seemed that she was not giving money, but cutting off her flesh. The 4 workers were very excited. Each of them received the money and counted it several times in their hands. As for what they were thinking, it was not difficult to guess. When they left the restaurant and walked back, the crescent moon in the sky was almost hanging in the west. The 4 workers became listless. Zhang Yi touched the 3 coins in his hand and sighed. It was not easy to be a worker. If he had a choice, he would not accept this kind of task in the future. The next morning, the worker who had slept for less than 4 hours came to the front again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already put the buns into the drawer and steamed them in the pot. The two of them slept well. When he saw the 4 workers, the difference was obvious. Wang Gang didn't look tired at all. Zhang Nan had slight eye bags, Zhang Yi had dark circles, and Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. In comparison, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very pleased. Their spy training system was indeed better than others, but at the same time, they were worried that Zhang Yu would not be able to hold on. From the looks of it, Zhang Yu should belong to another faction that had a certain or even absolute loyalty to Tang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded, indicating that they knew what to do. Then they were busy with various things. Wang Gang sent Zhang Nan to the morning market to buy seafood, while Zhang Yi asked Wang Gang to arrange the task of washing cloth and wiping the table and chairs again in the morning. Zhang Yu also asked Zhang Yu to put the braised food and side dishes on the shelf, while Wang Gang helped Zhang Xiaobao in the kitchen. From the layout, it could be seen that he was not willing to let the other 3 workers touch the kitchen. After the work was done, they began to eat breakfast. Everyone had 4 meat buns and a bowl of soup made with wild vegetables in the courtyard of the rented house. The vegetables were dug by Wang Gang, and the soup was made by Zhang Xiaobao. The rented house was not opened yet, so they would talk about it when the house was empty. The meat buns were the same as the ones that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather's residence today. The meat buns were all good meat. The meat around the pig's foreleg was wrapped into a ball. Generally, pork would not be wrapped into a ball. Usually, it was beef and mutton. Of course, venison would also work. However, the meat around the pig's foreleg was the closest to the effect of beef and mutton head. The reason why it was so good was that the meat was not directly cut out, but was smashed out by Zhang Xiaobao with the back of a knife. If it was another rich family, Zhang Xiaobao would not even care if they gave him 10,000 strings of cash. He knew that today's buns would definitely be eaten by him and Wang Wan's mother. Yesterday, they might only eat a little. How could Zhang Xiaobao be afraid of the trouble of making food for his family? In addition to the pork and onion stuffing, Zhang Xiaobao also made 2 additional trays of chicken soup dumplings. The chicken was black-boned chicken, which he made after the workers left last night. He mixed the soup twice, and the stuffing was a mixture of mutton and fish. It was specially made for his mother. He believed that when the food was sent, the cooks in the inner courtyard would know that it was suitable for pregnant women to eat as soon as they smelled it. They would test for poison first. However, they were not steamed in the trays because it was different from the traditional ones. They were not frozen stuffing or frozen stuffing and put into the trays. Instead, they were open-mouthed buns. Each of them had thin skin and large stuffing. Just a little while before they were fully steamed, they would directly open the pot and pour in the boiling soup to cook the stuffing. Therefore, they had to wait for people to come to get it before they could steam it. After steaming it, they would directly take it away. Wang Wan had never eaten such a bun before. The expectations were too high. Zhang Xiaobao had also honed his sword for 10 years. Other than 99% of his sweat, the most important thing was that he had that 1% talent. Zhang Xiaobao also prepared a large jar of wild vegetable soup. Afraid that it would get cold, he even poured a layer of cooked oil on it before sealing the jar. Of course, when the workers ate it, they did not have such treatment. Zhang Xiaobao would never spend so much effort on them. Even if they ate it, they might not be able to taste the difference. After lunch, when the door was about to open, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, "Little Yu, I have something for you to do today. You go to the dock and ask Chow Chow where the people of the fishing association will go fishing today. You go there yourself and watch others fishing. Then when it's time for lunch, you have to keep an eye on them and see if they are not willing to eat and directly throw away the food. You can come back at night. Go." Zhang Yu was stunned at first when he heard the order. Then he was delighted. He knew the benefits of this task. He could go to rest. It was not easy to watch others fishing. He could find a place to sleep for the whole morning and wake up when it was almost noon. After watching others eat, he could continue to sleep in the afternoon and come back at night. Zhang Xiaobao also said, "You take the braised meat and pancakes in the restaurant with you. Don't starve at noon." Zhang Yu was even more touched. Although he knew that he came with a mission, and this Zhang Shi did not seem to have a good impression of Tang dynasty last night, as a boss, he could not find fault with his care for his workers. After one worker left, there were only 3 workers left. Zhang Yi was very envious of Zhang Yu, and even a little jealous. He also wanted to go out so that he could pass the message to his own people. If he did not receive a mission from the boss, he could not go out. If he went out without permission, he would very likely be kicked out by the female boss immediately. Wang Gang glanced at Zhang Yu's back as he left. He had no expression on his face. He knew that his people would follow Zhang Yu and record his every move. The three workers took a short break. More people came. The person from Wang Ju's family, who always liked to show his identity by relying on the power of the main family, also came. Wang Gang did not go up to greet them. Instead, he went to a table where two people were eating and wiped the table for them. Although the table was clean and there were no other traces, the two people who were eating chatted with him for a while. Then, he went to talk to the servant of Wang Ju's family. He kept talking and finding things to talk about. The servant of Wang Ju's family was still waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. One of the two people who were eating left. After a while, when the soup dumplings were ready, another servant of Wang Ju's family came in from outside and whispered to the servant who came first. The servant was surprised at first, but then nodded repeatedly. After Zhang Xiaobao packed everything and collected the money, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You don't have to go tomorrow. It's not good if you don't know the rules. Can you read?" "It's okay. I know a few. It's not too difficult. I can understand it." Zhang Xiaobao knew that the matter was done. Wang Gang helped him through another channel. "It's good that you can understand it. Remember it well. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, no one can protect you. Beheading is light. More serious, exterminating the whole family." The servant of Wang Ju's family raised his head again, as if he was the most important person in the world. Zhang Xiaobao also gave the servant a bribe and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I will remember. I won't dare to forget. You are from a rich family. Flowers and grass are more precious than grass. I know. Hee hee. You go well." The servant of Wang Ju's family, who did not know how big of a trouble he had caused, left with the two people who came with him. Not long after, someone else came over and gave her a stack of paper. There were a total of 7 sheets, and each one was filled with words. He threw them on the counter and told Wang Wan that these were the rules, and that she should learn them quickly so that she could go to the manor. Zhang Xiaobao was temporarily free. He moved closer to Wang Wan and looked at the paper. He whispered, "Let me see. What are the rules? If I make a mistake, beheading is a light punishment. I'm scared." "Go away. Why are you messing around? Didn't you see that I'm keeping records? It's not like we'll really go there. When we do, our identities will change. What rules? We are the rules. The soup dumplings you made are sent over. Normally, the soup dumplings sold in restaurants have crab or something in them. They are cold but fresh. But you didn't put anything like that in them. It's obviously specially prepared for pregnant women. Aren't you afraid that your mother will guess?" Wang Wan did not look at the rules at all. To her, as long as the Tang Empire soldiers could go, she was the rules. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid that my mother will be worried. We've been out for a few days, but they haven't been able to contact us. If my mother guesses what I made, she will definitely persuade your mother to be in a better mood and not worry. It's much better than showing up directly and letting your mother know that we are unprepared." In Wang Ju's manor, Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang only had a little porridge in the morning. Recently, they had not had a good appetite. Other than the discomfort during pregnancy, they were also worried about their son and daughter. Yesterday, they ate a few buns and thought that they tasted good, so they were waiting for the buns to come today. With their identity, they could have asked the restaurant to prepare the buns earlier. However, Jiang Wang clan did not want to bully others, so they delayed the delivery. When the buns arrived today, they were sent to the two of them first. The drawers were opened, and a doctor took out a few sets of tools to check if there was any poison in the buns. Someone was also in charge of tasting the buns. "Madam, the buns are delicious, really delicious. I'm fine after eating the soup dumplings. Please take a look." A maid licked her lips and said after tasting the soup dumplings. The doctor also nodded, meaning that with their current skills, they did not find any poison in the soup dumplings. At this time, the soup was poured into the bowl. Jiang Wang clan picked up a bun and used the chopsticks to make it bigger. She gently took a sip and was stunned. Chapter 1072. After being stunned for 2 or 3 breaths, the Jiang Wang clan regained her senses. She lowered her head and ate the entire bun. Then, she drank a mouthful of the wild vegetable soup that came along with it. A smile appeared on her face as she looked at Wang Wan's mother, Madame Wang. After all, Madame Wang was not Zhang Xiaobao's biological mother. After eating the bun, she only felt that it was delicious. She said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Sister, why do I feel that the bun tastes familiar when I eat it? It's delicious. In the future, let the shop make more of it. We can eat it every day. It's best if they send it early. We can't wait to eat. Look at the time now. If it's morning, we've already eaten breakfast. If it's noon, there's still some time before noon." When the Jiang Wang clan heard this, she was about to nod her head. However, she thought for a moment and said, "They're busy with opening the shop. Why don't we let them prepare it before noon? We can eat it as lunch. Don't always eat buns. Just cook some dishes. What do you think?" Busy? Isn't it to make money? Give them 50 copper coins for 1 bun. They can buy a few hundred buns at a time. That way they can earn more from the things they make for us. If they don't make other things, won't they have more time? Madame Wang was not bullying others. She was prepared to compensate them with money. Wei Wei shook her head and looked at Madame Wang. She wanted to laugh. If Madame Wang knew that the person making the food was her son-in-law, would she still be willing to let him work so hard? The Jiang Wang clan confirmed the identity of the owner of the shop with just 1 bun and a mouthful of soup. The taste was too familiar. Other than her son, Xiao Bao, she did not believe that there was anyone else in the world who knew the taste that she was used to. Furthermore, the fact that the steamed buns with meat filling could be made into a light flavor and the soup made from wild herbs was definitely a dish meant for pregnant women. Would there be anyone who would mention their physical condition to the owner of the store? The bun was delivered at the right time. Not only was it delicious, but it also made her feel at ease. She did not know why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo opened a shop next door. She guessed that they deliberately wanted the people in the manor to buy their things. His son, Xiao Bao, was so powerful. Who would dare to say that they could open a shop next door and have the confidence to sell things to the Wang mansion? Xiao Bao could do it. Without that identity, even if he did the work of an ordinary person, he would still be able to achieve his goal. Since her son and daughter-in-law didn't want to use their real identities, as a mother, she couldn't expose them, especially this little sister. If she found out that her usual behavior wasn't right, it would probably cause trouble for Xiao Bao and the others. After thinking for a while, Jiang Wang clan said to Wang Shi, "Younger sister, let's just stay here and let them cook. If we go back and the others don't like it, they'll have to change the time. It's too troublesome. Why don't we just eat it at noon? If they like it, we can ask them to send some over at night. Don't make too much, just enough for the 2 of us. The shop is small, and we don't have enough people. We can't let them be in charge of the entire residence's meals. Listen to me, it's settled." Not allowed to do more? All right, I'll listen to you. It's delicious for me, so how can others not like it? Speaking of which, the owner of the shop is really amazing. He's even better than our family's chef. Even when compared to the flagship store between the clouds and the water, the difference isn't that big. In the end, Wang Shi decided to listen to Jiang Wang clan. After all, she had always listened to Jiang Wang clan whenever she encountered something, so she was already used to it. She praised the owner of the shop again. Her preconceived idea made her think that the food made by the chef of Between the Clouds and the Water was better. If she knew that the steamed buns and soup were made by her son-in-law, she would immediately think that her son-in-law was better. Because the food was delicious, the 2 of them ate a few more mouthfuls than usual. This was especially true for Jiang Wang clan. While eating, her happy expression didn't change at all. Once he was full, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and instructed him to have the servant in charge of receiving the goods from the braised food store go to the store and inform the owner of the braised food store. At night, he would deliver 2 dishes, cabbage and tenderloin. After that, Jiang Wang clan pulled Wang Shi back to her room to rest. She planned to use other methods to make Wang Shi feel at ease and not worry about the children. When Wang Shi's servant heard the madam's instructions, he was overjoyed. This meant that his performance was good. In addition to that, he was bribed by the shop to eat good steamed buns. He planned to ask the owner of the shop to make more food for him in the future. Thus, he rushed to the braised food shop as quickly as possible.
Unlike his humble attitude in the manor, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao, who had nothing to do for the time being and was resting at the side.
Zhang Shi, here's a deal. My madam has instructed you to make some food and send it in at night. Make 4 dishes. One is sweet cabbage, one is steamed tenderloin, one is cold dish with more onion and garlic, and one is fried crabs. It has to be fried until crispy. Wang Shi's servant actually wanted to eat it himself. He liked to eat fried fish and cold dishes. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he frowned. What nonsense was this? Sweet cabbage? Didn't he know what his mother liked to eat? Steamed tenderloin? It wasn't steamed buns. There would be soup inside. His mother didn't like to eat that. As for the last 2 dishes, could a pregnant woman eat them?
When this matter was over, he really had to teach this servant of his grandfather's family a good lesson.
If he had sent a fake decree, he could have just said that he wanted to eat it. Why did he have to use another name to do it? Although he was angry, Zhang Xiaobao didn't show it on his face. However, he definitely didn't plan to let this servant eat comfortably. He put on a simple and honest expression and agreed, Okay, I'll make it. But I've never made it before. I'll try. Don't blame me if I can't make it. If you can't make it, you'll be beheaded. I won't blame you. If I don't blame you, then should I? Make it well and eat it. I'll give you more money. Try it. Yes, and prepare 2 trays of steamed buns tonight. Make it like this morning.
Wang Shi's servant raised his head and turned around to leave.
Zhang Xiaobao also turned around and came to Wang Wan's counter.
He whispered to Wang Wan, "Did you see that?
Grandpa's family is like this. Our mother wants to eat cabbage. Where can we buy it at this time of the year? No, mother doesn't think about where I can get cabbage. I have to get him back." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao ordered Wang Gang, "Xiaogang, go and get him. I don't have cabbage. Tell them to change the dish. I can't make it." Wang Gang hurriedly chased out. He didn't tell Zhang Xiaobao what he said. Instead, he asked his servant to get some cabbage from the manor. Even if they couldn't find it anywhere else, they definitely had it in the manor. When his wife went out, everything had to be prepared. They couldn't not be able to find anything when they wanted to eat. If some vegetables were not kept in the soil for a long time, they had to be specially raised in the soil when they came with the ship. At this time of the year, it was indeed impossible to find cabbage in Hangzhou. Not to mention cabbage, there weren't even cabbages. At the same time, he also planned to ask his servant to talk to the manor. This servant actually dared to talk nonsense. The 2 madams were pregnant. How could they eat cold dishes with onion and garlic? What a joke. Sweet cabbage? It was possible to eat spicy cabbage. Zhang Xiaobao also took the money from the counter and said, "I'm going to buy tenderloin. I have a choice. I hope the meat next to the butcher is still fresh. There's also tenderloin. To make sweet and sour tenderloin, you need to use rock sugar. Cabbage is the simplest kind of cabbage. Where can I get old vinegar? My mother didn't think about it. I don't have anything on hand. How can I not know what to do?" After muttering to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao went out to look for all kinds of things he needed. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She shouted behind him, "Look, do you have any pancakes? Buy one for me. Keep an eye on it. It must taste good." "Buy what?" "It's free. I'll make it for you when you come back." Zhang Xiaobao's voice came from outside the door. In Wang Lu's residence, in the side courtyard of the 4th courtyard, the head maidservant Wang Levi also received 3 steamed buns. They were not soup dumplings. There were only 2 drawers of soup dumplings. Zhang Wang clan and Wang Lu ate 1 drawer each. Only the maidservant in charge of testing for poison ate 1.
Wang Levi looked at the steamed buns in front of her with a solemn expression.
She wanted to eat them, but she was afraid that they would be gone after eating them. If she didn't eat them, she was afraid that they would be cold by noon. She was hesitating. Levi, I have something good for you. Candied plums, take a look. These are their things. I saw that no one was eating them, so I secretly brought them for you." Wang Levi was thinking about whether to eat the steamed buns or not when a man sneaked into her room. He was like a thief. He was very careful. He was holding a small wooden tray.
There were about 10 candied plums on it. Seeing the person who came in and hearing what he said, Wang Levi frowned. Wei Wei said, Wang Shu, how many times have I told you? I told you not to come here, but you still came here.
Is my place where a man like you can enter? Do you want to be beaten to death? You still dare to steal things. Quickly send them back. If people find out, they will break your hand. If I want to eat candied plums, I will ask for them myself. Quickly get out. Lu He, I Wang Shu, don't care if others can eat or not. You are my savior. If you didn't take pity on me because I couldn't find a job and recruited me, I don't know how much I would have to suffer outside. As long as you can eat good food, I'm willing to even kill me. The man called Wang Shu by Wang Levi had a grateful expression on his face. Not only did he not go out, he also put the tray in his hand on the table. He glanced around and saw the 3 steamed buns on the table. He asked curiously, Levi, why are you eating steamed buns at this time? Steamed buns are not as delicious as candied plums. Eat the candied plums. You eat. Wang Levi looked at the candied plums on the table and said very unhappily, I told you to send them back, you. Forget it. This is the only time. You are not allowed to steal things in the future. If you are found to send them back, you will be beaten. Did you hear what I said? If there is one more time, I will tell the housekeeper and let the housekeeper punish you. I know. This is the last time. I will not steal things in the future. Look, they don't eat it and throw it here and there. After today, they probably won't want it anymore. I don't have any other skills. If I want to repay the kindness, I can only do this. If it wasn't for you, I would only be working at the dock. It is tiring and not earning much. You see, I am thin and don't have that much strength. When I think about it, I feel that I should do something for you. Wang Shu seemed to be very obedient and began to talk about the past. Wang Levi nodded helplessly and said, If you really want to repay the kindness, you should do well in the mansion. When I met you half a year ago, I saw that you were smart, so I recruited you. You can't make trouble for me. Otherwise, I will be punished with you. There are steamed buns on the table. Eat one. It is not an ordinary steamed bun. It is a gift from my wife. The braised food shop outside specially made it for the mansion. There are not many of them. You take one and I will eat the other 2. While speaking, Wang Levi pushed the plate of steamed buns in front of Wang Shu. Wang Shu took one and hesitated. He opened his mouth and took a bite. His eyes immediately widened. Before swallowing the steamed bun, he nodded and said, Delicious, really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious steamed buns in the mansion. Is it made by a small shop outside? Why don't they make more? Then everyone in the mansion can eat it. Their shop is a braised food shop, not a steamed bun shop. Wang Levi said, Let them change it. Our mansion is very powerful. If I tell them to change it into a shop, they will change it into a shop. Levi, how about this? You talk to the housekeeper and let me go out to do things. I will buy you better things. Isn't it easy to eat steamed buns? Wang Shu finished a steamed bun and moved closer to Wang Levi as he said. Wang Levi shook her head and said, No, you know the current situation. Not only the original people in the mansion, but also the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as the emperor are here. I have already ordered that all the servants who have been in the mansion for less than 5 years are not allowed to get close to those courtyards. They are also not allowed to talk to the servants of the other side. When they meet, they have to lower their heads. Even people like us who can go out can't mention anything about the mansion when we go out. You said that you want to go out, but you have only been here for half a year. There is still a long way to go before 5 years. You should just stay in the manor and wait for His Majesty to leave. Naturally, you will be able to go out. I don't think it will take His Majesty a long time. At most, it will take half a month. Alas! Wang Shu sighed and said, In my opinion, the mansion is too strict. You can't go out within 5 years. How long has it been since the news of the emperor's arrival? People who come in within a month may be spies from other places. I have been here for half a year and there is no news at that time. How can I do something bad to the emperor? Besides, the emperor has a lot of guards. If I go out to do something, can I find tens of thousands of people to harm the emperor? I can't go out all day in the mansion. I feel sullen. Levi, you are the best. You can see the two madams. Since you have nothing to do, you can tell me about them.
Are the rules different from ours?
There is nothing to say.
And the rule of the mansion is that during this time, the servants who have been in the mansion for less than 5 years are not allowed to ask about anything about the other side. The servants who have been in the mansion for more than 5 years are also not allowed to say anything.
Don't ask me. I won't tell you.
After Wang Levi said this, she pointed to the steamed bun on the plate and said, "If you think it is delicious, you can eat one.
I will leave one to taste.
You will reward me again tomorrow."
I won't eat it. You eat it. Levi, don't you believe me? I am the person you recruited. You can tell me. I won't mention this to others. I am curious. You can tell me about the things outside. For example, that braised food store. When did they open? Is it the one in the east? I have eaten there before when I could go out. The owner there doesn't know how to make steamed buns. I have never heard of them selling steamed buns, let alone rolling pancakes.
Did they change the owner?
Wang Shu swallowed his saliva, but didn't continue to take the steamed bun. He still asked Wang Levi about things.
Wang Levi looked at Wang Shu in surprise and asked, "How do you know they sell rolling pancakes?
You haven't gone out before?" How do I know? Me. I am bored in the mansion, so I found someone who can go out to talk. I asked about the lotus flowers in Westlake and they casually mentioned it. I estimate that in a few days, the lotus flowers on Westlake will bloom. When that time comes, I will be able to go out and take you to see the lotus flowers. Those lotus flowers are just like you. Beautiful. You are even more beautiful than the lotus flowers. You have a good heart. If you hadn't, don't talk about the things that I recruited you. Just do your job well and you will repay me. In the future, you are not allowed to ask others about the things outside. If you are found out, you will be beaten. Why bother?
Wang Levi didn't like Wang Shu to talk about the things that happened in the past when they met, so she warned him again. Wang Shu hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, I won't ask.
I just casually asked. They said it themselves. I will remember it in the future.
Before the emperor leaves, I won't ask. Even if they want to talk to me, I will cover my ears and not listen.
Levi, you eat. I will go back and find a job to do. I won't make you lose face.
After speaking, Wang Shu turned around and left. Wang Levi looked at his back, shook her head and murmured, "This person is good at everything.
But he always likes to ask about strange things." Sigh.
If it was before, it wouldn't matter. But now, it will be easy for the steward to find out about this matter.
At that time, I will also be implicated.
Before dinner, Wang Ju's servant came to the braised food store and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had just finished his work, "Is everything ready?"
Okay, wait a moment, I will pack the food. Zhang Xiaobao took out a food box. He deliberately bought it. It was not a basket used to hold cakes. The basket was not layered, but the food box was layered. Out of the 4 dishes, 2 of them were steaming hot. Just as he was about to put in the mixed vegetables and the deep-fried crabs, Wang Ju's servant suddenly said, "Put these 2 dishes separately. Don't put them in the food box. The smell will spread." No, don't think that it's a food box. The food box I bought is better. Each layer is tightly sealed. It won't go bad. If you don't believe me, you can see it.
Zhang Xiaobao held the food box and showed it to the servant. "If I tell you to separate them, then separate them.
Find a basket and pack them. There's also some braised food. Cut some and some wine. Hurry up, we are still waiting to go back."
Wang Ju's servant smacked his lips and ordered more braised food and wine.
Zhang Xiaobao quickly put them in a basket.
The wine was put into a gourd. The gourd was not small, and there was still room for 3 catties of wine. Passing the food box and basket to the servant, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Shouldn't the money for the braised food and wine be? What should be?"
What do you want to say should be?
Your store should be closed down and all of you should be thrown into prison. There are many things that should be done, humph. Wang Ju's servant glared at him, took the things and left in large strides. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the servant's departing figure and shook his head.
He turned around and stood next to the counter.
The waiter, Zhang Yi, came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang,
We are open for business. We seek money, not power. We can't afford to offend powerful people.
Don't think that he is just a servant.
Do you know where he is from?
Without waiting for Xiaobao to ask, Zhang Yi continued. I've heard from the diners that they are from the prince's mansion. It's the prince's mansion that's not far from our restaurant.
It's really something. Just bear with it. What else can we do? Right, Brother Zhang? What's more, the things they buy are very expensive.
We can make a profit and treat it as money for the beggars.
Don't you think so?
Yes.
I just don't want to lower myself to his level. Otherwise, stepping on him would be like stepping on a bug. I, sure too, am not afraid of him. I will just treat it as feeding the food to the dogs.
Zhang Xiaobao said with a lack of confidence. Zhang Yi quickly added, Yes, Brother Zhang.
Just based on your cooking skills, even 100 of him can't compare. If it weren't for the store's business, I would have beaten him up in anger. If worse comes to worst, I will run away. Where can they find me? I am afraid that if they can't find me, they will come to the store to cause trouble. That's why I didn't do anything. Brother Zhang, I feel annoyed just looking at him. How about this? Next time he comes, tell him not to come to the store personally. Our store will send someone to deliver the food. When the time comes, you won't see it and won't feel annoyed. I am willing to do it. It's fine if it is tiring.
Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Yi was silent. When Zhang Yi didn't know what to do, he nodded. Maybe he can't agree. Since they are from such a powerful Wang mansion, what if they are afraid that someone will poison them? How can there not be people who specialize in testing poisons in the Wang mansion? If they want to poison them, they can do it in the store.
Do you think I will poison them? Not to mention that I don't have such thoughts. Even if I do, they will be able to test it. If I run away, it will affect the store. Even if he, a servant, offended you, and I wanted to avenge you, I couldn't possibly poison him. I'm not stupid, and I don't know what poison is. I always get sick from eating it. If I knew it, how could I get sick?
Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile.
Then he asked, What do you think? When he comes tomorrow, I'll tell him. At most, I'll bring him something when I go. Isn't he just relying on his master's ability to eat for free? Anyway, I won't let you see him. It's fine as long as you're happy. Okay, you can try it tomorrow. I still don't know what the Wang mansion is like. If you can really send him something, you can take a look around. If you meet someone who is easy to talk to, I will also learn. That is the Wang mansion.
Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Zhang Yi returned to his seat with satisfaction and did what he was told. Wang Gang, who was standing at the door, looked at Zhang Yi and Zhang Xiaobao. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. When he looked up again, the corners of his mouth curled up. Zhang Xiaobao pretended not to see, but glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded. They knew that Wang Gang was going to help Zhang Yi enter the Wang mansion. Since Zhang Yi wanted to enter, they would let him in and see what he was going to do. They would also see if he was going to ask for information himself or if someone in the Wang mansion had contacted him. In this way, they would save a lot of trouble. They had planned to follow the vine to find the melon, but now it seemed that it was not necessary. They only needed to pay attention to the people who were eating.
Who had any tricks with Zhang Yi?
Zhang Nan, who was in charge of putting things on the shelves, also looked at them.
His hands slowed down as if he was thinking about something. At night, Zhang Yu came back.
The blood vessels in his eyes were gone. It seemed that he had a good rest outside and was very energetic. He was carrying 2 big grass carps in his hands.
Every day, the fish weighed at least 3 kilograms.
He pierced them through the gills with a willow branch. One of them was not completely dead.
Obviously, it moved a little. Seeing Zhang Yu, Wang Gang became more friendly.
He said to Zhang Yu, "You are back?
Why are there still fish? I asked you to see if they threw away the food at noon when they were fishing. Did you go into the water and catch the fish yourself?"
Wang Gang had a reason to be friendly because he already knew the identity of the other party. He should be in the same group as the Zhang family and the Wang family. If he showed his identity, the other party could cooperate with him. Zhang Yu did not know that his identity had been found out by others. When he was outside, he sent a telegram and contacted his own people in Hangzhou.
He was free now. He had to make good use of this one day. Hearing Wang Gang's question, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Xiaobao first and said, I don't have the ability to catch fish. A fish weighing 3 kilograms is more than enough to catch me. It is afraid of me on the shore, but I can't do anything to it in the water. It is a gift. I went to the West Lake and stayed there. There were a lot of people fishing, and they were all wearing nice clothes. There were even more attendants. It was a grand scene. I wanted to go closer, but they wouldn't let me. In the end, I had no choice but to stay near a person from the fishing association. As long as I didn't go to the center, they didn't care about me. I stayed with the person next to me. He was very good. In one day, he caught more than 20 fish. I also helped him with the net. In the end, when he left, he didn't want a lot of fish, so he asked the people following him to share it with the people on the West Lake. As for me, I was given 2 fish that looked the most pleasing to the eye. At noon, when he saw me eating, he asked me where I was from. I told him I was from the braised food store. To tell the truth, it wasn't something to be ashamed of. I told him why I was here. I also showed him the food that Brother Zhang had brought me and shared it with him. He also gave me a glass of white wine. The wine was delicious. Then, he praised the seafood roll in our shop. He said that the seafood roll was delicious. When they left, I carried the grass cup and ran around the place where they had been. No one threw it. Not only did they not throw the seafood burrito, they didn't throw the oil paper either. The place where they had been was clean and tidy. I ran back. Brother Zhang, look, one of the fish was moved just now. It's not dead yet. You can cook it. Hee 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 hee. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and also laughed. He didn't believe that Zhang Yu had spent the whole day by the West Lake and did nothing else. Looking at Wang Gang's attitude towards Zhang Yu, he must have found out the other's identity. Since that was the case, he was relieved. Zhang Nan was one of Li Longji's people. Now, there were 4 people in the store. It was 3-1 to torture Zhang Yi. Interesting. After taking the 2 fish, Zhang Xiaobao said, good fish. When the store is closed tonight, I will cook fish for you. I'll braise it. It's not good, but it's better than cooking it yourself. Brother Zhang, you will definitely cook it well. Zhang Yu quickly praised. Why are you making 2 fish? It's 3 catties of fish. 1 fish is enough for them. Leave the other one first. Find a cool place and hang it up. Eat, eat, eat. What are we going to eat tomorrow? Just when everyone showed a happy expression, Wang Wan's words followed. Zhang Xiaobao almost couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Wan, she never forgets to play her role. It's just 2 fish. So what if they don't make a sound? She must show her character all the time. Sigh. Zhang Yu and the other 4 people also had a headache. It's true that they came here to be intelligence officers, but they were always being scolded. No one felt good. They never knew that being an intelligence officer could be so cowardly. Listen to the boss and eat 1 fish. Brother Zhang, cook 1 fish. It's enough for the 4 of us. It's 3 catties. Each of us can eat a lot. Zhang Yu wanted to say that he was the one who brought the fish back, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that the female boss would get angry and not want the fish. Then she would kick him out. Then, all his efforts would be wasted. When they met today, the people on his side had already told him to find a way to find out whether the other 3 people were real or not. Another task was to keep an eye on the 2 bosses of the restaurant. He wanted to know what else they could do besides making braised food, rolls, and steamed buns. If possible, he wanted to recruit them into the organization. With good craftsmanship, it would be more convenient for them to do things. Moreover, it would be easier for them to achieve results. The task was very important, especially the last one. It seemed very difficult to get the female boss into the organization. She was a person who only ate and didn't vomit. Therefore, he must not be kicked out. Zhang Yu made a concession, but he didn't expect that the female boss was not done. She continued, You 4 eat the 3 catties of fish. Stone and I will watch. Divide it into 3 parts. 1 for the head, 1 for the tail, and 1 for the middle. The head and the tail should be about the same as the middle. When the time comes, we will eat the head and the tail. Zhang Yu quickly said. As for how much good meat the head and the tail could bring, it would depend on how Brother Zhang cut. You eat. How can I let you eat? You have been busy all day and worked hard. The good meat is for you. Stone and I will eat the head and the tail. Don't say any more. It's settled. Wang Wan tried to be gentle, but the four guys didn't feel it. They were always on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the female boss would say something. Seeing that the good meat was going to belong to them, it would be a lie if they didn't feel guilty. But Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan really wouldn't eat the middle part. That was what ordinary people ate. If he made it himself, the head and tail of the fish would be delicious. Unfortunately, it was not the fat head fish. If it was the fat head fish, the head would be more valuable. Nowadays, people still didn't know how delicious the head of the fat head fish was. When the sun set, oil lamps were lit up in the store. This was how small stores were like. Unlike the rich families nowadays who lived near the river or where the wind was strong, they would spend a lot of money to hire a company to install an electricity system for them. After installing the electricity system, there could be a washing machine. It was a one-way rotation. If you wanted to change the direction, you could only take the clothes out and let the clothes change direction before putting them in. It was easy to break. But even so, the rich people also used it. They didn't expect to improve the efficiency. It was just for show. There was also the electric light. Because of technical reasons and not enough investment in this area, it was easy to break down. The real technical tilt was all on the fuel machine. Some people burned biogas. It was not easy to make a biogas lamp, but it was not necessary to use a biogas lamp to light up. Just follow the pipe out and directly spew out fire. It was brighter than candles and cheaper. This was all because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them knew a lot of things. Otherwise, let alone the electric light, even the people of Great Tang wouldn't know about it. How long did it take to invent the electric light? At that time there were theories. Then, they had to experiment with different filament materials. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly skipped this process. When others finished researching, they just used it. This was the advantage of the Industrial Revolution. For Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many common knowledge in Great Tang were great knowledge that people couldn't understand even if they spent a lot of effort. The oil lamp didn't light up at all, especially for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were used to the existence of the electric light. When they lit the oil lamp again, they felt uncomfortable in their eyes. So, the two of them simply didn't look at the swaying flame. Just like yesterday, there were still 2 tables of people who hadn't finished eating. There were 3 people at one table and 4 at the other table. They were leisurely drinking wine, eating side dishes, and braised food. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They judged that these 2 tables were filled with their own spies. Moreover, it wasn't just the 2 tables left. During the day, their own spies would also take turns eating here to ensure that there were still people in the restaurant other than Wang Gang. After all, the things in the restaurant had entered the Wang residence. They couldn't be careless. Wait for the day to come later. Then, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Zhang Xiaobao also went to the counter and sat down. Like Wang Wan, he closed his eyes and rested. The 2 of them still had to discuss things in the evening. He thought that there were only 2 tables of people, but after a while, 2 more people came in and sat down. They also ordered wine and drank slowly. From time to time, they would whisper a few words about family matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other again. They also couldn't tell which side the 2 people who came in belonged to. Just as he was surprised, another person came in from outside. He glanced around the restaurant and found that 3 of the 4 tables were already occupied. He went straight to the empty seat and ordered several dishes and wine. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. Who is this? Is everyone here to join in the fun? Zhang Xiaobao asked in bewilderment. Wang Wan shook her head. She wasn't a deity, so how would she know? Footsteps sounded outside the door again. This time, 2 people came in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They could guess who they were. They were from Li Longji's side. Everyone had their own habits. They understood a lot. After careful observation they would be able to tell. There were also times when they couldn't tell. However, such people were placed in more important positions. The 2 of them didn't fight for the seat where the other person was sitting. There was a long table beside them. They sat next to each other and ate. Just when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that no one else would come, 5 people came in from outside. The person in front had a scar on his face. He glanced around and directly went to the table where the other person was sitting. He tilted his head and looked at the person eating. He raised his chin and said, "Move aside and eat." One person is occupying a big table. Even someone as smart as Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Whose side was this? Chapter 1073. It was very common for customers to have disputes over seats in the restaurant. Generally, there were 3 ways to deal with it. First, the restaurant owner was weak, so he hid aside and let the customers make a fuss. Whoever was afraid would give up their seats. It was a very cowardly way of doing things. Those who gave up their seats would not come back in the future, and they would also tell their friends and relatives not to come. Second, the restaurant owner felt that he could still eat well in this place. He would go to both sides to negotiate and persuade them. He would spend money to buy face and try not to offend both sides as much as possible. He would also give extra dishes to those who gave up their seats for free. The third way was for the restaurant owner to be powerful enough to chase out the troublemakers and not allow them to come back in the future. In this way, other customers would feel more comfortable eating at this restaurant, but it was not easy for the restaurant owner to do this. In fact, there was also a restaurant like between the clouds and the water. Usually, no one dared to make trouble at all. Once someone was bold and wanted to make trouble, it was not as simple as being driven out. They would be arrested and tortured to ask who ordered them to come here. How many benefits did they receive? Then they would be sent to the government, convicted directly, and sentenced severely without any mercy. Wang Wan stood up. She wanted to use the last method, which was to drive out the troublemakers. As for sending them to the government, she felt that it was unnecessary. It would not be good if they were exposed. Zhang Xiaobao stopped her, walked over with a smile, and said to the leader of the 5 people, "Guest, this big brother, there's a set of empty tables behind. I will take it out right away and put it down for you. There will be room in a few minutes. Please wait a moment." "Who is your big brother? Who are you calling big brother? I want this table. Don't talk too much, or the restaurant will be smashed. I am talking to you. Get out of here. You are taking a table by yourself. How shameless." The man with a scar on his face stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Then he began to drive away the people who were sitting there and had not made a sound. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said to the person sitting there, "Brother, how about this? I'll get you a good seat. There's a table for 2 behind me. It's better than the table in the shop. Today, I've got 2 new fish. I'll cook them in a while. Do me the honor and try them. What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao gave the 4 shop assistants a meaningful look. Wang Gang was the first to come over and persuade the 5 to wait. Zhang Nen stood up, looking as if he was about to make a move. Zhang Yu ran to the back to get a table. Only Zhang Yi moved very slowly. He stood there, looking as if he didn't understand what was going on, and had a blank look in his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Tell him to scram now. You stay aside." The man with the scar on his face glared at Wang Gang. He raised his arm and swung it at Wang Gang's face. Wang Gang leaned back slightly and tilted his head. Just as he was about to dodge, he didn't know why, but he suddenly reacted too slowly. With a slap, the other party's 3 fingers touched his face. 3 white streaks appeared on his face, then turned red. It was obvious that his face was higher than the rest of his body. "You still dare to dodge? I told you to dodge, and you dodge again." Seeing that the shop assistant had made a dodging action, the leader of the 5 was not satisfied and began to chase after Wang Gang to hit him. Wang Gang was also smart. He took 2 hits, turned around and ran out from the back. No one knew where he went. The man chased him to the back and stopped. Zhang Yu just came back with a table. He smiled at the man and said, "Sir, please calm down. He doesn't know how to behave. When he comes back, let him apologize to you. Please sit. Brother, look, I've brought the table." At this time, the man sitting alone also stood up. He moved aside and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Wei Wei's trembling body, others would think that he was not afraid. "Zhang Xiaobao, quickly, help me move the things on the table here." Zhang Xiaobao ordered Zhang Yi again. Move, I'll move. Zhang Yi seemed to have just reacted.
He looked at the 5 people and was about to take the things on the table that the previous man ate. The other 7 people who were eating also stopped and watched the situation develop. From the expression on their faces, they were very dissatisfied, but no one came to interfere. At this moment, the man who hit the man came to the table again. He swept the table with his hand and all the plates, bowls and other things on the table were swept to the ground.
Why are you moving? If it's broken, give me all your good things. If you don't give me one, I'll tear down the restaurant. And that shop assistant, find him. How dare he run? If you can't find him, I'll teach you a lesson.
The man roared at Zhang Xiaobao.
Yes, yes, all of them. We'll definitely find him. Don't be angry. That big brother, please sit over there. I have other things here. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly and agreed.
It was reasonable to say that the man should have left directly.
He had lost face and was not eating well. The restaurant wouldn't ask him for money, so he should just leave. But he just didn't leave. He was very easy to talk to. He sat down at the table prepared by Zhang Yu and waited for Zhang Yu to bring him some food and wine. He started eating there again. Zhang Nan didn't look angry.
He found a broom and started to clean the things that were swept to the ground by the man.
Zhang Yi was still standing there stupidly, looking like he didn't know what to do. Xueqi, hurry up and get the food for them. I'm going to the back to make fish. There are 2 fish. Let's try them. Xiaobao instructed Zhang Yi and turned around to enter the kitchen. Wang Wan followed behind him. He couldn't collect the bill today. He couldn't collect the bill at any table. Someone came to make trouble, but they didn't leave. That was giving face. A restaurant owner had to be sensible. Since he chose to be a peacemaker, he couldn't offend anyone. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao came in, he waited for Wang Wan to come over.
He said to Wang Wan, "Did you see it clearly?"
I saw it clearly. Zhang Yi found someone. You're playing dumb. He probably thinks that it's not easy for him to do what he wants with Wang Gang and others around. So when they come to eat in the daytime, he asked someone to help him clean up the other shop assistants in the restaurant. It's better to just beat them away. Wang Wan also saw it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, I can't let them make trouble like this. Wang Gang can't be exposed. I'll teach them a lesson. It's just 5 people. I'll find a strong stick. It's too painful to hit people with fists. You cooperate with me when I hit them later. Zhang Xiaobao said and went to the window. Wang Wan whispered behind him, use a short one. The long one can't be used. It's easy to smash the restaurant. I know. I'll take one in each hand. See how I'll teach them a lesson. Humph. Making trouble in my restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao's figure disappeared into the night. After about 5 minutes, a man in black clothes with a black cloth on his head appeared at the door of the restaurant. He had a sickle wrapped in a thick cloth in front of his head. When he came in, he shouted that it was a robbery. Then, he waved the stick and knocked down Zhang Yi who was standing there. Then he swung the stick at the 5 people. Someone's fighting. Someone's robbing us. Stone, come out. You useless coward. Someone's robbing us. Wang Wan appeared at the door of the kitchen and shouted at the top of her voice. Just her voice alone was enough to make people's ears buzz. At first, the 5 people who were being beaten saw someone rushing over with a stick. They planned to work together to knock him down. However, when they started fighting, they found that the other party's fighting strength was too strong. They couldn't block or dodge, let alone fight back. The other party was too fast and strong. They knew that the other party was going to hit them, but they couldn't react in time. In the end, they could only hold their heads with both hands and run around, but they were knocked down one by one. 1.5 minutes. In less than 2 minutes, the fight was over. The robber ran to the counter and ignored Wang Wan's shouts. He grabbed a handful of money and carelessly stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he turned around and ran out again. Sure too, he took the money away. You coward, why did I follow you? Come out with a knife. He took the money away. I don't want to live anymore, Wang Wan shouted as she leaned on the doorframe. 6 people were knocked down in the restaurant. Their faces were full of blood. 3 of them were moaning, while the other 3 were unconscious. The effect of the cloth-wrapped stick had been achieved. The other people in the room were all dumbfounded. No one continued to sit. They all stood up and leaned against the corner. They looked at the mess in the room and didn't know what was going on. They only knew that the 5 arrogant people were all lying on the ground. The ones who were awake were groaning and groaning. Their faces were all swollen. None of them had a nose that wasn't bleeding. Some of them had wounds on the corners of their eyes, mouths, and foreheads. There were even 2 people who were rolling around with one hand holding the other. It seemed that their bones were fractured. Too ruthless. This is too ruthless. A person came in and in the blink of an eye, all of them are lying on the ground. Hi, hand. Zhang Yu said in surprise as he stood beside the person who moved the table. Zhang Nan also nodded. He's an expert. His movements are too fast. He's definitely a professional. In such a short time, he beat up people until their faces were covered in blood. He didn't even kill them. He really knows how to control his strength. After running out, Wang Gang, who wasn't too far away, peeked his head from behind. He was also surprised. He quietly walked in and asked, "What happened?" "I was hiding behind when I heard the female boss yelling. When I came out, it was a mess." "Then that person ran away?" "He stole the money and ran away. I couldn't see clearly from my position." "You didn't hit them?" Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan asked at the same time. "If I had that ability, I would have done it just now. That person just now seemed to be wearing black clothes. Where would I have time to change clothes?" Wang Gang shook his head and said, "He really didn't hit them." After about 2 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen. He was holding a pot lid in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. He bent down and revealed 2 eyes from above the pot lid. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Where is he? I'm not afraid. He dared to rob me. I'll chop him." The 2 legs that were exposed under the pot lid were trembling non-stop, and they were inching forward step by step. "He ran away. He stole the money and ran away. You coward. Just now you only knew how to hide. What kind of life am I living with you? I don't want to live anymore." Wang Wan shouted at Zhang Xiaobao while picking up the money that the person had dropped when he was trying to grab the money. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If something like this happens again next time, I'll definitely rush out first. Your box is filled with loose change. It's not much. Don't be angry. You 4, come and help me persuade them." "Xueqi, where did you go?" Zhang Xiaobao's body was exposed from behind the pot lid. He said to Wang Wan and the 4 workers, I'm here, Brother Zhang. I was beaten up and bleeding. When he rushed in, I knew he wasn't a good person at first sight, so I went up first. When he shouted that it was a robbery, I was ready to fight. Who knew that he would knock me down in one fell swoop? He was holding a weapon in his hand. I am bare-handed. Brother Zhang, my forehead is broken. I don't know how he swept my nose, but it is also bleeding." Zhang Yi leaned against a stool and sat on the ground. His 2 hands were wiping his forehead and his nose. His hands were full of blood. At this time, he did not forget to show off his merit. He said that he rushed in. Zhang Xiaobao was clear in his heart. The reason why he broke his skin was because he hoped that he would continue to work. Of course, he could sweep his own nose when it was bleeding. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Zhang Yi's nose carefully. He was very satisfied. Both nostrils were bleeding, but there was no problem with the bridge of his nose. Ordinary people did not have this kind of skill. Although he was happy, Zhang Xiaobao still looked scared. He said to the other 3 workers in a trembling voice, "Quick, one of you come and persuade your boss." The other 2 look at Xueqi. Who did he provoke? He actually came to rob us. We are doing business properly. Why is there always someone disturbing us? When the 4 workers heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they were all stunned. There was a hidden meaning in his words. They had never heard of this before. They turned to look at the other 5. Their injuries were obviously more serious than Zhang Yi's. It turned out that the 3 people who had fainted had already regained consciousness. They were only confused because of the beating. Zhang Xiaobao knew his limits. Out of the 5 people, 3 of them had a broken hand, 2 of them had a broken nose, 4 of them had a cut on their foreheads, and 1 of them had a cut on his ear. Only 1 of them had a more serious injury. Zhang Xiaobao used a scythe to hit the top of his head on his left rib, breaking one of his ribs. That location was very uncomfortable. The 3 workers were busy with their own tasks, including Xueqi. The 4 of them suspected that it was the boss who hired these people. But looking at the boss, it did not seem like it. Moreover, he had been hiding in the kitchen. How could such an honest person know a powerful person? If that was the case, the boss should have stood up and said that he was the one who hired these people to scare others who wanted to come and cause trouble. As for being robbed, not only did the 4 workers not believe it, even the people who were eating and the one who was beaten did not believe it. Who would have the skills to grab a handful of coins and run away when they were robbing? The only ones who had a conflict with these 5 people were the one who was chased to another table and Wang Gang. But the 2 of them did not seem to be the case. The one who was chased to another table never went out, let alone contact anyone. As for Wang Gang, he ran out for a while to find someone and explain the situation clearly to that person. He also described the appearance of the 5 people and asked that person to change his clothes and prepare a weapon. There was not enough time for him to run into the restaurant and beat them up. Unless there was someone who always prepared the clothes and was right next to the restaurant, it was not possible. The people who were eating were not satisfied? That was not right. They also did not go out. Zhang Xiaobao did not care whether others were suspicious or not. Anyway, he was satisfied. He put down the pot lid and put it back together with the knife. When he walked out again, although his legs were still trembling, his face was much better. He looked at the 5 people who were more seriously injured than Xueqi and asked. They were also involved. Chapter 1074. The 5 people lying on the ground recovered quickly. After a while, they were no longer in a daze. Some sat up and some stood up. The man with the scar on his face looked at the door with lingering fear, afraid that the masked man who had just come in would rush back. He was not stupid and knew that the other party was coming for them. He was also wondering who sent the masked man. Based on the man's skills, he was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he had to be the leader of the guards of a big family. Otherwise, he would not be so fast. After looking at the door, he saw that there was no one there. Even the people walking could not be seen. Only then did he turn his head and begin to look at the others in the room. He felt that everyone seemed to be in cahoots with the person who beat them, but then he felt that it was impossible for any of them to be in cahoots. This was strange. Did the 5 of them get beaten up for nothing? Thinking of this, he felt indignant. His eyes fell on the counter. He rubbed his face and head with his hand. After rubbing the blood evenly, he came to the counter with his eyes wide open. He said to Wang Wan, "I was beaten up." "What do you say?" "It wasn't us." Zhang Xiaobao trembled as he came over. He even knew to protect Wang Wan at the counter, ready to fight at any time. The man with the scar on his face looked at Zhang Xiaobao's movements and disdainfully curled his lips. He said, "Get out of here. With you like this I can beat up 3 people. Give me the money. 100 strings of cash per person. Not enough. Even if you sell our shop, we can't get 500 strings of cash. We don't have it. We really don't have it." Zhang Xiaobao did not hide. He still trembled at the door of the counter, showing a kind of fear, but he had to protect his wife. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's appearance and almost laughed. His acting was too good. As for the man with the scar on his face, Wang Wan felt that if the other party's organization only had this kind of people, it would not be difficult to deal with them as long as they found the specific place in the future. "No. If not, I'll sell all of you as well. This little girl's looks are a bit lacking, but her figure. Don't you think so?" This person glanced at Wang Wan and asked the other 4 injured brothers. "Big brother, now that you mention it, I realize that it is indeed not bad." Take out the money, we can't do without money." Immediately, another person echoed. We were also robbed of our money. We were also harmed. Why should we give you money? I will fight it out with you. If you dare to take another step forward," Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the abacus on the counter and covered his face with it. His eyes peered through the gaps between the beads on the abacus. Ha 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 ha. The 5 of them laughed together. They were very happy to see Zhang Xiaobao's cowardly look. It was as if they weren't the ones who were beaten just now, and their broken hands didn't hurt anymore. "Sure too. Why are you afraid of them? Xiao Nan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yi, Xiao Gang, the 4 of you, Quickly go and report to the officials. Just say that someone in the shop is looking for trouble. Wang Wan was still as fierce as before. She held her waist and was no longer afraid of being robbed just now. Okay. Wang Gang answered and was about to run out. Zhang Yi didn't care that his nose was still bleeding. He quickly rushed to Wang Gang and pulled him back. He said loudly, "Lao Er, don't go. Boss, you can't go. If the officials come and ask questions, they will investigate carefully and won't let the shop open. How long will it delay the business? What's more, the one who beat people and ran away was covered in black from head to toe. We can't see his face. Where can we find him? It's useless. No one is looking for trouble." Brothers, don't you think so? When he asked the five of them, Zhang Yi's tone slightly changed. It seemed that he was very angry, but if one didn't think carefully, one wouldn't notice it. The five of them remembered their purpose of coming to the shop. They also remembered their own identity. If they were caught and questioned by the officials, they would be exposed. Yes, this young man is right. We are not looking for trouble. It's a misunderstanding. The man with the scar on his face immediately followed Zhang Yi's words and said to Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, It's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? I don't see it. As soon as they came in, they looked for trouble. We endured it. Then the person who rushed into the shop later must have a personal grudge with them. He took revenge on them in the name of robbery. I only smashed the expensive things in my shop. In order to cover up his purpose of revenge, he robbed me of 50 strings of coins. No, report to the officials. If I don't report to the officials, who will compensate for my loss? Do you think it's easy for me to open a shop? We just want to eat, but someone actually came to bully us. Why are you four still standing here? I'd rather shut down my shop and capture them. Zhang Xiaobao looked like a coward. He wanted to calm the matter down, but Wang Wan seemed to have found an opportunity. She did not want to do it and insisted on reporting to the officials. Zhang Yi was anxious and angry. During the day, he had contacted the other side and asked them to help him. In the end, what kind of people were they sending? They did not listen to him and acted on their own accord. The five of them were scared now. Their impulsive blood cooled down. At the same time, they felt pain in various parts of their bodies. The leader did not know what to do. He could not admit defeat, but he could not act tough. He hated Zhang Yi to the core. Why don't the five of you just run away? Isn't that fine? Just as Zhang Yi thought of this, Wang Wan's voice sounded again. If they dare to run, you guys follow behind them. Go report to the officials now. Someone must compensate for the loss of the shop. The total is 150 strings of coins. Not one less. I spent a lot of money to buy this table. There are also plates and bowls. A pair of chopsticks is worth 200 coins. Yes, the boss is right. Compensation. Let the five of them compensate. 150 strings of coins is not much. Otherwise, they will be arrested. Based on their crime of causing trouble, even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. I know those chopsticks. They cost 200 coins a pair. That's the price for 100 pairs at a time. If you buy them individually, one would cost 150 coins. Zhang Yi stared at the five of them and said. His hand was still holding Wang Gang, preventing him from reporting to the officials. The officials were not far from here. If Wang Gang ran and shouted on the street, it would alarm the officials. There were powerful people there. If they came out to ask, it would be over. Zhang Yi hated that he could not let his eyes speak and tell the five of them what to do. The leader of the five people also reacted. Ignoring the blood on his forehead, he nodded and said, We'll pay. 150 strings of coins. Isn't that a bit expensive? Chopsticks, those chopsticks, aren't they made from ordinary bamboo? They are sold in pairs. How can they be sold one by one? They can be bought with 1 coin. The boss said it's worth 200 coins, so it's worth 200 coins. If you dare to say more, we will report to the officials. Zhang Yi said fiercely. Don't report to the officials. It's worth it. Really worth it. Pay up. The leader said and reached into his pocket. Zhang Yi saw his movement and wanted to jump up and bite him to death. How many troublemakers would carry 150 strings of coins with them? Not to mention the troublemakers, even ordinary people would not. 150 strings of coins was enough to buy a better house. It was not like they would go to a place like between the clouds and the water to eat. With hatred in his heart, Zhang Yi had to remind him again. Brother, can you take out the money now? That's great. Once you hand over the money, you can leave. Now. I didn't take out the money. My chest hurt from the beating just now. If you want to rob a shop, just rob a shop. Why did you beat us? Yes, I have to go back and get the money. The leader thought about it. Although he had enough money with him, he must not take it out, in case someone with bad intentions would notice something else. It's not a robbery. It's your personal vendetta that brought trouble to my shop. You can go and get the money, but you can't all leave. Only one of you can leave. Xiaojiang, you follow that person to get the money and come back quickly. I tell you, if anyone dares to run, I will let people shout. There are many big houses nearby. We don't shout thief. If we shout, catch the thief, they may ignore it. But if we shout, fire, they will be afraid of burning their house and will come out. Let's see how you can run. Humph.
Wang Wan was still there with her hands on her waist and stared at them.
Everyone in the room, except for Xiaobao, was impressed by this female boss. Most people would not have thought of such a method, but it actually went wrong. Zhang Yi felt that he should re-evaluate this female boss. Not only did she like to care about small amounts of money, but she was also very smart. But it seemed that he could not let Wang Gang go with her, so he said, Boss, let me go. Wang Gang is injured. It is not convenient for him. It's convenient for me. I can go.
Wang Gang could not find an opportunity. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, if he did not know how to seize it, he was really a fool.
He had been suspicious of Zhang Yi. He always felt that Zhang Yi had some purpose. He also arranged people to investigate Zhang Yu. The result was that Zhang Yu had left Hangzhou and was being followed. As for Zhang Yu, he was relieved after his identity was checked. Zhang Nan was also very familiar with him. Although he and Zhang Nan were not in the same system, they could cooperate with each other at critical times. At present, Zhang Yi always revealed a trace of strangeness when he did things. It was not the kind of behavior that an assistant would do to please the boss. It was more to gain the power to participate in many things. Especially when it came to the matters of the Wang mansion that were related to the wife of the boss here, Zhang Yi was too enthusiastic. Boss, let me go. I am familiar with Hangzhou. I won't get lost. Zhang Yi did not want others to follow him. He was afraid that something would happen. However, Wang Wan's purpose was to create an opportunity for Wang Gang. That was the original intention of opening the restaurant. But at that time, she did not expect that the intelligence personnel of her family, Li Longji's side, and the people of the other side would also participate. If no one participated, she would have to follow the clues together with Xiao Bao. It would be a little troublesome, but it was not a big deal. Now that she had a helper, she would treat the restaurant as a trap. She let them come in one by one and then let Wang Gang and the others follow them one by one. Anyway, the family did not lack manpower and material resources. No matter how the other side struggled, there were enough people to keep an eye on them. Therefore, when Zhang Yi repeatedly asked to replace Wang Gang, Wang Wan shook her head. Xiao Yi, your injuries are more serious. You have been implicated. In the future, stand aside and don't block the door. Yes, ask them to give you another 10 strings of coins to buy things to nourish your body. Tomorrow morning, go to the nearby medical center to see a doctor. Remember to bring your birthplace card, or else they will charge you. Xiao Gang, go, be careful on the road. Yes, I will listen to the boss. Big brother, I know you are protecting me. But look at your face. Go wash it first and see which part is broken. Rub it with the boss's medicine first. Go to the medical center tomorrow and let the doctor examine you carefully. Don't leave any lingering effects. Wang Gang said deliberately and then said to the 5 people, Who will take me to get the money? After thinking for a while, the leader of the 5 people said to a person beside him, Lao Wu, you go and borrow from Uncle Chi's family. They should be able to take out the cash. The person who was called did not have a fracture. He nodded and turned to go out. Wang Gang followed behind him. Zhang Yi watched as the two figures disappeared into the night. He was slightly worried. If things didn't go well, Uncle Chi's line would be cut off. He couldn't continue to operate. Who knew if there was any danger? What if someone with ulterior motives saw something? Wang Wan's purpose was achieved. She no longer cared about the 4 injured people standing in the room. She said to the remaining 3 waiters, "Xiao Nan, Xiao Yu, you two hurry up and clean up. Xiao Yi, you wash up. There is blood everywhere. People who don't know will think that you are seriously injured. Let me take a look after you wash up." The waiters were busy. Wang Wan turned her head and said to the others who were eating, "I am sorry, everyone. Today, there is someone in the restaurant who is seeking revenge. As a result, you have not eaten well. I will serve you another meal later. Today's wine and dishes are all on us. Don't leave." Of course, those people would not leave. They belonged to different forces. They still wanted to continue to observe, including the people from Zhang Yi's force. They did not intend to leave. When something happened just now, they clearly saw it, but they could not help. The tables were not broken, but the plates and other utensils were broken. After the food was taken away, it was quickly served again. She also added a few side dishes for everyone.
As for the fish that she promised to cook, the restaurant was already in such a state.
If Wang Wan did not mention it, no one would find trouble with her. When everyone was eating again, Wang Wan said to Zhang Nan, "Xiao Nan, go outside and look around. See if the person who made trouble just now was hiding somewhere. Something has happened once. We can't let it happen again. Go, keep an eye out." Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. He also happily walked out from the back. Of course, he would not look for the person who hit people. Even if he found it, what could he do?
He wanted to contact his own people so that he could keep an eye on the rest of the troublemakers and the people who were eating in the restaurant.
He did not recognize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The only thing he knew was which side Zhang Yu and Wang Gang were on. Just now they were in the room, so it was not convenient for them to come out and report. Now it was all right. He thought in his heart that this female boss was very interesting. She just casually arranged things and actually helped him and others a lot. Not long after, Zhang Yi had cleaned up and changed his clothes. A lot of blood was stained on his clothes just now, which made people feel uncomfortable. The blood from his nose had stopped, and there was a small cut on his forehead. The cut was not big, and there was a little blood. When he saw Wang Wan, he tried to look very energetic. He was afraid that the boss would ask him to go to the clinic tomorrow. If he went to the clinic, if he did not want to spend money, he had to hand in his birthplace. He knew what his birthplace was. It was fake. If the clinic had special people to check it, once they found out, he might not even have time to run away. Wang Wan also knew, but she deliberately wanted to tease Zhang Yi. When she saw Zhang Yi, she asked with concern, "Zhang Yi, do you have a headache? I mean inside." "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just a little swollen outside and a little cut on the skin. It's okay. It won't affect my work." Zhang Yi shook his head hard and straightened his chest. "It's good that you don't feel any pain. I'll send the money over in a moment. Your 10 strings of coins is for you to nourish your body. If you want to eat outside, it's better to eat in the shop. I'll ask Xueqi to make good food for you. Whatever you lack will be replenished. Since your skin is broken, I'll ask Xueqi to make pig skin for you," Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi. Her words were for discussion, but her tone did not allow the other party to object. What else could Zhang Yi say? He could only nod. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Zhang. I'm going to have a good meal. Boss, you don't have to give me the money. Just take it as making something for me. Hee hee." Zhang Yi was really helpless with this boss. He even wanted to take the money to nourish his body. What was this? Fortunately, he had a mission. Otherwise, he would have quit long ago. If it was an ordinary person, who would be able to stand it? Not only was the salary low, but they also had to do a lot of work. At the same time, they only had a little rest time. Needless to say, at the end of the month, they would be finished after a few days, unless they specifically came with a purpose. As he thought about it, Zhang Yi suddenly paused and pondered. "That's right, I came here with a purpose, so why did the other 3 guys put up with it? Could it be that they couldn't find a more profitable job? Impossible.
It was obviously impossible.
It was too easy for them to find a job that was several times more profitable than the restaurant. What did they mean? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xueqi didn't dare to think about it. He felt that countless cold sweat appeared on his back in an instant, and his clothes were wet. He began to doubt whether any of the three people were intelligence agents of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If there were, how many of them were intelligence agents? What was their purpose? If all three of them were intelligence agents, it didn't seem so from their usual behavior. If only one of them was intelligence agents, what were the other two doing? If none of them were intelligence agents, did the three of them have nothing better to do? Thinking of these questions, Xueqi felt that the restaurant was no longer as warm as before. Instead, it became cold. He was surrounded by enemies, and he was isolated and helpless. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Seeing that everyone was suspicious, he didn't wake up until Wang Wan called him over and over again.
He looked at Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "Boss, what did you say?"
I said, "Sit down and rest. Don't stand there. You are injured, so you should have a good rest. Sleep early tonight. Little you go back with Xueqi and take care of him. If he has a headache or fever, you must come and tell us." Wang Wan said to Xueqi and asked Zhang Yu to take care of him. She meant that the rest of the work would be left to Zhang Nan and Wang Gang.
No, boss, I can do it alone.
It's not a big deal. Now that it doesn't hurt, I can go back by myself. Zhang Yi suddenly found that this was an opportunity. If he went back first, he could contact someone. If he was faster, the other three people would definitely not finish their work. Although there were people in the restaurant who would come to contact him, it was inconvenient after all. Zhang Yu saw this. How could he do this? If he didn't go back with Zhang Yi, what if Zhang Yi did something wrong? How could he keep an eye on him? For the past 2 days, he found that Zhang Yi was a little problematic when doing things. So he immediately asked, "Boss, okay, I will go. Big brother, don't force yourself. What if..." Okay, little you, since Zhang Yi is fine, you don't have to accompany him. There is still a lot of work in the restaurant. It's not a big deal to lose one person. Let Zhang Yi go back by himself and wait for the others to finish their meal. Wang Wan originally wanted to ask Zhang Yu to go, but Zhang Xiaobao tapped twice on the counter with his finger. It was not loud, but Wang Wan could hear it. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. Then she changed her words. After waiting for half an hour, Wang Gang came back with the 5th of the 5 people. The money was also handed to him. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he sent the money to the counter. It was exactly 160 strings of cash. Not more, not less. Okay, you can go now. Go and have your wounds checked. Oh, you wasted a lot of time. It would be bad if you get sick. Go. Come back often in the future. Wang Wan counted the notes back and forth. She counted them back and forth for 20 times. Her mouth almost cracked from smiling until Zhang Xiaobao coughed. Then she carefully put away the money and said to the 5 people warmly. The 5 of them turned around and left without saying a word. Their broken bones didn't hurt anymore. They were numb now. Whether they could come back again in the future would depend on the intentions of the people behind them. In any case, if it were up to them, they would never walk on this street again, not to mention the shop. Not long after the 5 people left, the customers at the other tables also got up and left. It seemed that they didn't want to continue eating. It seemed that they could close early today. Zhang Yi, you go back and rest. The 3 of you clean up the house and wash the dishes. After closing the door, Wang Wan ordered the 4 people. Zhang Yi was happy. He wanted to say something polite, such as he was fine, and he could also help. However, he was afraid that if he said it, the female boss would really make him stay. So he didn't say anything. He just smiled and stood there with an embarrassed look. After a few breaths he said, "Boss, brother Zhang, I'll go back first." Go back. Zhang Xiaobao waved at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi happily turned around and left. The remaining 3 people looked at each other anxiously. Seeing Zhang Yi's figure disappear at the back door, Wang Gang raised his head and frowned at Wang Wan. He opened his mouth, but finally closed it helplessly and didn't say anything. He did not say anything, but Wang Wan said to him, "Aya, I just remembered that you're injured too, Xiaogang. How about this, you go back too? You can watch Xueqi for a while. What if he suddenly gets sick at night after being beaten up? Go on, what are you waiting for? Go quickly."
Wang Gang almost couldn't believe his ears.
The boss let him go just like that? He left at such a good time? Zhang Yi had just left. Didn't that mean that he could follow him now? After letting out a sigh of relief, Wang Gang looked at Wang Wan gratefully. He nodded twice and said, "Boss, don't worry. I will repay you well in the future. I will do my best and won't let you worry. Then I'll go." After that, he trotted out of the back door. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Of course you have to do your best. As for worrying, do you think that we don't worry about you? You are so careless. Is there a problem? I'll deal with you later." Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan heard it clearly. Zhang Yu didn't think too much. He just thought that the female boss gave him some benefits like charity. However, Zhang Nan had a feeling that the female boss was implying something. According to the female boss's words, she even mentioned him. After he found someone to contact, he only asked them to keep an eye on the people who were eating and causing trouble in the restaurant. However, he didn't have anyone to guard the surrounding area of the restaurant and the employees who were leaving the restaurant. There was a problem. There was a problem, and it was a big problem. If Zhang Yi was free, it might cause a lot of trouble. Of course, it was also enough for the boss to worry about. The series of events that happened tonight seemed to have coincidentally arranged the four of them, especially him and Wang Gang. It was as if the boss was cooperating with each other. Their cooperation was called tacit understanding. What he and Wang Gang needed, the boss immediately provided the opportunity. How was it possible? Especially when Wang Gang left just now, it was too good to be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan looked at the female boss. As a result, he saw the female boss stare at him and shout, "What are you looking at? There are only two of you left. Why don't you go to work? Do you want to delay until tomorrow morning? I give you a salary, but what do I keep you for? Look at you. The whole restaurant is full of work. You just stand there stupidly. Don't you know how to do things? You still want to eat fish? Stone won't let you eat the fish when it's ready. Even a dog knows how to lick its master's feces. What's the use of keeping you? Why are you still standing?" Zhang Nan's thoughts were all gone. He didn't dare to think blindly anymore. He started to get busy with Zhang Yu. After the table was cleared, they began to wash the dishes as if their lives depended on it. The aroma of the braised fish wafted into their noses after they finished washing the bowls. Zhang Xiaobao scooped the fish onto a special long plate, smiled at the two of them and said, "Brother Zhang Xiaobao, you've worked hard today. You've done a lot of things. It's not easy. I'll give you a reward. It's a small recognition that you've made a small contribution. You have to continue to work hard. Listen to the boss, and you'll definitely do things smoothly, right?" When Zhang Nan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, the idea in his mind just now emerged again. Chapter 1075. With doubts in his heart, Zhang Nan ate the fish bit by bit. After thinking too much, he couldn't even tell what the fish tasted like. Zhang Yu didn't think of so many things. He had been tired for a whole day, and something very interesting had happened in the same day. He just finished his work and decided to taste the fish. He didn't just cook one fish like the female boss had said. He had already cooked the two fish he brought back. One plate was placed on the table, and the other was placed in the kitchen. He wanted to eat it tomorrow, so he cooked it today. Eat, eat, eat. Don't stare at the rice. Eat the fish. Wang Wan washed her hands and came to eat with them. This time, she didn't scold them. Even so, Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu didn't dare to eat slowly. They chose a small place to eat the meat and didn't touch the other parts of the fish. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished half a bowl of rice, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu ate 3 bowls each. They put down their chopsticks and looked at Wang Wan, indicating that they wanted to go back. "Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, just go. Remember to take the other fish in the kitchen back. Also, prepare the rice for Xiaojiang and Xueqi. They are also wounded."
Wang Wan pointed at the direction of the kitchen with her chopsticks and said to the two.
Ah, don't you want to eat it tomorrow? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Why did the female boss become so easy to talk to in such a short time? Tomorrow? We'll eat it tomorrow night. Tomorrow, Xiao Nan will go to the fishing place. No matter what, you must bring back more fish. But you are not allowed to spend money. The restaurant doesn't have that kind of money. Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, but her eyes were looking at Zhang Nan. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, yes, Xiao Nan tomorrow, Xiao Zheng the day after tomorrow, and Xiao Yu the day after tomorrow. Oh, with the fishing association, it's much more convenient for us to eat fish. They mainly want to fish, not to eat. Rich people, they are all rich people. Hurry up and leave. Don't you want to get up and do your work tomorrow? Wang Wan began to urge Zhang Xiaobao the moment he finished speaking. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly and ran to the kitchen as fast as she could to pack the things. She took them out and called Zhang Nan, who was even more confused, to leave with her. Zhang Nan's sudden idea became more and more intense, especially after he heard the boss talk about the order of rotation. There were 4 workers in the shop, but 3 of them were taking turns to go out. Zhang Yi was not allowed to go out. This was interesting. Why was Zhang Yi not allowed to go out? Puzzled, Zhang Nan walked to the door. The female boss's words came from behind him. All of you should be more alert when you do things. Don't just stay in the shop like an idiot. Look around. Isn't there a grocery store nearby? More people go there to buy things than to eat. They didn't come in to eat. It wasn't that they didn't know about this restaurant, nor was it that they didn't want to eat. They just felt that it was a little expensive to come in and eat once. They think it's expensive because a plate of braised food is too big. Can't you make a smaller plate and put it in the grocery store and take the initiative to sell it to them? With so many people coming and going, you can ask them if there's anything to improve on the braised food in our shop. Don't be afraid that they won't buy it. Even if they don't buy, you can still talk to them. After a long time, they will be familiar with each other. Maybe when they want to eat something like snacks, the first thing they think of is your shop. Remember? Boss, I remember. It means to take the initiative to sell it. I will try it tomorrow. Zhang Yu heard the voice coming from behind and stood there. After waiting for the boss to finish speaking, she hurriedly responded. Let's go. Wang Wan's voice came again. Zhang Yu still didn't think too much about it, but Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. That's right, why would he let his people stay in the store all the time? If there was a problem, he could let his people go to the grocery store. He could even arrange for his people to stay in the grocery store. Walking out of the shop and chatting with others would make it easier to pass on information and information more accurate. Why didn't I think of it before? It's the boss. Is the boss hinting at something? Following behind Zhang Yu, Zhang Nan suddenly felt that the 2 masters were very mysterious. It was as if the masters were always inadvertently directing some kind of important matter. Meanwhile, the braised food shop had become a whirlpool that constantly involved people from all walks of life. The more it involved, the more people it involved. The more it involved, the smoother the collection of relevant information became. This time, his and Wang Gang's departments could be considered to be working together. The news from Jiangzhou was that the people from both sides had worked together and achieved some results, but it wasn't too obvious. After investigating a place, they would immediately be cut off by the other side. Although there was always new information, the progress was too slow. It even delayed the emperor and Zhang Yu's other arrangements. Even Xiao Bei and the others were forced to stay on the boat and couldn't get off. However, just as they were stuck in a deadlock, the braised food store opened, and within 2 days, they managed to contact the Wang family residence. Then, everything started to become clear, especially Zhang Yi. It was now confirmed that he was sent by the other party. There was no need to explain their purpose. They were definitely trying to find a way to infiltrate the Wang family estate and grasp the situation of the store. At the crucial moment, they would use a slow poison or obtain useful information from the Wang family estate. Perhaps there were already people from the other party in the Wang family estate. However, due to the time limit of the Wang family estate, they couldn't come out. It was very likely. Thus, Zhang Yi came, and so did the 3 of them. They were divided into 4 factions and all of them were gathered in the store. They were either attacking or defending, scheming and scheming,
all for the sake of obtaining control of the store. However, for the past few days, the power seemed to be in the hands of the two bosses. There was no one who could persuade the bosses to do anything or control the important resources of the store. Logically speaking, the four of them were not ordinary people, so why were they always restrained by the two bosses in the process of fighting?
It was very strange. However, after investigating, the two bosses' backgrounds were very clean. What was going on? Zhang Nan, what are you thinking about? We're almost there. Do you think Wang Gang can follow Zhang Yi and obtain some information from him? Zhang Yu saw that Zhang Nan was walking with his head lowered, so he asked in puzzlement. Now that the situation was clear, the three of them were on the same side. There was no need to hide anything from each other, so he should speak up first. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Nan didn't reveal any surprise. He also understood that the three of them had already confirmed their identities through the power of the organization. Thus, Zhang Nan said, Zhang Yu, let me ask you something. Don't you think that the boss of the braised food shop is different from other normal bosses? Different? How is it different? The male boss is simple and honest, sometimes even stupid, but the food he makes is delicious. At the same time, he is timid and afraid of his wife. The female boss always wants to take advantage of him and also likes to scold people. She is more annoying than other bosses, so it's normal. If you have to say what's different, it's probably that they dare to charge a high price for something worthless. It's very smart because they succeeded. It's that sea creature made of biscuits. No one usually eats small crabs, and most people by the sea don't eat them either. There's no meat inside, so if you boil it, it's uncomfortable to eat it. If you fry it, it wastes oil. Who would have thought that it could be sold at such a high price in the hands of the boss? I found it. It's different. It's really different. Zhang Yu didn't understand the meaning behind Zhang Nan's words. He was still analyzing the personalities of the two bosses. Zhang Nan felt that Zhang Yu's organization had made a mistake by sending Zhang Yu. He was too stupid. He guessed that his organization didn't have too many people, and they didn't have enough funds for training. Most importantly, they couldn't make too much of a fanfare. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan felt that it was normal. He continued asking, if it was a normal shop and you went in to do things, would you be able to gain the boss's trust and manage the entire shop? Another shop? Let me think. Oh, if it was another shop, it would be much better than the braised food shop. I would be able to give ideas to the boss and let him earn more money. Give me some time, and I would definitely be able to grasp the situation in the shop. I might even be able to influence the boss and the other employees. However, this braised food shop is different. The female boss has her own ideas in everything she does. Moreover, the things they do are beyond my expectations. For example, the reason why we came here is because the items in their shop entered the Wang family's estate. The emperor is in the Wang family, and the madams of the Zhang and Wang families are also in the Wang family. We were afraid that something would happen in the shop, so we came here. We didn't expect to meet Zhang Yi here, which gave us a clear goal to work with. If I came directly to the shop before the items were sold in the Wang family's estate, I definitely wouldn't have the ability to come up with an idea to let the food in the shop enter the Wang family's estate. The main reason is that the power behind me wouldn't be able to directly influence the matters in the Wang family's estate. If it was you guys, it would be much easier. You could get someone to open a shop and sell the items in the Wang family's estate. After that, you could attract people like Zhang Yi and search for clues on him. Zhang Yu followed Zhang Nan's words. When she reached this point, she suddenly stopped and said to Zhang Nan in astonishment, "Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Aya, don't tell me the boss was arranged by you guys? How is that possible? If we were the ones arranged by them, would they dare to treat us like this? We would have already given up our authority." However, if that was the case, Zhang Yi and the others probably wouldn't appear. It would be too obvious. Also, if we were to open a shop, it wouldn't work at all. It could only be a shop related to food. Otherwise, what doesn't the Wang family have? Could it be that they could come out to buy some ordinary things? If they wanted to open a shop, it would take a long time to prepare. Zhang Nan shook his head and said. He also suspected that someone arranged for the boss to open a shop here, but after thinking about it, he found that it was impossible. If a spy was really arranged to open a shop here, he must first cook good food, and then his acting skills must also be top-notch. In addition, during the process of getting along with his people, He must ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. It was very difficult to do this. They must carry out targeted training in advance, but they didn't have the time, because no one had thought of this method. This method was too difficult to implement, especially in a very natural situation. The food made by the boss was first praised by the people in the fishing association, which couldn't be faked. Maybe the boss behind Xueqi was also in the fishing association. How could he not know whether the food was delicious or not? If the food was really not delicious, the boss would definitely be noticed by the boss through his organization. Besides, how good would his acting skills be to not be seen through by the people on Zhang Yi's side? Zhang Yu, I'm confused. Let me analyze it for you. Zhang Nan summarized what had happened in the past few days, including what the two bosses said just now. In the end, he came to the conclusion that one of the bosses was cooperating with the three forces to deal with Zhang Yi. After that, he asked Zhang Yu, "What do you think?" Especially what the female boss said when we walked out of the door. Is she reminding us not to put all our manpower in the braised food store? Is there another store next to it? Ha! You understood what I meant? No way. You are in the Emperor's power. You have trained your spies so well. The female boss is just a woman. How can she give you pointers? It's just a coincidence. If you don't believe me, you can think about it carefully. Maybe the boss didn't do anything deliberately. It's all our fault. The boss has been acting according to the normal situation, and then this happened to us. Zhang Yi was beaten, and he was hit on the head. Maybe the boss was afraid that something bad would happen, so she asked Wang Gang to go back with him. If he was beaten and died in the room rented by the boss, the government would investigate. How could the boss not be afraid? Zhang Yu listened to Zhang Nan's analysis and was shocked. After pondering for a while, he felt that it was impossible. The matters in the shop seemed to have always been the result of the four of them fighting. The owner was just following the four of them. I hope I'm thinking too much. Otherwise, the boss's identity will be suspicious. Zhang Nan shook his head and said, "As you said, it's normal. But it's just so coincidental. I don't believe it's a coincidence, but I just feel that it's not like that." Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. The boss is still the boss. The fish tonight is good. Do you think Zhang Yi and Wang Gang went back now? Zhang Yu thought of the two people who left one after another. He didn't know how they met, but it must be very interesting. They should go back. Zhang Yi can't go too far. Otherwise, when we finish our work and go back, we won't see him. Isn't he afraid of being suspected? If he has been trained, he should know that when doing things, he has to suspect everyone around him to prevent any mistakes. Zhang Nan also didn't know how Wang Gang and Zhang Yi met. If it was one after the other, then Zhang Yi went to another place to contact someone. Wang Gang came back after Zhang Yi came back. In that case, if the boss talked about it the next day, how would Wang Gang deal with it? If Wang Gang went back first after watching someone, then Zhang Yi, who left first, went back later. How would he explain it? The two of them entered the courtyard with doubts in their hearts. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of chickens. The chickens were caught and raised in the courtyard. It seemed that the boss planned to raise them to lay eggs and eat meat. It seemed that the boss planned to run the shop for a long time. There shouldn't be any other purpose. After thinking about it, Zhang Nan opened the door and went in. There was still light in the room. When he entered the bedroom, he first smelled the smell of medicinal wine. When he looked up, he saw Wang Gang rubbing the wound on Zhang Yi's forehead. Although it was only a small wound, it was swollen and could be rubbed away with medicinal wine. Second brother. How is big brother? Zhang Nan asked with concern. He's okay. The bump is a lot smaller. Come and rub it. My arms are sore. When I came back, big brother wasn't there. I was scared because big brother fainted on the road. It was dark outside and I couldn't see clearly. I went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him. After a while, big brother came back with the medicinal wine. I didn't expect that we should be helping big brother. Today was really unlucky. Big brother was standing there, but because he was close to the door, he was implicated. Tell me, what's going on? If those 5 people offended someone, they wouldn't do it in the shop. If it was really a robbery, how could they just take a handful of change? This is really puzzling.
Wang Gang handed the medicinal wine to Zhang Nan and said while shaking his wrist.
Zhang Nan nodded. He couldn't figure out what was going on either. It was like a dream, but it happened. While rubbing the bump on Zhang Yi's forehead, Zhang Nan said, "Who knows? Unless we catch the person in black and ask him, maybe we can find out. Big brother, where did you get the medicinal wine at this time of night?"
"Ouch, be gentle. I can't get it anywhere. I bought it with money. I knocked on the door, but they weren't satisfied and asked me for an extra coin," Zhang Yi said with a grin. Zhang Yi said with a grin. He did smash the door, and he didn't know the person who sold the medicine. He thought about what he would do if he met the other 3 people on the way back, so he did everything. Even if someone questioned him, he wouldn't give himself away. It's fine if it's an extra coin. After all, they sold things in the middle of the night. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Just take it as hard work. Zhang Nan said with less strength. Seeing that it was over, Zhang Yi groaned again. "Hiss, it's about time.
That's it for today. Go to sleep. I have to get up early to work tomorrow."
I originally wanted to take some time to clean up the rented house. I put dust on the places that need to be dusted, and the tiles that need to be dusted, but I've been busy. How about this? I'll clean the other 2 houses tomorrow. When you get up in the morning, you guys go first.
I won't take too much time.
You guys tell the owner. How about it? While asking, Zhang Yi observed the expressions of the 3 people. He began to suspect that one of them was the person who wanted to deal with him. To be precise, he was the person who wanted to deal with his organization. If one of the 3 people disagreed, he would have to pay more attention to him. There was a tacit understanding between the 3 people now. When they heard Zhang Yi's question, they all nodded in agreement. Especially Wang Gang, he already knew where Zhang Yi went. When Zhang Yi stayed tomorrow morning, he could arrange for someone to investigate the person who contacted Zhang Yi. Seeing the attitude of the 3 people, Zhang Yi was confused again. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Normally, if someone wanted to deal with him, they would have to stay together with him. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi, who couldn't understand, turned over and lay on the bed. He waited for someone to blow out the oil lamp. He opened his eyes and looked at the dark ceiling before slowly falling asleep. As for the fish, no one ate it. They were too sleepy to bear. They could only think about it tomorrow. It probably wouldn't spoil overnight. The next morning, Zhang Nan and the other 2 people left Zhang Yi at home and went to the braised food shop first. Zhang Nan was directly sent out. Today, he was in charge of staying at the fishing area and asking people what kind of texture they wanted when they ate the burrito. When he came back, he would tell the owner so that the owner could improve. At the same time, he also did the most important thing, which was to dress up as a shopper and wander around the grocery store next door. It would be an additional channel to pass information. As usual, Zhang Xiaobao made food for his mother. This morning, other than the 10 trays of steamed buns, he also made shumai with mutton. The biggest difference between the 2 was that one was made with dough, while the other was made with dough. In terms of taste, there wasn't much difference between the fillings. The main difference was the texture. Zhang Xiaobao even prepared to make a halal turn back. This one was very fragrant, but the best fillings were beef. He couldn't buy beef in his store, and even if there was beef, he wouldn't dare to make it. There was no such thing as halal now. Furthermore, he had tried making it at home, and even Li Longji felt that it was good. However, it definitely wasn't available in other places, including the restaurant between the clouds and the water. After all, this thing used beef as the fillings. If he really made it and sent it to the prince's mansion, almost everyone in the inner courtyard would know who the owner of the store was. Li Longji might even have to come over personally. That would be really troublesome. While waiting for the servants of the prince's mansion to come over to pick it up, Zhang Yi also finished cleaning and came back. He was indeed cleaning. Who asked him to bring it up yesterday, and the other 3 also agreed. In addition to cleaning, he also prepared some food for Chick. He didn't do anything else, let alone contact his own people. He couldn't let his own people come to the rented house. It was too easy to be exposed. As soon as Zhang Yi came over, Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern, "Zhang Yi, how's your head? Are you confused?" "No, brother Zhang, look, it's fine. There's just a red mark on the broken part. After 2 days, the red mark on the outside will disappear.
It doesn't look like it was injured at all. There's still a little bit left on the original bag.
It'll be fine after tomorrow. Xueqi pointed at his head and replied with a smile.
It's good that you're fine. You rest first. Look, Xiaojiang already told them that we can deliver it to them. As long as we're done here, we'll deliver it to them. We don't want to delay the eating time. If the steamed buns are left for too long, the taste will become worse.
Zhang Xiaobao signaled Zhang Yi to look at the servants of the Wang mansion who were waiting there.
Hearing this, Zhang Yi was tempted.
He wanted to take over this job, but Wang Gang was in charge of everything in the shop.
What if Wang Gang was given a tip when he delivered the goods and didn't let him do it? Just as he was thinking about how to take over the job, the voice of the female boss sounded.
Zhang Yi, in a while, you go and recognize the door first.
Remember the way. It'll be convenient when you deliver things in the future. Be smart. Don't just be a fool. Don't just focus on delivering things.
Build a good relationship with others.
Ask the concierge what they like to eat. We'll cook for them later. That's the mansion of the Wang family. It's not ordinary. If you can do the business there, this store will become more and more popular in the future. See if there's any space behind. If other people's houses are for sale, buy it. Our store can be chosen by the Wang mansion. There will be a lot of people coming to eat. Now the store can't fit all of them. We can't let everyone directly take back to eat, right?
Let me go.
Zhang Yi didn't react for a while.
He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief.
What? Just now you said that your head was fine. Is it hurting again? I asked you to do some work and you want to shirk. Tell me, do you only want to eat white rice every day? If you're like this, the store can't afford to feed you. You'd better take your salary and leave as soon as possible. I'll find another diligent one. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad in this world.
Zhang Yi only asked a question, but he was bombarded by Wang Wan's words.
Zhang Yi wanted to interrupt several times, but he didn't have a chance. When Wang Wan was thirsty and looking for water to drink, Zhang Yi found an opportunity and said, "Boss, that's not what I mean. I'm happy. I'll go. I'll definitely build a good relationship with them. Then our store can become bigger and earn more money. If you're happy and give me a higher salary, Let's not talk about the salary first. Go, pay attention when you speak. Don't say anything. If you make people unhappy, you don't have to come back." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Yi mention the salary, she immediately waved her hand impatiently. It could be said that Zhang Yi couldn't ask for more. After nodding repeatedly, he picked up the things and followed the servants back. In fact, he didn't need to know the way.
The main thing was that he could talk to the other party and sell the things in the store to them in the future. The way, in fact, referred to the connections.
Watching Zhang Yi leave, Wang Gang looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in surprise.
It was his effort to deliver the things to the Wang mansion.
He had planned to have an excuse to go there at any time in the future. He didn't expect that he would give the opportunity to Zhang Yi. Didn't the boss say that he was in charge of the arrangements of the shop staff? Why did he interfere? If Zhang Yi went over and found out more information, or even if it was like what Zhang Nan had analyzed this morning, that there was someone in the Wang Fu waiting for him, then the other side would know the situation in the Wang Fu. While Wang Gang was thinking, Zhang Yu came to his side and whispered in his ear, "You have to think of a way to keep an eye on them. If the other party has people in the mansion, you must catch them. Otherwise, if they hide in the mansion, it will be a disaster." Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Gang suddenly shivered. He didn't think of this.
Under the situation of inertia, he was only thinking about how to defend.
He didn't expect that there would be a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Yes, give Zhang Yi and the others a chance. In this way, the boss's casual arrangement had a very big effect. It was really like what Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu said on the way here that they had talked about last night. When the boss did things, he always made the three of them feel very comfortable. Coincidence? Was it really just a coincidence? That was too much of a coincidence.
With this thought in mind, Wang Gang turned his head to observe the two bosses.
Yes, Brother Zhang was still the same. When he saw a customer coming, he would look over and smile. The female boss was still behind the counter, counting the change. Then, she would place the change one by one on the counter. Her eyes, however, would occasionally look at the few tables where people were eating. If someone took the food, she would immediately take note of it. Wang Gang thought in his heart, but didn't find anything different. The only difference was that the two bosses were literate, but their handwriting was not very good. The female boss was even left-handed, which looked awkward. For the time being, I will take it as a coincidence. In the future, I will have to observe more. If it is another group of people, because of my negligence, I can't afford to take the blame. Wang Gang thought about it for a while and then went to add more things to the shelves. Zhang Yu also followed suit. Not long after, Zhang Yi came back. As soon as he came back, he took out a few coins, all of which were 1 copper coin. He smiled and went to the counter, put them one by one on the counter, and said to Wang Wan, "Boss, I am back. This is the reward, a total of 9 copper coins. Please count it." Wang Wan looked at the 9 copper coins and was speechless. He was not Kong E.G., so why did he have to do this? But she still carefully counted them one by one, and then put them together. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly took down a coin that looked a bit old and put it on the counter. She pushed it in front of Zhang Yi with one finger and said, "This is for you. Normally, I would give you 1 coin for 10 coins. Today is the first time, so I'll give you a bargain." "Thank you, boss. I will work hard in the future and not cause trouble for you." Zhang Yi was so grateful that he was about to cry. He took the coin and held it tightly in his hand. He really wanted to cry. This job was not easy, and it was only 1 copper coin. Was there a need to be so reluctant? What if he didn't take it out? Then, wouldn't he earn 9 copper coins? The most infuriating thing was that he had to pretend to be happy, and grateful for the 1 copper coin. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang looked at the boss and Zhang Yi's actions and wanted to laugh heartily. When all the unusual things had returned to their normal daily lives, something even more unusual finally happened. At noon, there were even more customers in the restaurant. Some of them were unwilling to take their food away and just stood in the restaurant, eating and drinking, just like Xian Heng's restaurant described in the book. It was a good situation, but someone suddenly appeared and broke the peace of the restaurant. Jiang Wang clan came in person with a group of guards and the inner courtyard. However, she did not let Wang Shi come with her. She missed her son. She always felt that it was better for her son and daughter-in-law to eat and wear good clothes at home than to run a small restaurant outside. Moreover, they had to smile to others. Although she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had their own plans, since it was right in front of her, she might as well take a look. As for why she did not bring Wang Shi, it was naturally because she was afraid that Wang Shi would not be able to control her expression and be discovered by others. If that happened, wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law's plan be in vain? When the Jiang Wang clan arrived, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. Wang Gang's eyes widened in shock and fear. He glanced around and felt that everyone in the restaurant was a threat to the master's wife, especially Zhang Yi. A few guards squeezed in first, followed by 2 servant girls, and then Jiang Wang clan. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that their mother had arrived, they looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao immediately smiled and said, "He, the noble is here. Aya, even the walls of this small restaurant are glowing." "Oh, you are the one who made the buns for me? Not bad. I heard that you are good-looking and have a good personality. Needless to say, you are all ordinary people. I am here to see for myself. Is there still a table for us to eat?" The Jiang Wang clan acted as if it was the first time she had seen Zhang Xiaobao. She carefully sized him up and said casually. With a hua sound, everyone who was sitting down and eating immediately stood up. They all looked very respectful. Wang Gang directly looked at the table of his own people and quickly went over to clean up the table. As he cleaned up, he thanked them. Thank you. Then the 3 of you can only stand and eat." However, the people at the other tables were not willing. They all said that they should stand up and eat by themselves. It was as if it was an honor for the Jiang Wang clan to occupy their table. None of the other people felt that there was anything wrong with giving up their table for the Jiang Wang clan. It had nothing to do with the status of the Jiang Wang clan. The main thing was that the Jiang Wang clan gave birth to a good son. Everyone felt that with the good things that Xiaobao had done for Tang dynasty, his mother, the Jiang Wang clan, should be treated with the same courtesy no matter where she went. From luxurious restaurants to ordinary shops, there should be a table for the Jiang Wang clan.
The Jiang Wang clan did not stand on ceremony. She thanked the two maids and sat down on the stool. She nodded and smiled at the people around her as a form of greeting. This time, no one continued to sit down. They would rather leave the table empty than sit down. They felt that it was a blasphemy for Tang dynasty to sit together with the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan had to be treated like this. Moreover, the people who were standing and eating also became vigilant. They stared at each other, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the Jiang Wang clan. Zhang Yu looked at them from the side and sighed. This was what it meant to be prominent. The hearts of the people were not just about how much money a person had. If you had money and status, others might not dare to offend you, but they would definitely not protect you without asking for anything in return. At the most, you could occupy a table and people would not eat and leave. So what if you had money? It was hard to buy money, but I am willing to do so. Wang Gang was very nervous. He looked around and realized that there were 3 people eating at his table. He should not leave his table. When he saw Zhang Yu, he quickly said, "Zhang Yu, go and get the dishes." Then, he wanted to ask Zhang Yi to leave the restaurant. It would be better if Zhang Yi stayed outside to welcome the guests. That way it would be less dangerous. Before he could say anything, Wang Wan spoke first. "Sure too, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Go and make 2 dishes for the noble lady to try. Although our restaurant is small, it is good that we are diligent. Isn't that right, madam?" Jiang Wang clan looked at Wang Wan and smiled even more. She nodded and said, Yes, it is good that you are diligent. Haha, come and sit here. Sit here and talk. You are called Sure too, right? Just cook a few dishes. After she asked Wang Wan to sit down, Jiang Wang clan was even more relieved. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not weak. With Cuckoo by their side, they would be much more stable. The eyes of the 2 maidservants in the inner courtyard flashed with a trace of surprise, but they immediately returned to their normal state. The 2 of them had already recognized their young master and young lady. Why did these 2 people who did not know come here to open a restaurant? No wonder the madam wanted to come here personally. It turned out that she missed her son and daughter-in-law. Since the young master and young lady had disguised themselves, the 2 of them definitely could not show it. They had to cooperate, otherwise it would delay the proper business. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast at cooking. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of vinegar cabbage was ready. He carried it out. Zhang Yi was about to take it when Wang Wan glared at him and said, "Zhang Yi, hurry up and see if there is anything else that others want. The madam is a rich noble. How can she let you do the work? You are just a servant." Zhang Yi secretly cursed in his heart. Didn't he just want to curry favor with the Jiang Wang clan? Humph. Then he thought that if he could kill the Jiang Wang clan at this time, then he would also die. But it would be very helpful to the organization. Unfortunately at this time, his people did not come to eat. He estimated that he would not be able to get close by himself. It would be good if he was the one to deliver the dishes. But this damned female boss did not give him the chance. Seeing the dishes being carried out, Wang Gang wanted to eat, but he was also glared at by Wang Wan, so he did not dare to make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao directly put the dishes in front of his mother and said with a smile, "You eat. Hee, the cabbage is left over from last time. We are not willing to eat it. Try it, I will make the next dish for you." "Good. Make another one. I can't finish it if there is too much. It would be a waste to throw it away." Jiang Wang clan narrowed her eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat. At this time one of the 2 maids quickly stopped her. "Madam, let the servant try first this dish. It's fine. Looking at Sure, I know that he is not a bad person. And this girl, one look and I know that she is from the Tang Empire. How could a Tang Empire citizen harm me, right?" Jiang Wang clan seemed to be asking everyone. Yes. The voices that were not very uniform echoed in the room. The maid pretended to be very embarrassed and hesitated. When she saw that Jiang Wang clan took a bite, she picked up the chopsticks and also took a bite. She meant that if they were going to die, they would die together. The other maid did not need to be too excessive. She said to Jiang Wang clan, "Madam, why don't this servant go to the counter and help with the bookkeeping? What do you think?" Okay. After Sure is done with the second dish, you can sit there. Jiang Wang clan knew what the maid meant and said. When the maid squeezed her way to the counter and started to do the bookkeeping, Zhang Xiaobao also finished the second dish. He still personally brought it over, said that there was still soup, and turned around and squeezed back. After a while, the soup was also ready. It was a soup with garlic sprouts and eggs. At the same time, he also brought over a piece of cake. He did not bring any seafood as it was not suitable for his mother. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao did not have good quality rice. The rice he was eating now was the local rice. The taste was much worse than the rice from the northern part of Hebei province. However, the rice still had seeds. How could it appear in his small restaurant? Jiang Wang clan ate while looking back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She was eating very happily, and the people around also felt hungry. They smelled the dishes. Although it was just two simple dishes, they smelled really good. At this time, they realized that the owner of the braised food restaurant not only made delicious braised food, but also cooked stir-fried food. It was just that they did not have the luck to eat it. It was probably because the restaurant was small and busy. Wang Gang stood at the side and also could not squeeze over. He wanted to squeeze in, but was afraid that he would be too obvious and be seen by Zhang Yi. Therefore, he had to stay a few steps away and watch the owner's wife eat there worriedly. He was really worried that the owner would not cook well or put some slow poison in the food. After all, the owner's wife was pregnant. However, he did not know why he saw absolute trust in the owner's eyes. It was as if the food was not made by the people outside, but by her own family. She did not have the slightest doubt. Jiang Wang clan drank a mouthful of soup and stopped. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "It's delicious. You have to cook more for me in the future. Recently, I always eat the food you cook. Although I pay for it, some things are not easy to buy even if you pay for it. When I came here, I brought some ingredients for you. You can cook as you see fit. There's beef from cows that accidentally died, venison, and some fresh vegetables. Oh, I also brought some chilies for you. If you want to eat them, just cook them. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Madam, there's also the desserts that you made yourself. There are not many people like you, madam. You spend money to buy food, but you still give other things to people. Madam, you are so kind." The servant girl beside her also echoed Jiang Wang clan's words. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became panicked. He rubbed his hands and said with a flattered expression, How can this be? Making a dish is something that should be done. Yes, it should be done, right? The servant girl asked Wang Wan. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She immediately got the hint from the other party's eyes and quickly said, "Isn't that so? Madam, we really don't know what to do. You made the food yourself and gave us a lot of ingredients that we can't buy. I've heard of the chilies, but I've never eaten it. I think it's very good, right? There's also good rice. Take everything that is useful." The servant girl said to Wang Wan, "Yes, there are so many things. Sure too. You have to do a good job so that Madam can have a taste of your cooking. Madam, how about this? Every day at noon, our shop will specially set aside a table for you to eat. You can come and eat at night. What do you think?" Wang Wan also seemed to be very embarrassed, so she invited Sure too. When most of the people around heard Wang Wan's words, they all felt that the owner of the shop didn't know what was good for her. How could the Jiang Wang clan come to eat every day? What if there was danger? However, this shop's business would probably be better in the future. It would be several times or even dozens of times better. Even the Jiang Wang clan came to eat, so it was obvious how good the food in the shop was. They had countless restaurants like Between the Clouds and the Water, Sea and Clouds, Blue Sea and Silver Sand. Chapter 1076. Zhang Yi didn't know what the others were thinking, but he knew that if they succeeded, they would be able to target them and assassinate them. It would be 10,000 times easier than breaking into the Wang mansion. Thus, he joined in the fun and said, "Yes, boss is right. Madam, you have to come here often." Wang Gang hated that he couldn't walk behind the female boss and strangle her to death. Coming here once was already so dangerous. How could she come here every day? If she really came here every day, wouldn't others know the rules?
Yes, there were countless people in Tang who were willing to protect the Zhang family and Wang family with their lives. But at the same time, there were also people and forces from other places who wanted the two families dead. Especially that Zhang Yi. He was actually trying to instigate them. Wasn't he just looking for an opportunity? The main family's mistress was too much. She had nothing better to do at home. Furthermore, she was pregnant. Why did she have to come here to eat? The Zhang family didn't know about Wang Gang's depression. When she heard Wang Wan's words, she was stunned. She didn't understand why her daughter-in-law wanted her to come here every day. Then she looked up at her son. Her son also gave her a look of affirmation. That meant that the two of them had already discussed it. It wasn't that she couldn't come here every day. Being able to talk to her son and daughter-in-law would make her feel better. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any danger. Her son and daughter-in-law would definitely be well prepared. Since that was the case, then, okay, come here every day. Then I can eat delicious food every day. Plus, there are many people, so it's more lively. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow night for dinner. I'll also bring you some other things. I have some good cloth. I'll make some clothes for you. Zhang Wangshe cooperated and agreed. Wang Gang was so angry that he almost fainted. What was wrong with the main family's mistress? She was usually very careful. Why did she become so careless when she saw the two bosses today? If something really happened, what would he do? The young master would go crazy. All right, since she insisted on coming, he had to bring his gun. Even if he was exposed, he had to ensure the safety of the main family's mistress at all times. Damn the female boss, when this was over, I asked you to open the restaurant. Do you value money more than your life? Jiang Wang clan agreed and continued to eat. Occasionally, she would chat with her son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and told his mother about the common folk stories. Wang Wan helped to fill in the gaps. She even told them about the local customs and other interesting things that happened in their hometown before they came to Hangzhou. He spoke in great detail. Even the local dialect names for certain things were not wrong. Occasionally, he would speak in the dialect of that place. Jiang Wang clan listened attentively. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not talking nonsense. They must be telling the truth about that place. From time to time, she would ask them if she did not understand. She really did not know, but she knew that her son and daughter-in-law must know, so she never doubted them. Zhang Xiaobao even sang a folk song when he was talking happily. Wang Wan also sang a little tune. No one thought that there was anything wrong. However, the eyes of the servant girl sitting there were full of worship. She knew very well where the young master and young lady were from. But when she looked at the servant, the spy Wang Gang, and then compared the young master and young lady, she could immediately judge who was superior. The young master and young lady were the best spies. Yes, they stood at the peak of the system. Even the spies in her family could not recognize them. If she had not been in contact with them all the time, she would not have recognized them at first glance. Humph! You dare to stare? When the servant girl saw Wang Gang glaring at Wang Wan, she thought unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that you spies are always controlled by others and can't get any useful information, what's the use of keeping you around in Hangzhou when there are so many people from the other side who can't find out about it? If you had some ability, why would the young master and young lady have to do it personally? In the past few days, when you found some clues, you didn't know what to do. Isn't it because the young master and young lady helped you? Trash, every one of you is an idiot. Wang Gang was staring at Wang Wan when he suddenly felt a gaze from the side. He turned his head and saw the servant girl from the inner courtyard staring at him. He was puzzled for a moment. What do you mean? Why are you staring at me? I didn't ask the boss to say so, and I didn't ask the mistress to agree. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't have the right to take charge of the store. If I did, I could help the boss decide things at this time. Just like the inner courtyard at a critical moment. But, is this my fault? Don't I want to be in charge? I have 3 people here, and the other side is only 1 person. But, it's the 4 of us who are so smart pretending to be servants, and we are actually being led around by the boss in a mess. What can I do? Until now, I still haven't figured out what's going on. The 4 of us elites are working for free in this store. I'm still in a daze. It seems that everything is coincidental, but it also seems that everything is strange. You're still glaring at me. Do you know how sullen I am? It's also the first time I've encountered such a situation. It's really too difficult. Everything depends on the boss's mood, otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, the boss has created a lot of opportunities for us in the past 2 days. Now, there are already 3 lines that we can grasp. It's fine as long as we keep an eye on them. It's not easy for me to receive such a mission, and even have such a boss. When I go back and summarize it, it can be used as a textbook. Wang Gang thought about this matter and returned the servant girl an aggrieved look, hoping that the servant girl could understand him. When the servant girl saw Wang Gang's expression, she became even angrier. You're aggrieved? The mistress even has to pretend not to know her own son. Isn't she aggrieved? I followed them here and had to cooperate with them. I clearly know that the young master's dishes aren't dangerous, but I still have to eat them to test for poison. I still want to say something intimate to the young mistress. Isn't I aggrieved? In order to hide their true identity, the young master and young mistress even specially learned to make up all kinds of things, including the environment, products, and even folk songs. Isn't it better to use this time to do something else? Aren't they aggrieved? The 2 people exchanged glances. Other than Wang Wan, who was sitting at the table and could see it, no one else noticed. When she saw the different expressions of the servant girl and the spy, Wang Wan almost laughed out loud. She quickly turned her head and continued to talk with the Jiang Wang clan. The meal lasted for a full hour. In the end, when the dishes were cold, Madame Zhang stopped eating. She sat there and chatted for a long time. At this time, none of the people eating in the room left, and the people outside also couldn't squeeze in. When the Jiang Wang clan finished talking and got up to leave, the room was empty. The people outside came in one after another to eat, and from time to time, they would ask the waiter about what happened earlier. Wang Gang was not in a good mood. When others asked him, his answer was very simple. However, Zhang Yi was very happy. He didn't find it troublesome to repeat it over and over again. Especially when he said that the Jiang Wang clan would come to eat every day in the future, he was in a state of excitement. Zhang Yi was worried and happy at the same time. She was worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. She was happy that she could see the Jiang Wang clan more in the future. This was a legendary figure. Her children were all very good. Maybe she could get lucky. At dusk, Zhang Nan came back. He already knew what happened here. He was carrying 4 big fish, but he was frowning and looked very unhappy. He was also worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. On the way, he had already asked his people to arrange the security. What he meant was that in the future, even if it was only his people who came to eat every day, he wouldn't let anyone else in. He would wait for the Jiang Wang clan. As long as the Jiang Wang clan came, he would be able to protect them. Xiaonan, you're back? Oh, there's a lot of fish today. Good. I'll ask Xueqi to make fish for you. This time, it's steamed. Let me tell you a piece of good news. That is, do you know the Zhang clan and the Wang clan? The madam of the main family came today. That madam is very beautiful. When you see her, you feel close to her. She also brought us a lot of food. Oh, and snacks. She made them herself. Most people don't even dare to think about it. Today, I'll reward each of you with a small piece. Ha! Xiaonan, why do you look so pale? Are you unhappy? When Wang Wan saw Zhang Nan, she was in a very good mood and started to talk to him. Zhang Nan squeezed out a smile and rubbed his face with one hand. He replied, I'm happy. Today, the wind by the lake is very strong. My face is uncomfortable. Boss, when the madam of the Zhang family comes in the future, can you let me be close to receive her? No, they are rich people. Why would a servant like you be close to them? Speaking of receiving them, we have to do the job of protection first. Then, this matter will be handled by Xueqi. Xueqi, can you do it? Wang Wan rejected Zhang Nan's proposal, but gave another important task to Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard Wang Wan's words, he was so happy that he couldn't go over and kiss his boss. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. In his excitement, he nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, I'll do whatever boss wants me to do. I promise to do it well. Boss, don't worry. I'll personally design and arrange the place for protection. Boss, I also want to participate. Zhang Nan strongly requested. No, Xueqi alone is enough. And we don't need to trouble Xueqi to design. Xueqi will only help to arrange. Stone and I will design. You won't be able to guess. Stone and I are very good at this. I remember when we were young, we played hide and seek in the village. Stone and I cooperated and chose a good place. No one could find us. It was easy for us to find them. Let me tell you, when it comes to safety, there is no better way to be safe than hide and seek. At that time, Wang Wan insisted on letting Zhang Yi do the work. She also talked incoherently about the things in the past. No one could tell if she was telling the truth or not. Anyway, it was something that happened when she was young. In order not to arouse Zhang Yi's suspicion, Zhang Nin didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "That's good. Big brother, you did a good job." "Yes, big brother, you did a great job this time. Tell us about the arrangement when the time comes." Wang Gang also said, "Big brother, do you need my help? I don't have a problem carrying things." Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Yi kept waving his hand. "I can do it by myself. And I can't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that if one of you accidentally let the bad guys hurt Mrs. Wang, it won't be good. Go back to your work." Zhang Xiaobao came out from the kitchen behind and said in a silly voice, "You don't want to cook today, right? Close the door early so that it's easy to arrange." Yes, we don't want to cook. Our stone is so smart. There will be more people in the future. Even the madam of the Zhang family is here. You can see how good our stone's cooking is. Guys, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we will close the door and arrange the protective arrangement. Sorry, your money is free this year. What Wang Wan meant was for the diners to leave as soon as possible. The diners were reasonable. They didn't continue to chat. They finished the food as quickly as possible, wiped their mouths, and left with thanks. No one was allowed to come in even if they wanted to. After the door was closed and the latch was locked, there were only 6 people left in the room. "The 3 of you, clean up the table and go to the back to wash the dishes. Zhang Yi, come with us and empty the utility room. In the future, when Mrs. Zhang comes, let her eat there. It's close to the back door. If there is any danger, just run from the back." Wang Wan ordered the other 3 to do the work. She asked Zhang Yi to go to the utility room alone to move things. There were also many things sent by the Jiang Wang clan that needed to be arranged. Especially the beef. When it was sent, it was frozen and wrapped in thick layers of quilts. It had to be placed in a dark and cold place. Otherwise, it would spoil in a few days. After a busy day, Zhang Yi was as tired as a dog. Finally, he moved the things out of the utility room. Wang Wan then said to Zhang Yi, "Listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I will ask them to buy things. You arrange it. Don't put a table near the back door. Leave it empty so that it's convenient to run." The door that was connected to the front hall had to be covered with a gauze curtain so that people couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. A scarecrow had to be put on clothes and placed beside the table. Even if someone wanted to make a move, they would think that it was a scarecrow through the gauze. The table is not allowed to face the door directly. That is to say, when people are outside, they have to look at the corner of the table diagonally. The wall next to the bedroom was originally made of wood. Saw the wood and turned it into a hidden door. When Mrs. Zhang comes, if there is anything you want to put in a safe place, put it in the bedroom. If there is danger, you can go into the bedroom. The kitchen is on the other side of the bedroom. Wang Wan said one by one. Zhang Yi excitedly memorized one by one. When she finished, Wang Wan asked, "Did you memorize everything?" "Boss, I've memorized everything. Don't worry. I promise I'll do it well. I'll go buy those things." Zhang Yi asked. "No need. Someone else can do it. You're too tired. You have to work. Take care of yourself. Okay, go." Wang Wan waved her hand. When Zhang Yi left happily, Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. They looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1077. Less than a minute after Zhang Yi left, the 3 people who were working in the kitchen also came out. In fact, they had finished their work long ago, but they had been waiting for Zhang Yi. When the 3 of them were in the kitchen, they had already discussed that they would start to monitor Zhang Yi more closely, to the point where they could not leave him at all. Even when Zhang Yi went to the toilet, they would secretly monitor him. At the same time, they would strengthen the security around the restaurant. They must not let Jiang Wang clan be in danger.
When the three of them came out of the kitchen, it could be seen from the expression on their faces that they were not in a good mood.
Especially when facing Wang Wan, the female boss, they seemed to lack some of the respect they had before.
Brother Zhang, we're going back,
Wang Gang said and planned to leave with Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu. They still had to catch up with Zhang Yi and keep an eye on him.
However, when they were about to leave, Wang Wan stopped the three of them and said to them, "What's the rush?
There's still work to be done. It's good that you three finish it together."
"Boss, what else is there to be done?
Didn't we finish it already? The three of us are tired," Zhang Yu said with slight dissatisfaction.
"If I say there's work, then there's work."
"Tired? It's good that you're tired. Whoever is tired, pay your wages now. Tonight, find a place to sleep. This restaurant doesn't keep idle people. Follow me to the counter."
Wang Wan glared at him and immediately walked to the counter, indicating that she was really going to fire him.
Zhang Yu immediately regretted and panicked. He quickly said, Boss, I'll tell you later. I won't do it again in the future. Please don't dismiss me. I'm still waiting for this restaurant to become a big one. I'll be the hero."
Wang Gang also persuaded, "Boss, Xiao Yu is carrying things back and forth.
It's not that she doesn't want to work. Why don't you let her go back first? Zhang Nan and I will finish the work. We will definitely do it well. Remember, I don't care if you're tired or not. Whatever I say is right. How dare you talk back to me? Is this how you act? All of you look like someone owes you money. As a worker, it's not right to show your emotions on your face. This is called not being professional. Is it so easy to be a worker?"
As a qualified and excellent worker, the first thing he had to do was not to reveal any of his inner thoughts to others.
Even if he was full of anger, he had to show a sincere smile when facing customers. Even if the customers rewarded him, no matter how little the reward was, he had to show that he was flattered. Even if it was hard and tiring, he had to think about his purpose of being a waiter and persevere through it. Look at yourselves, what have you all become? I asked you to do something in the kitchen. What was the expression on your face when you came out? What would I, the owner, think? Humph. Wang Wan put her hands on her waist and scolded the three people. Wang Gang and the other two were anxious. Zhang Yi had already left for a while. Who knew where he would go? However, he didn't dare to ignore the owner and go back to keep an eye on Zhang Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to stay in the shop. The three of them were so anxious that they were sweating, but they had no choice but to hold it in. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also chimed in, Yes. Madam is right. Look at the three of you. Just a little something in your heart reveals itself. It's obvious that something is wrong with you guys. What's there to be afraid of when you encounter difficulties? Who doesn't have difficulties? Isn't that right? You have to be calm. As a waiter, no matter what kind of customers you face, you have to make them unable to see your true thoughts. When the customers find fault with you, even if you don't care, you have to pretend that you know you're wrong. Calm down, you have to be calm, or you'll easily delay things. Just like your brother Zhang, I also have my difficulties. Since I started working, how could it be smooth sailing? However, I've persevered. Don't you think so? Yes, brother Zhang, you're right. Then what do we do now? Zhang Yu is indeed tired after moving things. Why don't I work with Wang Gang and let Xiao Yu go back first? Zhang Nan tried to suppress his anxiety and continued Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed as she thought to herself, how can your difficulties be compared to ours? You're a cook. No matter how difficult your difficulties are, it's just less money. What about us? Why are you leaving? I didn't ask you to work immediately. Listen to your brother Zhang. I think you don't want to be a good waiter anymore. You want to go out and work on your own? Let me tell you, although you've stayed in the restaurant for a few days, in fact, you haven't learned anything. A waiter who can't control his emotions is not a good waiter. Wang Wan stared at them and refused to let them go no matter what. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to Wang Wan and said to the three people, In the past, I also opened other small restaurants. I also cooked and stir-fried dishes. At that time, the restaurant was twice as big as now. Stir-fried dishes are not as good as braised dishes. You know my cooking skills. There were many people who ate there. At that time I was very busy. All kinds of shouts from the people eating outside never stopped. Some customers even thought that I was slow in serving the dishes. They were angry and threatened to smash my restaurant if I didn't serve the dishes quickly. However, even at that time, I didn't panic. I knew that I couldn't be distracted when I was cooking. As long as the dishes were cooked well, the customer's anxiety was another kind of praise for me. If I didn't calm down and put the wrong seasoning or too much salt, it would destroy the restaurant's reputation. Even if the customers wanted to shout, I still had to prepare every dish well. That was because I believed that no customer would be able to destroy my restaurant. At that time, I had a waiter. I believed that my waiter would be able to deal with this kind of situation. When I couldn't personally go out, a good waiter would be able to do the job properly. Believe in your own friends and calm yourself down. Sometimes, a crisis can be an opportunity. Don't think that you can do everything by yourself, understand? After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He went to get some tea leaves and put them on the table. At the same time, he went to warm some wine and went to the kitchen to cook a spicy chicken. During the process, the three people found a place to sit down and began to think about things. Zhang Nan, especially, felt that the boss's words didn't seem to be about the restaurant. Right, he had arranged people to watch Zhang Yi outside. Why were the three of them anxious? Did he not trust the people outside? He was indeed not calm enough today. He actually let his emotions out and let the two bosses notice. As a spy, he should be more cautious at the more critical moment. What happened today? A crisis can be an opportunity? Yes, it seemed to be true. When Zhang Xiaobao put the fried chicken on the table, the three people suddenly recovered.
They looked at each other and saw the surprised look in the eyes of the other two people.
Fortunately, they were in the restaurant. If they were elsewhere, they might be exposed. In that case, not only would their lives be in danger, but it would also ruin their plan. It seemed that every little bit was knowledge. They didn't expect that this simple and honest boss could say such profound words. Zhang Xiaobao laughed and said to the three people, "Eat. My wife and I will eat later. These dishes are specially made for you. You drink some wine and I will drink some tea. After eating, there is still work for you to do. What are you afraid of being tired? Since you have chosen this industry, you should do it seriously and find pleasure in it, not treat it as a burden. Being anxious won't solve the problem. When it's time to be steady, you must be steady." Many times, because of the panic of the staff, the business in the restaurant is not good. Don't think about it blindly. It's not easy to be a good staff. Drink. While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao personally poured a bowl of rice wine for the three people. The three people came back to their senses and looked at the dish. They exclaimed at the same time, "Spicy diced chicken? Brother Zhang, what are you?" Wang Gang asked in surprise. He knew this dish and had eaten it. It was a benefit given by the boss. But the chili was just sent by the boss's wife today. How could the boss make it immediately? "I made it specially for the three of you. The chili was just sent here. I want you to taste it first. When the wife of the Wang mansion comes tomorrow, I will make it." Zhang Xiaobao said and gestured to the three people to eat. Wang Gang first picked up a piece of carrot and put it in his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Brother Zhang, how can you make this dish?" Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu also nodded. They had also eaten it, and had even eaten several other dishes with chili. But they couldn't figure out why the boss of this small restaurant could also make it. "Haha, I haven't eaten pork, but I have seen pigs run. There are no dishes made with chili in other places, but the restaurant between the clouds and the water has it. I heard from the people who have eaten there, so I remembered it. Just now, I made it according to the method of others. What do you think of it?" Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and explained why he could make this dish. Good, very good. Brother Zhang, your culinary skills are excellent. But Brother Zhang, the madam of the prince's mansion is coming tomorrow. We can't cook anything too spicy. That madam is pregnant. If the spicy food causes problems, we can't afford to take the blame. Wang Gang took a sip of wine and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "I know. Chili is spicy, but I can make chili into chili oil. Chili oil is not so spicy, And it is fragrant. If you put a little chili oil in the dishes, it can improve the taste. Don't think too much. Eat. After eating, clean up the room. Xueqi has already cleaned it once. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't accompany them. He came to the counter with the teacup and whispered to Wang Wan in a low voice. Wang Gang and the other two didn't stand on ceremony. Chili was not something that could be eaten at any time. It was a good thing. They drank wine and ate at the same time. When they finished eating, all of them were sweating because of the spiciness. They opened their mouths and exhaled, but the spiciness was very comfortable. It seemed that they hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. After sweating and drinking wine, the three of them felt much better. They temporarily forgot about their previous worries and became more energetic. They looked at each other and realized that there was really no need to be so anxious. Brother Zhang, we are done eating. Your cooking is really good. Why don't you also sell stir-fried dishes in the future? I believe that it won't be long before this small shop becomes a restaurant. With your skills, it definitely won't be a problem. Zhang Yu wiped her mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "How can I have the time? I'm too busy with work." After eating, throw the food in the kitchen and come back to work. Wang Wan also came out from the counter with a piece of paper in her hand. She drew it when she was whispering to Zhang Xiaobao just now. An empty plate and 3 wine bowls. It was enough for one person to bring it to the kitchen and wash it clean directly. Therefore, the three of them followed Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao to the storage room. They wanted to see how to arrange it. This was related to the safety of the Jiang Wang clan. I have already told Xueqi how to arrange it. But after thinking about it, it's not perfect enough. It's good that you guys stay here and continue to perfect it. Let me first tell you the arrangement I told Xueqi.
Wang Wan began to explain the matter to the three of them. When she finished, she saw that the three of them had a look of understanding. She continued, "But this is still not enough. There is only one door that leads directly to the outside. So, Xueqi and I plan to make a hole in the wall and make it into 2 doors. We will go look for water and tools." When the three of them heard this, they nodded repeatedly and split up to look for tools. They also brought a bucket of water. Because the wall was made of mud, they couldn't directly smash a hole in it with a hammer. If they really smashed it directly, it would be easy to smash the entire front wall. So, they needed to use water to moisten the wall little by little. Then, they would use other things to scrape a hole in the front wall. When they were done, 2 hours had passed. Wang Wan still didn't intend to let the three of them go back. She took the three of them outside. Under the light of the stars and the moon, she pointed at the firewood behind them and said to the three of them, "Set up some torches.
Go make a few torches, then move the firewood to the new door so that people won't be able to tell that there's a door here. That way, it'll be safer. The three of you, remember not to tell anyone. If I find out that you told anyone, I won't forgive you." Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. He was very helpless. He wanted to tell his boss that the three of them didn't have to say anything, but there was one person who would definitely tell. But he couldn't say it out loud. The three of them began to move the firewood again. When the firewood was moved, the sky was already bright. The three of them were very tired. They were thinking about how to spend the day. "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and wash up and sleep. We won't open the door during the day tomorrow. You can come back in the afternoon. Go back and tell Xueqi. This is a last-minute decision. I will write a notice and post it at the door. You can go back." Wang Wan finally said something that the three of them liked to hear. They nodded and agreed. In the cool morning, the three of them walked together to the rented courtyard behind them. Seeing them leave, Zhang Xiaobao also seemed to be relaxed. He said to Wang Wan, "I didn't expect my mother to join in the fun. This is good. I think that in a few days, there will be a result. Do it as hard as you can. Act according to our plan." "Are you sure that the other party's main figure is in Hangzhou and not in Jiangzhou?" Wang Wan still didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's judgment. "There is a high probability that it is because Hangzhou is the most strict place. Li Longji is there, and so are our families. For them, it may be the most dangerous place, but at the same time, it is the safest place. I believe that they are not as good as me. Their anti-reconnaissance ability needs to be improved." Zhang Xiaobao was not very sure, but he still chose to take a gamble. If the gamble was right, everything would be easy. If the gamble was wrong, he would first cut off some of the other party's people. Even if there was no one behind the scenes in Hangzhou, it was still very important to the other party. Wang Gang and the other two people walked on the road. When they were about to reach the courtyard, they very tacitly stopped and stood by the road. They looked at each other and squatted down together, intending to have a good discussion. After a series of changes, the things that they had discussed in the kitchen earlier needed to be rearranged. The restaurant won't be open tomorrow morning. He asked us to go there in the afternoon. I don't think the restaurant will be open immediately in the afternoon. Then, there's only dinner time left. I guess the owner means to specially serve your master's wife this time. It won't be like yesterday when other people are around to let your master's wife eat. Zhang Nan squatted down, found a small wooden stick, and casually drew on the ground as he spoke to Wang Gang. Wang Gang took out an oiled paper bag from his arms and opened it, revealing the cut braised meat inside. He gave a portion to Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan and said, "I took it secretly because I was afraid that I would be hungry. Eating some meat is good for the body. According to what you said, even if Zhang Yi wants to find someone to assassinate him tomorrow, he won't have a chance because no one is allowed to enter the restaurant. But according to the owner's wife, she planned to come to eat every day. The restaurant couldn't just entertain her every day, especially our female owner. She was about to drill her eyes into money. She was willing to put in a lot of effort to earn even a copper coin. Tomorrow is good. But what about the day after tomorrow? As for that room, if Zhang Yi wasn't there, it would be fine. Since he is also a waiter, he naturally knows how to arrange it. Many arrangements to protect the owner's wife are likely to put her in a dangerous situation. We have to arrange our men well, and we can't make any mistakes. Zhang Yi, if we don't want to continue to follow his lead, we would have already caught him. If we catch him now, if he still has a line that hasn't been moved, we will act rashly and alert the enemy. Once he is not in the restaurant, the line that hasn't been moved will have a reaction." Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu nodded after hearing Wang Gang's words. They were also worried about this. It was easy to catch Zhang Yi, but who knew if Zhang Yi had exposed all the lines to contact him? If he still had a line that he hadn't used yet, if they caught him now, the people on the line would find out and move immediately. Maybe there were spies of the opposite party around the tenant's house. They didn't know who was behind the other party and why they were so strict. Fortunately, a small shop suddenly opened, which allowed us to find some clues. They even arranged people in Hangzhou. If it weren't for that shop, we wouldn't have been able to find them. We wouldn't even have guessed that they are definitely not ordinary people. Zhang Yu shook his head in frustration as he spoke. Then he said, "Why don't we tell the owners our identities and let them cooperate with us? Although we seem to have a tacit understanding in the past 2 days, every accident has helped us to do things smoothly. But you see last night, if we didn't arrange people and Zhang Yi went to find other people, what should we do? I'm really afraid that they will delay things at the critical moment." "No, absolutely not," Wang Gang objected. "If we don't tell them now, they will behave normally. After all, they are just ordinary people. Didn't you see that when the owner's wife came over, the two owners were so nervous that their bodies trembled, but they pretended that nothing was wrong? I saw it, and I also heard that Brother Zhang's voice trembled when he sang the folk song. That was definitely not the way a folk song should be sung. And the female owner, when she was talking with the owner's wife, kept wiping the sweat on her leg with one hand. I think she was happy and scared at the same time. As you said, if we really tell them our identities and let them cooperate with us, I think they will immediately give themselves away and be discovered by Zhang Yi. Then the clues will be cut off. Unfortunately, if they were our people, it would be better. In this way, we can cooperate with each other more tacitly and let Zhang Yi be trapped in the trap. Everyone who contacts him can be monitored one by one, and finally when the net is closed, we can catch all of them. I find something, I don't know if you have noticed it, that is, the two owners always have a hidden meaning in their words, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It seems that they know our identities. For example, today, when we were anxious, they told us to be calm, to trust our partners, and to be professional. Don't show your thoughts on your face. Although they said that we are partners, why do I think they are talking about our other identities?" Zhang Nan also agreed with Wang Gang's statement, but also expressed the doubts in his heart. When Zhang Yu heard this, he laughed and said, How is that possible? Our identities, before, we couldn't even guess who the other party was. I thought the two of you were just normal partners. And Xueqi. It was the people behind us who helped us to investigate each other, and then we contacted each other. I didn't see the two owners have any other contact with anyone else. And today, I heard them say that where they were originally staying, I think our people should have gone to investigate. If there was a problem, they would have told us, but no one came to us, which means that their identities are real, and it is in line with what they said. If there is still a problem, it can only mean that they are better than us, and they are acting like it is real. But is that possible? Although the professional training I received is not as good as the two of you, I am much more confident than others. Look at the two owners. How can their acting skills be so good? Anyway, I don't believe it. The most important thing is, what is their purpose? Think about it. Wang Gang fell into deep thought. Indeed, as Zhang Yu had said, he had received the most systematic and professional training. If he still couldn't tell whether the two masters were in disguise or not, then wouldn't he have wasted all his time learning? And as Zhang Yu said, what was their purpose? If the two owners' acting skills were really good to a certain extent, they must have their own purpose. Which side were they on? If they were on Zhang Yi's side, Zhang Yi wouldn't be in such a bad situation, and they wouldn't be able to drive Zhang Yu away. If their acting skills were so good, they would definitely be able to see through the identities of the three of them, or make a rough guess. But if they were on the side of the three of them, why did they give Zhang Yi so many chances? They should have cooperated with the three of them and then made things clear. But obviously that was not the case. If they really treated the two masters as some kind of power, with their ability to pretend, the situation that appeared in this period of time was very contradictory. As such, they concluded that it was impossible for a new powerful organization to appear in this world. Even Zhang Yi's people were not powerful enough. At the very least, they had found out that the two masters were from a certain faction. This faction could directly contend against the Zhang and Wang clans, or even surpass them. This was because they could not find anything wrong with it. Zhang Nan thought the same and then asked, "Then tell me, why were the five of them beaten that day? Who beat them?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "I don't know and I can't guess. If you ask me, maybe it was Zhang Yi's people who beat them themselves. The three of us didn't do anything, but the two owners were so scared that one hid in the kitchen and didn't come out, and the other only knew how to shout at the door. After we investigated, we found that the two owners didn't interact with others, so it was impossible that there was someone protecting them all the time. According to what you said, are Zhang Yi and the rest idiots? If no one was beaten, how could we have targeted them? Would they have exposed themselves? Don't they know how dangerous it is to do that?" Zhang Nan asked. "Zhang Yi hasn't guessed our identity yet. He only has a little suspicion. Maybe that day they were testing us. If we directly went to catch them, their other people on the line would have confirmed our identity. We are different from Zhang Yi and the rest. Our purpose is different. They want to enter the Wang family, but we are specifically to catch them. Their target is not us, so if we have a loophole, we have to make up for it as soon as possible. For example, why are we still working in the restaurant when we don't get paid?" Zhang Yu thought of this problem as he spoke. "Because we want to steal the recipe to make the braised food. Let's not think about the five of them being beaten in the back. Just treat it as Zhang Yi and the rest testing us. When we go back, we can talk in a low voice about how to steal the recipe. Let Zhang Yi hear it, and even let him participate. Then we have another purpose now, and that is to get in touch with the Wang family. Then we will meet a noble person and give ourselves a better chance. Maybe we can enter the Zhang family and the Wang family, right?" Wang Gang said his idea, and the other two nodded in agreement. "Let's go back. We don't know how Zhang Yi is sleeping. Let's not rush. When he gets up and gets dressed, we will tell him that he doesn't need to go there anymore. Then we will disrupt his plan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yes, we'll tell him that the boss said to let him get up and tidy up the yard, water the vegetables, tidy up the other two rooms, and open the pickles to see if there's anything spoiled. In any case, we'll give him work to do. We'll let him work hard to finish the work in the afternoon, so that he won't have to do other things." When they stood up and walked to the courtyard, Zhang Nan also provided a good idea. According to the three people, Zhang Yi didn't sleep well. He basically didn't sleep the whole night. He wanted to leave the courtyard and get in touch with his people, but he didn't know when the other three people would come back.
If he delayed for too long, the three people would tell the boss, and the boss would think that he had other purposes. So Xueqi waited, waiting for the three of them to come back. But no matter how long he waited, they still didn't come back. Even when he was tired from waiting, he still couldn't sleep soundly. He wondered if the boss had arranged something important for the three of them again, or if it was time to discuss their plans after Madame Zhang came back. In the end, under such circumstances, Xueqi became more and more tired. He thought that it would be better not to come back. Instead, he stayed in the shop and see what kind of work the boss had arranged for the three of them. When the light from outside faintly shone in through the paper window, Xueqi was still lying on the bed with red eyes. With the weak light, he looked at the empty bed and muttered, "It's going to be dawn soon. Where are the three of them? Did they stay in the shop to sleep? Or did the boss arrange something important for them? They should come back soon. If they don't come back, I will have to get up. The time is coming. They come to eat in the restaurant. As long as they allow others to eat in the restaurant, there must be a way to assassinate them. If one person from the Zhang family and the Wang family dies, there will be chaos. And Li Longji is also in Hangzhou. He must be very angry. If the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family can be assassinated, he must feel that he is also not safe. Either he left or he sent a lot of people to investigate. He is afraid that they are too stable and there is no chance to kill them. It's better for them to be in chaos. Ha 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 ha. Xueqi muttered to himself. Thinking of what would happen in the future, he couldn't help laughing. Big brother, what are you so happy about? We heard it outside. Tell us so we can be happy too. When Xueqi stopped laughing, Zhang Yu's voice came from outside. This movement scared Zhang Yi and made him sweat. He secretly said that he should be more careful. Judging from the boss's words and the reaction of the three people, they should be loyal to the Tang Empire. If he said something wrong and it was heard by them, they would definitely report him to the government. After warning himself in his heart, Zhang Yi said to the three people who just came in, "Nothing. I was sleeping and dreaming. I dreamed about something interesting, so I woke up with a laugh." You just came back? Did the boss ask you to work again? Well, this shop is not easy to work in. I have thought about it. I will be a waiter for a few more days. If the salary is not increased and the boss doesn't let us rest well, I will not work in the shop. What about you? The three people didn't care about Zhang Yi's words at all. They knew that Zhang Yi would not quit. Zhang Yi replied, "Me? I still want to continue working in the shop, even if I don't get paid. We were busy over there today, and I saw a few ingredients in the gauze bag that Brother Zhang put in the pot. Brother Zhang didn't hide it from me. I want to perform well. If Brother Zhang likes me and accepts me as his disciple, I can make delicious braised food. Which disciple will accept a salary? It's just that the master is happy and gives me some pocket money. When I learn the skills, the money I earn will be much more than the salary." After explaining the purpose of his stay, Zhang Yu asked Wang Gang and Zhang Nan, "Second brother, third brother, what do you two think?" Zhang Nan smiled and said, "It's not easy to do other things. Besides, Brother Zhang should have other things that we haven't seen. Haha, as for me, I will see. I'm sleepy. Wash your face and go to sleep. It's so cold in the morning." Wang Gang didn't answer Zhang Yu, and there was a hint of evasiveness in his eyes. It was obvious that he had his own little plan. The three of them hastily washed their faces, took off their clothes, and lay down on the bed. They were covered with a thick blanket, which was much better than the first day they came to the shop. At that time, they couldn't take off their clothes, and they could feel the cold in the early hours of the morning even with the blanket on. It would take a few more days for them to feel so hot that they couldn't sleep at night. Zhang Yi looked at the three people lying down and then looked at the sky. He was very puzzled. They were still sleeping at this time. When were they going to wake up? Did they not do anything in the shop? He would sleep for a while. If they were still sleeping when he woke up later, he could go directly to the shop and perform. At the same time, he would accept the task of buying gauze. It would be convenient for him to do things. At this time, Zhang Yi, who didn't sleep well the whole night, wanted to sleep for a while. He was afraid that he would fall asleep and delay the business, so he opened his eyes from time to time to look at the sky. When he felt that it was enough, he sat up uncomfortably and planned to put on his clothes and go out. As soon as he put on his clothes, Zhang Yu, who was sleeping next to him, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him and asked, "Big brother, what are you going to do?"
"Get up and go to work in the shop."
Zhang Yi frowned and said. He already knew the answer.
Work. Oh, I just remembered that I was so tired last night. I actually forgot that the shop was closed this morning. The boss said that we should have a good rest. Look at my memory. I just wanted to come back and have a good sleep. The boss also said that you have slept all night. If you wake up, you have to do something. You have to feed the chickens in the yard and see if the grass in the field has grown. If there is grass, you have to hoe it as soon as possible. Also, you have to water the plants. Zhang Yu looked very embarrassed and said to Zhang Yi. The more Zhang Yi listened, the more depressed he was. His original plan was ruined. If he couldn't go to the shop, then he couldn't go out to buy things and he had to work. Hearing that Zhang Yu said so many things, he estimated that he had to be busy all morning. But he was also sleepy. He didn't have a good rest yesterday. If he had to work all morning, how could he deal with other things in the afternoon? This is troublesome. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and decided to persist for one more day. He would sleep well at night. If he really couldn't do it, he would stand in the shop and lean against the wall for a while. After agreeing, Zhang Yi went out. At the same time, he was wondering if he could slack off and make the work look okay. Then he could find a place to sleep for a while. Hearing Zhang Yi's heavy footsteps, Zhang Yu chuckled. He covered his head with a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. As for whether Zhang Yi would leave the courtyard while he was working, he was not worried. If he really left, there would naturally be someone watching over him. When the sun rose and it was time for the braised food store to open for business, the people who came to buy saw that the store was still closed. Furthermore, there was a sign with words at the entrance. Those who didn't know how to read immediately went to ask someone about it. In the end, they found out that the sign was to entertain the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The shop was undergoing an internal renovation. It was temporarily closed in the morning. Whether it would open in the afternoon depended on the extent of the renovation. That was the meaning of the sign. The people who came to buy things were helpless, but they could understand the way the shop did things. That was the madam of the Zhang family, Xiao Bao's mother. It was a great honor for them to eat here. How could they not tidy up the place? If it were him, he would have kicked everyone out at noon yesterday. What if there was danger? It seemed that he couldn't eat today. He would wait and see tomorrow. He hoped that he wouldn't only serve one person every day. Although the store was not big, the sudden closure of the business had affected the lives of the people around it. Especially the people who came here to eat every day. They were not used to the change of location when they suddenly couldn't eat. For ordinary people, they could still bear not being able to eat the braised food of this shop. At most, they could go to the soup pancake shop to eat noodles. There were also side dishes and drinks there. It was just a change of place. However, it had a great impact on the people of the fishing association. They were all rich people. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao always asked the shop assistant to stay there and watch others eat. At the same time, he asked if there was anything lacking. He made some improvements and increased the variety of things in the rolls. It was gradually accepted by the people of the fishing association. They were all used to eating the food made by the shop at noon and in the evening. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, men were more loyal to the brands they liked. When the people who came to get the rolls in the morning saw that the shop was closed, they wanted to break the door open and ask the people inside to make the rolls. However, they could only think about it and didn't dare to do so. Because the shop assistant had a good reason, they had no choice but to go back and report it. Wang Ju had been living a good life recently. He followed the emperor to fish every day. Sometimes he fished in the lake, and sometimes he fished in the river. He had used all kinds of fishing tools. Even if those tools were not suitable for fishing in these two places, he still used them. The development of the fishing association was getting better and better. From time to time, there would be people who applied to join. After paying a membership fee, they would be able to buy fishing tools and compete with each other to see whose skills were better. Most of the people in the association were rich people. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy things, let alone the rolls that were necessary to be consumed every day. These rolls were not cheap at all. A roll and the things inside were enough for a few people to live for 3 to 5 days. Moreover, they could still eat meat.
In addition to this group of people, Wang Ju also learned a good idea from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was to find local people who were good at fishing to join the association. Some of these people were people who made a living by fishing for prawns at night. Some were people who also fished while setting up nets to wait for the fish. Some were even people who were trained by the restaurant between the clouds and the water to accompany customers fishing. The people who were trained by the restaurant between the clouds and the water not only had to be good at fishing, but also had to be discerning. When the customers were fishing, they had to accompany them. Some customers liked to win, so when they were fishing, they had to be a little bit behind the customers, not too far behind. When the customers caught a fish, they had to catch one after a while. When the customers caught 3, they had to have at least 2. When the customers didn't catch one, they naturally had to go back empty-handed. If the customers liked to compete, they had to win and lose sometimes. That way, the customers would find it interesting. It was not good to always let the customers lose, and vice versa. The inner courtyard's idea for Wang Ju was to find such people. Even if they didn't have money, couldn't buy so many fishing tools, and couldn't afford to eat seafood, they still had to join the association and play with the rich. It had just been implemented 3 days, and the effect was very good. This group of people lacked money, but they didn't lack skills, and they liked to study. They didn't need to pay a membership fee, and they only needed to have real fishing skills. At the same time, they were even paid. If the fishing association didn't have a group of people who were really good at fishing, wouldn't it be a joke? They would compare with each other, and then figure out how to use fishing tools. After that, they could communicate with the rich. Wang Ju would provide all their fishing tools for free. Even the fishing tools that they didn't need would be given to them. Most of the fish that they caught every day would also be taken away by them. One reason was to observe where the fish would bite the hook, and the other was to see what kind of bait they ate, so that they could judge how to find the most suitable bait and hook, and then correspond to the corresponding fish species and size. Another reason was that after they finished their research, they could sell the fish or eat it themselves. For them, this was a good job with a high income, and it wasn't too tiring. At the same time, they could also treat it as fun. The rich also liked to fish with them, and at the same time, listen to them talk about the various methods they figured out, and improve their fishing skills together. It was a different kind of fun. With this matter, Wang Ju wanted to organize a large-scale activity to invite all the members of the association to the seaside to fish. It would probably take a day, and they wouldn't be back at night. It would be too tiring to go back and forth. However, going to the seaside didn't mean that they would be able to eat seafood burritos. Those were 2 different things. The ones made by others weren't delicious, so this morning, he ordered someone to go to the braised food shop and buy all the burritos in the shop. He also ordered them to bring enough braised food. If there wasn't enough, he would ask the owner of the shop to stop everything and specially make the burritos. In the end, just as he was waiting for everyone to arrive and set off, the person who went to buy the burritos came back. Seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance of the manor, he walked to Wang Ju and whispered, "Master, the shop isn't open. They said that it's renovating to welcome Madam for dinner tonight. I didn't dare to knock on the door. What do you think?" "What? It's not open? What are we going to eat if they don't open the door?" Wang Ju was stunned and said anxiously, "Then, master, should I knock on the door?" The servant asked for orders. "Ah, there's no need to knock. Knock on the door and tell them to do it immediately. After they're done, arrange for someone to quickly send it over. Give them more money. It's fine if they have to work harder. I believe they'll be willing to work harder if there's money to be earned." Wang Ju thought for a moment and ordered the servant. Just as the servant was about to leave, the Jiang Wang clan came out from the half-open door to give a blanket to her father. When she heard this, she was immediately unhappy and said to the servant, "Stop, you're not allowed to go. It's not easy for them to open a shop. If they say they won't do it, then they won't do it. Earning money is important, but their health is more important. They work so hard every day and have so many things to do. How can I bear to let them be more tired? Can't the cook at home do it?" As she spoke, the Jiang Wang clan's eyes suddenly reddened. Wang Ju was stunned. "What's wrong with my daughter?" Chapter 1078. Chow. I've gotten used to the food in his shop. If you don't let me eat, what should I eat? Is father more important or the owner of that shop?
Wang Ju brought the Jiang Wang clan into the mansion and said to the Jiang Wang clan. He seemed very unhappy. Of course the owner is more important. I'll go over for dinner tonight and have them send the food to you as soon as they're done. I can't do it now. They probably worked until late last night and are sleeping now. They've been so busy all day and finally found an excuse to sleep. Just let them sleep. The Jiang Wang clan said to Wang Ju. How can they be more important? They can earn money even if they're not busy. Isn't the purpose of opening a shop for money? Just give them 50 copper coins for a biscuit. That should be fine. I'm your father. Wang Ju was confused by his daughter's words. Father, what's wrong? They're doing something very important. Father, just listen to me. What's 50 copper coins worth? Even if it's 500,000 copper coins, it's better to let them rest for a day. I'll have the chef prepare something for you. You can have a meal at noon. My chef isn't bad. I'll have them cook earlier in the evening. It'll be just enough for you to eat at night and midnight snacks. The Jiang Wang clan wanted to tell her father about the shop, but she knew she couldn't. Wang Ju carefully looked at his daughter for a while and said in confusion, 500,000 copper coins isn't as good as them resting? If they're so rich, why would they open a shop? The food your chef makes is indeed delicious. It's much better than mine. If you don't eat the food from that shop, your chef's food is the best in the world. But after eating the food from that shop, you feel that your chef is only good. Don't you know the skills of that shop's owner? Of course I know. How could I not know how good the owner's skills are? But, Aya, just listen to me. You're not allowed to knock on the door today. Let them rest. Otherwise, I'll go home and never come back. Jiang Wang clan had no other choice but to resort to threats. Her son and daughter-in-law had been working so hard for so many days. Not only did they have to sell things and pretend to be normal businessmen, but they also had to be responsible for the affairs between the four men and create opportunities for their own people. It sounded easy to say it, but when faced with a problem, the process of how to deal with it was very difficult. He couldn't let the other party discover him. He had to make the other party reveal himself. At the same time, he had to cooperate with the three men on the other side to mobilize the people behind them. How could it be so simple? Only his son and daughter-in-law were capable enough to do things well. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to do it even if they were exhausted to death. The two children were already so busy, but his father still wanted to find trouble. Wang Ju finally realized that something was wrong. His daughter shouldn't be like this. He was her father. Why didn't she care about her father? Who was the owner of that shop? Who else could be more important than her father? With that in mind, the puzzled Wang Ju asked, tell me what's going on with that shop. I promise to keep it a secret for you. Even if the emperor asks, you will keep it a secret? Jiang Wang clan asked. This. Wang Ju hesitated. He didn't understand what in the world could be kept a secret from the emperor. Since you can't, I won't tell you. Anyway, it's good that you remember. In a few days, you'll know what's going on. Now that you've tired them out, you'll regret it. Be careful that you won't be able to eat their food in the future. Jiang Wang clan dispelled the idea of directly telling her son where he was. Wang Ju now knew that things seemed to be out of his expectations. His daughter must have her reasons for being so insistent. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, you have to give me a general idea, or at least give me a hint. Huh. Father, why are you like this? What hint? Hint. If you trust the person you send to pick up the burrito, you can eat all the food made in that shop directly. You don't need to find someone to test the poison. That's how I eat. In this world, other than the food that I make myself, there's no one else who can make me feel at ease. Don't ask any more, and don't think about it. Be careful not to ruin things. Don't tell His Majesty. I'll go back and ask the chef to cook for you. Jiang Wang clan's hint was enough. She was really afraid that her father would be forced to send someone over. That would be really troublesome. Looking at the back of his daughter, Wang Ju fell into deep thought. He pondered, it's actually so powerful. Who in the shop can avoid testing for poison? In other words, the problem can't be caused by the person who made the food, unless it's one of my own servants. For Qiao to be so assured, it must be the person she trusts the most. The food I make will not be poisoned. Of course, the The food I make will not be safe for others to eat. If there's too much salt, the food will not be safe and can't be eaten. But who can make food that's more delicious than the chefs in the inner courtyard of Zhang clan and Wang clan and make chow, or feel absolutely assured? She told me to be careful that I won't be able to eat it in the future. Chow is so concerned about it. How can I not eat it in the future? In the future, even if their shop is gone, they're still my good grandson. Grandson? Xiaobao cuckoo? No way. Aya, my grandson. Didn't you say you were going to the capital? Why did you run to the opposite side and open a shop? No wonder. I was wondering why your culinary skills are so good. So this is the case. Yes, definitely. Chow personally went over yesterday. Don't worry, indeed don't worry. There's no need to test for poison. Yes, the steamed buns are specially made for Chow and Wang clan. The authentic soup dumplings of Zhang clan and Wang clan must have crab meat in them. But the ones made for Chow and Wang clan didn't have it. However, the taste was not bad at all. Other than Xiaobao, who else in the outside world would be clear about this matter? Moreover, they would specially make something targeted at it. Chow also specially sent someone to make the cabbage in vinegar. It's true that whoever's mother is protecting and whoever's son is feeling heartache. At this moment, Wang Ju thought it through. Since that was the case, she could not disturb Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The two of them must have something very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to hide it from her. In this way, there was no need to eat rolls tonight. She asked Xiaobao to make a few hot dishes and send them in food boxes. Originally, she was worried that the boss's hot dishes were not very good. The snacks that Chow personally made yesterday and sent a lot of ingredients were actually for her son and daughter-in-law to eat. That was right. Since they were disguised like that, they couldn't casually buy other things. There was definitely no beef or venison. Even if someone sold beef, they wouldn't dare to buy it. She couldn't tell anyone, not even the emperor. Otherwise, it would be easy to ruin Xiaobao's plan. Yes, it was indeed like this. The intelligence personnel on the emperor's side and the intelligence personnel of Zhang clan and Wang clan had recently obtained a lot of clues. A group of stupid people, who couldn't find any clues for such a long time, could only wait for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to do it themselves. Wang Ju, who understood everything, was in a good mood. Naturally, she wouldn't disturb her grandson's rest. Otherwise, she would really regret it. Master, should I still go? The servant who was waiting at the door saw Wang Ju come out and asked. Go in the evening. Then have someone send it to the seaside on a fast horse. Have the boss casually cook a few hot dishes and put them in food boxes. Oh, I just remembered something. In the future, be more respectful when you go there. Don't yell at them. If I find out, I will peel your skin. Chow has a special impression of them. Wang Ju was worried that his family servants would bully his grandson, and then his grandson could only be bullied in order to hide his identity. Therefore, he deliberately warned them. If someone really bullied his grandson, he would really peel the servant's skin. The servant didn't know what was going on and thought that it was only because the owner of the restaurant was impressed by his cooking skills. Therefore, he respectfully agreed and considered whether he should give the restaurant some extra benefits. He had reprimanded the owner of the restaurant before and even looked like a bully. If the madam went there and the boss said something bad about him to the madam, he would definitely be beaten. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know about this matter. The two of them slept until 7 in the morning, which was around 9 o'clock. It was the first time in a long time that they slept so soundly. Zhang Xiaobao casually cooked 2 bowls of porridge, spread out a few pancakes, stir-fried some venison, and a few pickled vegetables. He ate it together with Wang Wan. After that, the two of them got busy. Since his mother was coming over at night, many dishes had to be prepared in advance, especially the soup. It was similar to the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. It needed to be cooked carefully. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't cook the Buddha jumps over the wall soup for his mother. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, there was too much seafood inside and it wasn't suitable for pregnant women. By noon, all the things that needed to be done were done. The 4 workers came together. Wang Gang and the other 2 workers were in good spirits, while Zhang Yi was dispirited. Zhang Yi, you didn't sleep well? Zhang Xiaobao was very puzzled. Zhang Yi went back first last night, so why was he so sleepy now? His eyes were bloodshot, and there were bags under his eyes. Moreover, there were dark circles under his eyes, as if he had put on makeup. Zhang Yi felt that he might not be able to hold on at any time. Hearing the boss's question, he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhang, it's nothing. Last night, I was worried about Xiao Gang and the others, so I kept dreaming. When I woke up this morning, I realized that the shop was not open. According to your instructions, I worked all morning. The yard was cleaned up, the chickens were fed, the tank was filled with water, and a lot of grass grew in the field. I plucked the grass from the ground." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Wang Gang and the other two workers wanted to laugh, but they could only hold it in. At the same time, they hated Zhang Yi in their hearts. This Zhang Yi actually complained. The three of them were obviously fake imperial edicts. Zhang Yi probably guessed it, but he wasn't sure. Therefore, he finished the work first and then told the boss. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at the female boss very nervously. They were afraid that the boss would scold them and even arrange more heavy work for them. Who knew that what they were worried about didn't happen? They only heard Wang Wan say with a smile, "Good, Zhang Yi is really capable. You even care about these three brothers. If I knew that you didn't rest well last night, I wouldn't have asked them to do the work. Later, you sit down and rest on the table to catch up on your sleep. Today, no one will enter the restaurant. You can sleep at ease. When the back room is ready, you can open the door and let other guests in to eat, so that no one will scare Mrs. Zhang. Xiao Gang, go out and buy gauze in a while. Now, start to clean the table. You must wipe it clean. No dust or oil can be seen. Otherwise, if you make Mrs. Zhang unhappy, you won't get a penny of salary. Go back to where you came from. This restaurant won't keep you." Zhang Yi was stunned. He thought that he could send a lot of people here today and see if there was a chance. But now, the restaurant won't be open for the whole day. Wouldn't his people work for nothing? No. He had to find a way to tell them. Otherwise, if they gathered here and didn't leave without his signal, when Jiang Wang clan arrived and the guards found out, they might be suspicious of their purpose. They might ask them to provide their place of origin. All of these were possible. He had to go out. He couldn't stay in the restaurant. The door was still closed. "Boss, I'm okay. I'm not sleepy. I'll go buy some gauze." Zhang Yi looked at Wang Wan with expectation. "You didn't sleep well, and you've been working for the whole morning. How can you not be sleepy? Don't force yourself. Your health is more important. Yesterday, we agreed to let others run errands." Wang Wan disagreed. "Boss, I'm really okay. I'm the best at buying gauze." "Really?" Zhang Yi said, almost begging. Wang Wan pretended to think and finally nodded. "Okay, you go buy it. Come back quickly. I'll ask Xueqi to make you a soup. You can drink it and lie on the table for a while. Then you won't feel so uncomfortable." Wang Wan's words made the other three workers feel uncomfortable. If Zhang Yi was sent out, how could they contact him? Their own people would also come to eat. Would they also be loitering at the door? Zhang Yi would know when he came back. Zhang Yi took the money and happily left through the back door. Wang Wan smiled and said to the remaining three people, "Don't be idle. One of you stay here to wipe the table. The other two go outside to pick flowers for me. Mrs. Zhang is coming. The restaurant needs to look good. Go." The three people felt comfortable again. Zhang Yu chose to stay. Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu went out. Zhang Yu's force couldn't command the other two forces. However, whether it was the Zhang and Wang families or Li Longji's spy system, they could command Zhang Yu's force. It didn't take long for the three people to come back. Zhang Yi was holding a roll of gauze, and the other two were holding flowers. After putting down the things, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, I've thought about it. Our restaurant's protective measures are not good enough. We need to dig a tunnel to the outside. Go and find someone now. Be quick. Let them dig. Go." Zhang Yi was stunned. He had just asked that group of people to leave, and now she wanted him to find someone to dig a tunnel. This was a key place. The tunnel could be used to store other things, but that group of people had left. Did she have to find another tunnel? Zhang Yi hesitated in his heart. He agreed to Wang Wan and turned to leave. Chapter 1079. Zhang Yi accepted the new task. This time, Wang Gang and the other two did not lose their cool again. They watched Zhang Yi leave without saying anything. Wang Gang found that it was good for Zhang Yi to go out a few more times. It would be better if Zhang Yi always looked for people from his organization. That way, the people in charge of watching could keep an eye on more targets.
No matter how strict the other party's intelligence system was, as long as there was a purpose and as long as they were in contact, there would be a process of mutual contact.
Wang Gang's people could cast a wide net. Wang Gang believed that no matter how many people the other party had in Hangzhou, they were far less than the spies he and the imperial court had. More importantly, he had advanced equipment and enough money. With such advantages, if he still could not keep an eye on the other party, his spies should all commit suicide as an apology. Soon, Zhang Yi came back with a group of people behind him. They went to the courtyard behind the restaurant, which was not really a courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao came out and glanced around casually. There were a total of 7 people, each holding a tool, such as a shovel, a pick, and an iron drill. They squeezed together and stood in the middle of the courtyard. 2 of them even stood outside. The small courtyard was not big enough for people to stand there. Seeing these 7 people, Zhang Xiaobao could not help but pay less attention to the organization in his heart. They were too unprofessional. The tools in the 7 people's hands were brand new. At first glance, he knew that they were not people who did this kind of work. They must have spent a lot of money on the tools. After all, the price of ironware was not low.
There were many places in Tang that smelted iron, but most of the iron that was smelted was basically supplied to the industry, especially guns and rails.
Therefore, the people of Tang had to bear with it for now. After plundering more ores in the future, they could use cheap tools to smelt iron. Fortunately, the 7 people were not wearing gorgeous clothes. They were all made of coarse cloth and were not new. If they were all wearing silk clothes, Zhang Xiaobao would doubt whether it was worth it for him and Wang Wan to come out and open a small restaurant to deal with the other party.
Brother Zhang, I found them.
They are all good. What do you think? Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao after taking a few deep breaths. He looked like he was very tired from running out to find someone. Zhang Xiaobao's gaze swept across the faces of the 7 people. 3 of them directly lowered their heads. 2 of them pretended to look elsewhere, and only the other 2 met Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. However, they lacked the unique honesty and scheming that was unique in the eyes of those who worked.
All right, you're in charge now. Take them to look at the room behind where the miscellaneous items were stored.
Find out where they should dig a tunnel. It's best if it's connected to the firewood pile. In order to ensure that the news doesn't leak out, you have to control them and don't let them leave the store. Later, when the madam of the Zhang family comes over, you have to keep an eye on them. Don't let them get close. Now just dig first. If it's not done by nightfall, continue to work. You find a place to rest temporarily. If you still have to work at night, you still have to keep an eye on them. Zhang Xiaobao withdrew his gaze and instructed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother Zhang, don't worry. I promise that they won't move. When the madam of the Zhang family comes over, they should stop, right? I estimate that they won't be able to finish in one afternoon. Brother Zhang, this is what I think. Since we are going to dig a tunnel, we should dig it deeper. Otherwise, the adobe houses above will collapse easily. Moreover, we should dig at least 2 exits to avoid being targeted by bad people. What do you think?" "Good, Zhang Yi, you're smart. Do as you say. When the madam of the Zhang family comes over, they should stop first, but don't get too close. Be careful not to be killed by the madam's guards. Do your work," Zhang Xiaobao said with satisfaction and turned around to do his work. Zhang Yi waved to the 7 people happily and said, "I won't forget your wages. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame me for being impolite. Look carefully. The Dong family has said that it's best to connect the tunnel with the firewood pile. Look, if you dig 2 tunnels, which one fits the firewood pile better? I'll tell you one more thing. The Dong family is good. They will give you good food at night. I think you know our shop is full of meat. You're in luck. Don't just stand there, get to work." The 7 of them agreed one after another, and began to look around the house that was originally used to store sundries. Every now and then, they would poke the ground with their shovels to see how hard and soft the soil was. Even if it was a pile of firewood, some of them would also check what kind of firewood was inside.
All of them looked very serious and very careful.
Wang Gang took some time to look at the 7 people and Zhang Yi. Immediately, sadness was written on his face. He knew what Zhang Yi was leading the 7 people to do. They were checking the terrain. Maybe it was for an ambush. Maybe it was for other people to prepare an ambush for other people. He secretly thought that after today, if the madam really wanted to eat in the house tomorrow, the spies on his side must watch all the routes carefully. Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan exchanged glances with each other. Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan also showed a worried look. Zhang Nan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and found the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao was busy. Zhang Nan stood behind Zhang Xiaobao. He seemed to want to say something, but it seemed that he couldn't open his mouth. He seemed to be very nervous. His hands kept grabbing his pants, as if he was wiping his sweat. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a variety of ingredients, mainly light and nourishing, but not a lot of carbohydrates, fat, and cholesterol. He didn't want his mother and mother-in-law to have pregnancy syndrome, but the taste should be close to the flavor of Zhujiang, so that they could have a good experience. Of course, there were still no complete cuisines. If they wanted to eat all the cuisines, they could only eat between the clouds and the water, which was specially organized. Even so, there were not as many dishes as when he and Wang Wan had eaten. The main reason was that there were still not many varieties of foreign food. Now, the main dishes were coastal and Sichuan dishes, plus the dishes of Beijing, the political center. As for the dishes that could be eaten at ordinary times, they were only the Shandong dishes and Liao dishes that he made himself. At present, there was no name for Liao dishes, only when he and Wang Wan had eaten Liao dishes. Even so, Liao dishes were not recognized by most people, especially people in Jiangnan and Hunan. They usually didn't talk about Liao dishes, but Northeast dishes. So, it was impossible for there to be a complete cuisine of Zhujiang cuisine. But even if there wasn't, he had to make it himself. It was not like he hadn't eaten it before. The seafood was the best, and at the same time, he had to make some meat. There were a lot of things. Zhang Xiaobao tried to show the characteristics of the ingredients themselves, instead of using other seasonings. It was better to buy the 13 spices sold at home.
Just as he was marinating the meat with starch and pepper, he heard a sound and found that there was one more person in the kitchen.
Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Zhang Nan.
He asked, "Xiao Nan, what's the matter?"
Yes, I know. Actually, Brother Zhang, I want to ask, do you really want to let the Zhang family's wife eat in that house? Zhang Nan's voice was very soft. He looked at the door behind him and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Of course, if they don't eat there, who will be responsible for their safety? When the small house is tidied up, lock the door that connects to the living room. No one is allowed to enter.
Even if they want to send food, they have to send it directly from the kitchen to our room, and then send it to the small house.
Brother Zhang, do you really think the house is safe? Don't you think that Zhang Yi has been doing something wrong recently? Zhang Nan moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and asked in a lower voice. Wrong? No, I think you are all quite normal. Zhang Yi is usually serious and can bear hardships. Although the salary is less, he has never complained. In fact, I know that you want to learn how to make braised food from me. After you learn how to make braised food, you can go out and open your own restaurant to make money. If you want to learn, then so be it. I won't hide it from you.
The reason why I don't let you come in contact with too much is because if you only learn how to make things and not how to deal with customers, even if you open a restaurant in the future, you won't be able to make money. The same business will be different if it is done by different people. You can just relax and be the shop assistants first. Observe more and see what the customers like to eat the most and why they like to eat it. After you understand, I will tell you the recipe. In the future you will be making braised food. When I am free, I might be able to buy the restaurant next door and make the restaurant bigger. I will be in charge of cooking. From time to time, I can teach you more until you learn how to make braised food. Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhang Nan as if he was very concerned about them. He even painted a picture of the future. However, from his honest appearance, it seemed that he really thought so. Zhang Nan was touched at first. No matter what, the 4 of them were still shop assistants. The boss didn't know their identities and was still thinking about them. If it was a real shop assistant, then the shop assistants would be in luck. Unfortunately,
Real shop assistants were not willing to work because they were paid less. For some people who were determined to be shop assistants first, it was a loss. What was even more unfortunate was that the boss, Brother Zhang, had wasted his efforts. None of the four of them would stay to be shop assistants in the future. His purpose of coming here was to reveal his identity so that Brother Zhang could cooperate with him. The only thing he was worried about was that if Brother Zhang knew too much, he would become nervous and Zhang Yi would notice something. How could he let Brother Zhang cooperate with him the same as before? Zhang Nan calculated in his heart and said, "Brother Zhang, you are really good to us. However, we might not be able to use you in the future." You want to do other things in the future? Then it's good to have an additional skill. Even if you don't work in the shop in the future and go somewhere to do manual labor, if you learn how to make braised food, you can make it for the boss who hired you and let him try it. Maybe you will be put in an important position. For example, if you want to go with a transport team in the future, your main purpose is not to learn how to transport, but to investigate the boss. You have to find a way to get close to him. If you know how to make braised food, won't you have one more option? Also, if you go to another shop as a shop assistant and your purpose is to follow people, and that shop doesn't have braised food, or the braised food is not good, you can tell the boss that you have been a shop assistant before. When the boss is recruiting people, he hears that you have experience. You can make it for him and let him try it. Won't you be able to enter the shop very well? Don't you think so? It's always good to have more skills. Don't look down on any profession. If you can learn more. Even if you don't know how to master it, you should at least understand it, right? Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand indifferently and analyzed the future matters to Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He listened with cold sweat. If he hadn't checked the boss's identity, he would have thought that he was exposed by the boss. But even if he knew that the boss was innocent, why did he still feel afraid? The boss didn't mention other things, but he just had to mention tracking and surveillance. Wasn't that what he was doing? Zhang, Brother Zhang, you are joking. I am just a person who lives a normal life. Infiltrating other people's internal department is not something a human should do. I feel confused just thinking about it. How can I do it? Hee, Brother Zhang, actually I came to you because... Xiao Nan, I don't like what you said. What's wrong with that job? There are 360 professions, and there is always a master in every profession. Why can't you be a spy? I think highly of you. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Zhang Nan to finish his words and continued. He didn't care whether his hands were oily or not. He patted Zhang Nan's shoulder affectionately and continued. Speaking of spying, I actually have some ideas. Being a spy is nothing more than hiding your identity to achieve your goals. Whether it's spying or assassination, it's all based on this foundation. For example, as a waiter, you have to have a professional spirit. You have to constantly hint that you are a waiter. As a normal person, you have to show emotions and not be too calm, right? Yes, Brother Zhang, you are right. Zhang Nan sweated again because he felt that sometimes he wasn't calm enough when he was a waiter because he always had to judge who the other three people were. Zhang Nan raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, Brother Zhang, don't joke. You are a waiter. And I am a waiter. I am far from being a spy. Not far at all. As a spy, not only do you have to start from your own profession, but you also have to be compatible with other professions. You have to constantly think about it. For example, what do you like to do the most as a spy? I think it's the same as a shop owner like me. You like to let things go smoothly and develop according to your own ideas and plans. You don't want unexpected things to happen. But you also know that it's impossible. Life doesn't go as you want. Not everything has to go according to your plan. For example, if I made 50 caddies of braised food today, I think I can sell them all. Then I calculate how much I can earn, but in the end, I can only sell 10 caddies today. What should I do at this time? If I put more salt in the braised food, it's fine if it's salty and can last for 2 more days. But what if it's bland? If there's less salt, should I put more salt? Let me tell you, I definitely won't do that because the customers are used to eating less salty braised food. The customers aren't stupid. If my braised food today is bland, the customers will see that there is still a lot left, but when they come to eat it the next day, they will find that it's salty. They will know that it's leftovers. Maybe they won't come to my shop to eat after that. Then what I have to do is to find a way to sell the remaining 40 caddies. I can lower the price, I can give them away. I can even close the shop early and carry a load to sell them. I can walk around the streets and alleys. While walking, I yelled. I said that I had made too much braised food today and couldn't sell it. Therefore, I sold it at a lower price and asked people to buy it. That way, people would buy it at a lower price. Also, the people who came to eat in the restaurant heard me yelling and knew that I would rather work hard than leave the leftovers for tomorrow. Of course, they would come back the next day to eat. This is to turn things that are not good for you into something that is good for you. It's the same as being a spy. Crisis is actually danger and opportunity. A good spy can turn the tide at a critical moment no matter what he is facing. An unqualified spy will think of giving up when he encounters difficulties. Then, he will expose himself through his actions and expressions. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao was still sorting out the ingredients in his hands and chatting with Zhang Nan about the relationship between spies and chefs. These words naturally came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, but Zhang Nan was already dumbfounded. He felt that his boss was not giving an example at all, but was talking about himself. Indeed, there were still areas where he did not do well. But how could his boss be like that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The boss must have just casually said it like an ordinary person chatting. There was no other meaning in it. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to intend to let Zhang Nan go. He continued, let's give a more specific example. For example, you and Xueqi. The two of you are from different forces. You are on the good side, and Xueqi is on the bad side. You want to capture the entire force, but you can't let him see through it. At the same time, you have to guard against him doing something that will endanger your force. At this time, you realize that what he is doing now can easily cause trouble for your force. So your professional quality is not good enough. You are not calm. You want to stop him immediately, but your ability is not enough. Because I am the boss, he has to do what I ask him to do. If I don't ask you to do it, you can't do it. Otherwise, if I kick you out and don't let you be my assistant, you will lose an opportunity to be close to him, and you will lose the opportunity to grasp his movements at any time. You don't dare to make a move on him directly. That will alert the enemy. So you wanted me to cooperate with you, but you couldn't be sure if I would still do my duty as a boss when I found out that I was involved in such a huge whirlpool. Then you hesitated, you were afraid, or more accurately, you lost the calmness that you should have. This won't do. It is like cooking. No matter how much I have suffered and how many times I have practiced, sometimes I still have to trust my intuition. When I hesitate because I can't do anything, I give up on this kind of seasoning. Because my intuition is not sure, I can't take a gamble. Of course, if I lose the gamble, I will only lose the customer. But if you are a spy and you lose the gamble, you will not only lose the customer, but you will also delay the important matters of your force. Okay, go do your work. Remember my words. Be a good assistant. After you learn how to braise, no matter what you do in the future, you may be able to play a decisive role in crucial moments. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Nan could leave. Zhang Nan turned around in a daze. Then he moved his legs, which could stiffen at any time, and moved out step by step. He realized that he had never been so scared before. It seemed that since he was young, the things he had experienced could not compare to what he had just experienced. He had almost reached the point where he could not think properly. It was too scary. It was too scary. Why was Brother Zhang not as simple and honest as before today? Why was he talking about himself? Could it be that Brother Zhang was really a spy for another force? Impossible. It was impossible. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, Brother Zhang was obviously a chef who opened a restaurant, yet he said such things. Could it be that everything was a coincidence? It was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that his identity as a spy was exposed. It was so coincidental that his purpose of coming here was exposed. It was so coincidental that Zhang Yi's identity was exposed as well. However, when he heard it, he really did understand the things that he did not understand before. It was just like the master who taught him in the organization, who taught him how to be a good spy and how to deal with things. He had indeed not finished learning. Coming out to do things was just to train in advance. It was called an internship, so he was arranged to work in the restaurant. At the beginning, The restaurant did not seem to be very important. Moreover, he was not sure whether he could get the information the organization needed from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, the restaurant had become an important central point. As an intern spy, he couldn't even switch places with another person. He had no choice but to brace himself and persist. While he insisted on staying in the shop to collect information and deal with the situation, all kinds of things happened. In a trance, he felt like he was being trained by an organization. Yes, it was a real training, but this training was more realistic. Things happened one after another. Accidents happened one after another, scheming against each other again and again, swallowing humiliation and suffering in silence again and again, worrying and worrying again and again. Then, he could always learn new things about espionage from his boss's casual words. Was he dreaming? This was definitely not a test from the organization. No, it was impossible for the organization to mobilize Madame Zhang's cooperation. She was not so important that they needed the participation of the madams of the Zhang and Wang families. What to do? What was the matter with brother Zhang? Zhangnan walked like this and thought. He did not even notice Wang Wan, who was standing at the entrance of the kitchen and making way for him when he came out. He kept walking forward. When he was about to hit the shelf, Wang Wan's voice came from behind him. Little Nan, are you stupid? Where are you going in a daze? How dare you go to the kitchen? How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to go to the kitchen casually. You are quite bold. If I don't teach you a lesson, you may do something else in the future. You can't be a waiter and your salary will be deducted. Today, you enter the kitchen and I will deduct 1 copper coin from your salary. If you don't want to work, go back to where you came from. Look at you. Isn't it just the madam of the Zhang family who wants to eat here? You can't tell north from south, can you? Even if the madam of the Zhang family comes to the restaurant, it has nothing to do with you. It is because my Xueqi cooks well. Hearing the female boss's voice, which he was almost used to, Zhang Nan finally stopped in front of the shelf. He took another step and bumped into her. He turned back, bowed again and again and said, "Boss, don't be angry. I am too happy. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't drive me away. Brother Zhang just said that he will teach me how to cook. I will do my job well. Then hurry up and do your work. It's useless to talk to me. Teach you how to cook? This Xueqi is talking nonsense. If he teaches his disciple, the master will starve to death. Without my permission no one can learn. Why aren't you working? Why are you looking at me?" Wang Wan glared at him and put her hand on his waist again. Seeing her action, Zhang Nan quickly lowered his head and looked for work. He knew that if he was a little late, he would be scolded and his head would hurt. Seeing that Zhang Nan had just entered the kitchen and stayed for a while, Wang Gang couldn't help but move closer to Zhang Nan while he was working. He lowered his head and cleaned the table. He whispered, "You stayed in the kitchen for a while. What were you busy with? The female boss was standing at the door for a while, but you didn't see her when you came out." "Ah, the female boss was standing at the door? I wasn't busy." "It's a long story. I will tell you when we go back tonight. My heart is in a mess. I don't know what happened. I have never been in such a mess before." Zhang Nan sighed, shook his head, and said to Wang Gang. Wang Gang listened to Zhang Nan's words and was even more puzzled. What happened to Zhang Nan in the kitchen? Why did he become like this? It shouldn't be. Everyone was busy. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Wangshi came over right on time. Zhang Yi wanted to serve at the front, but he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. He told him to continue to stay outside with the 7 people who were working. The main reason was to make the 7 people behave and not to disturb the Zhang family's madam when she was eating. After that, Zhang Xiaobao prepared the dishes one by one and asked Wang Wan to serve them. The servant girl saw that the house was full of her own people, so she didn't say anything about testing for poison. Even when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still chatting, she accompanied them to eat. When it was dark, the Jiang Wang clan left. At the same time, she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he needed anything else. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that he wouldn't need anything soon. He shook his head and sent his mother out. The sky was completely dark. There was only a crescent moon in the sky, but it made the surrounding stars brighter. Because they only served one person today, It was easy to pack up. The 3 servants quickly finished packing up and waited for their boss to tell them if there was anything else to do. If there wasn't, they could go back. Of course, they didn't want to go back. They wanted to stay in the shop and watch Xueqi and the 7 people working. Well, you can go to bed early today. Xueqi and I will also go and help us carry the things. When we were working outside, it was too noisy, so we couldn't sleep. Wang Wan went into her and Zhang Xiaobao's bedroom and tidied up. Then she came out and said to the 3 servants. The 3 hesitated at the same time, but in the end, they didn't say that they wanted to stay. That would easily make Xueqi suspicious. Moreover, there were people watching in the dark. If Xueqi left, or if the workers left, there would be people following behind. In addition, the tunnel was just excavated. Even if it was finished, they could go in and check again. They believed that they could find the other party's trick. After closing the door, Wang Wan said to Xueqi, "There is a lot of food in the kitchen for you to eat. If you are tired, you can rest. If you are hungry, you are responsible for bringing food. Now, the whole shop is in your hands. Don't make any mistakes. I will sleep with Xueqi over there. Try to be quiet and don't disturb the neighbors." Xueqi was very happy. He finally had some freedom. The time at night was all his. He repeatedly promised and watched Wang Wan and the others leave. After a while, Xueqi looked around with the help of the starlight. Seeing that there was no one else, he turned around and said to the 7 of them, "Work. I think you all know what to do. Keep your voices down. The opportunity to earn merits has come. Don't be careless." The 7 people nodded and set up a few more torches. They checked the whole shop to see if there was anything they could do. It was not easy to get an opportunity like this. If they could kill the Jiang Wang clan, it would be a victory for the organization. Xueqi, on the other hand, went into the shop, put the table together, and lay down to sleep. About 2 hours had passed, and when it was almost midnight, someone came in and woke him up. "Send someone to stay outside the back courtyard. Be careful to hide and keep an eye on that courtyard. If someone comes out, be sure to alert the other 6. I'm going out for a while. Old 5, you go out too. You go around any place you like. If someone comes and asks about me, tell them that I went out to buy tools. Don't let the cat out of the bag. I feel that the shop workers are a little different, especially Zhang Nan. But I can't be sure. If one of the 3 comes tonight, we will have to change our plan." After giving orders to the 7 people, Xueqi left the shop and walked in a direction. When he left, he hid under the roof of someone else's house. Even if it was dark, he still had to be vigilant. In the rented yard, Wang Wan was lying in the room alone. She had already warned the other 3 people not to go out at night and to have a good rest. As for Zhang Xiaobao, who was supposed to be lying next to her, he changed his clothes and went out again. Zhang Xiaobao was wearing a set of tight-fitting gray clothes mixed with black. He wore a pair of rubber-soled shoes and had a backpack tied to his back. His head was also covered with a mask that was the same color as his clothes, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed. He had been outside the house for more than an hour. When Xueqi got up and arranged for someone to go out, he did not move. He saw that the person who left later was followed by his own spy. He shook his head and looked at Xueqi. There were also people following him in the dark. After giving it some thought, Xiaobao decided to follow Xueqi. He felt that Xueqi was the one who knew the most about the store. He was also the one who had been in charge of the organization's arrangements for the store. So Xueqi was the main person. Xueqi chose to walk in the dark under the roof. The people following him looked for places to hide from time to time, using binoculars to observe with the help of the faint starlight. The sky was not very good today. At the beginning, the moon and stars were bright, but now it was dark, making the night even darker. It seemed that the things he was going to do today were important, so Xueqi was very cautious. At the beginning, he did not walk very fast. From time to time, he would stop to look behind and around. The people following him were far away from him. They were very careful when they looked through the binoculars. They tried not to be discovered by the reflections of the binoculars. Xueqi did not notice that someone was following him, but he was still very vigilant. When he walked, he would turn a corner and immediately stop, waiting to see if there was anyone behind him. There were 2 times when the people following Zhang Yi were almost discovered. Fortunately, there was more than one person following Zhang Yi. Someone had circled to the front in advance and calculated all the possible routes that Zhang Yi could take. After discovering that Zhang Yi had stopped, he quickly thought of a way to inform the people following Zhang Yi to stop. After half an hour, Zhang Yi actually went around twice, and then chose a new route. He walked carefully, and suddenly increased his speed. Sometimes, he even ran quickly, leaving a sound of footsteps and barking in the streets. The people following him cursed in their hearts. He was too careful, making it more and more difficult for them to follow him, especially when he was running. If they followed him, it would be easy for him to hear their footsteps. If they did not follow him, they would very likely lose him. Fortunately, there were enough people. There were often people who estimated Zhang Yi's route and went around in a big circle in advance. They tried to control their footsteps and waited in a dark place in front. After another half an hour, Zhang Yi finally stopped running. Instead, he came to a small courtyard in Hangzhou. He looked around and directly jumped over the fence. He did not knock on the door, but went into the house through a half-open window. After entering the house, the people following him outside all took their positions. They each found a place to wait for him to come out, and then see who else would come out. In the end, they waited for half an hour, and there was no more movement in the house, let alone anyone coming out. The people following him were very puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao, who was also following him, had left half an hour ago. The moment Zhang Yi entered the house, he went to the roof of the house. He walked on the roof of the house all the way, using the skill he used before to jump on the roof. The house, which was less than 3 meters high, was not difficult for him at all. He did not even need to use his hands to help. He only needed to use his feet to fly directly on the wall. However, he still used his hands, because this way, the sound would be very low. When Zhang Yi entered the house, Zhang Xiaobao landed on the roof and immediately took out a receiver. He stuck it to the roof and listened. In the end, he heard the sound of a table being moved. After that, there was no sound. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left the roof and jumped down. He entered the house through the window at the back. He did not check if there was anyone else in the house, because he did not hear another person's breathing. After entering the house, he also put the receiver on the ground and continued to listen. After a few breaths, he jumped out again, avoided the people following Zhang Yi, and chose a direction to go. Naturally, there was a tunnel in the house. He guessed so when he was listening on the roof. He went down and went in to confirm which direction Zhang Yi went. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao stopped from time to time and continued to listen with the receiver to listen to the sound below. Zhang Yi did not know that even though he was so careful, he was still being watched. Normally, he would not be so cautious. This was because even if the people he was in contact with were caught, it would not affect the organization too much. Unless the person who was on the line was targeted again. After being targeted a few times, they would be able to find the place he was going to. He knew how important the place he was going to was. The real high-ranking people of the organization were there, and he could not make the slightest mistake. Feeling his way in the dark, Zhang Yi walked for about a quarter of an hour in the tunnel. Then he stopped and touched the ceiling with his hand. With a slight push, an exit appeared. He jumped with all his strength and used his hands to support himself. His upper body was exposed. At the same time, he used his hands and feet to crawl out. Then he carefully covered up the fodder trough in the stable, which had no horse in the courtyard, and leaped out of the courtyard. He flashed into a nearby room, pulled open a table and went in. He closed the table again, and here was another tunnel. He believed that even if someone was following him, he would be bold enough to find the tunnel he first entered, and then follow him to the manger, and the trail would be cut off. Even if the person who found the tunnel was lucky and found it at once, he judged that there was no one behind him because he did not hear the sound of other people's footsteps when he walked over. Now, he was sure that no one could follow him. But he would never know that there was still a person above him using the receiver to listen from time to time, and then moved almost at the same time as him, like a shadow following him. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy at the moment, because he knew that Zhang Yi definitely had a very important person to meet this time. Otherwise he would not take the risk of exposing several hiding places. It was no wonder that his family's intelligence system could not find any trace of him in Hangzhou. It turned out that the other party was so secretive.
If he had not studied this before, and if he had not been good enough, he definitely would not have been able to keep an eye on him. Who would have thought that there was a tunnel under the house, and that he had just come out of the tunnel and then entered the tunnel again?
This was not a joke.
It seemed that in the future, there would be special courses in this area, and he would teach all the skills he had learned to hide from the police dogs and the armed police to the intelligence personnel.
Otherwise, he would not be able to catch people. As for the ability to leap over roofs and vault over walls, it depended on the person's understanding.
If the talent was not good, it was better not to practice it because it was easy to get injured.
While thinking, Zhang Xiaobao followed Zhang Yi underground. They walked and walked until they came to a courtyard next to West Lake. This time, Xiaobao did not move immediately. Instead, he stood guard outside the courtyard. At the same time, he placed the receiver on the ground and listened carefully. He was worried that after Zhang Yi came out of the house, he did not go out. Instead, he directly entered another tunnel in the house. In that case, if he relaxed a little, it would be easy to lose the target. When he returned, he would be laughed at by Wang Wan, and he would lose an important opportunity. As he listened, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened.
This was because he heard the sound of water, and then the sound of bricks moving.
He had already guessed what was going on.
The exit of the tunnel was actually in the well.
Indeed, he could not blame his own intelligence system for not being able to find the culprit.
This kind of arrangement seemed to only exist in his own manner. It was unexpected that the culprit would also have such means.
He did not expect that the culprit would do the same. Zhang Yi also thought so. Who would have guessed that he would come out of the well? Zhang Yi climbed up the rope of the windlass and went out of the courtyard. He came to a tree next to West Lake, untied the rope, and tied a boat there. He jumped on the boat, gently paddled, and headed towards the lake. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and nodded.
He thought to himself, "Good, you are good.
You have already reached this level, but you are still not done. Not bad, but do you think you can get rid of me like this? Humph, just you wait." While thinking, Zhang Xiaobao took off his clothes. Soon he was naked. He took out oil paper from his backpack and wrapped his clothes. He also wrapped the bag with another layer. At the same time, he took out a small bamboo tube from the bag. Everything was ready. Looking at the blurry shadow of the boat that was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao slipped into the water and bit the bamboo tube. He did not immediately let the supervisor come out of the water to breathe. Instead, he relied on his lung capacity and swimming ability to swim a long distance.
Then, he listened to the movement of the paddle on the water and let the supervisor come out of the water a little bit.
He took a breath and continued to swim under the water.
Zhang Yi would never have dreamed that not far from his boat, there was someone who was following him at the same speed as the boat.
Moreover, the person who was following him was the simple and honest master who could cook well. If he were to find out now, he would probably be scared to death.
Zhang Yi, who was unconscious, paddled the boat all the way to the lake under the cover of the dark night.
Zhang Xiaobao did not feel tired. Compared to the training he had received, this amount of physical energy was not a problem at all. He could still continue after a few more trips. One boat and one person moved forward like this on the lake and in the lake. Zhang Yi paddled for about half an hour before he changed direction again. Then, he went to a big boat with many lanterns. That was the boat on West Lake, which was a pleasure boat. Zhang Xiaobao also saw the light. At the same time, he knew where Zhang Yi was going, so he did not follow Zhang Yi's boat. Instead, he sped up and took a breath from time to time. He arrived at the place before Zhang Yi's boat. Going to the other side of the boat, Zhang Xiaobao stuck his head out of the water and could not help but shiver. The water at night was a little cold. It seemed that he still had to hold on for a while. Damn Zhang Yi. Damn that power. They were all waiting for him to investigate thoroughly. They were all captured one by one. Before they were killed, they were all thrown into the water at night. Zhang Yi's boat stuck to the side of the big boat after half an hour. There were already people waiting for him on the boat. They stretched out their hands and pulled him up. The boat was also tied up. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment. He dived into the water and took out a receiver. He stuck it to the bottom of the boat and heard a voice. "Hong Yi, is there anyone following you?" Chapter 1080. Sect Master Ning, you can rest assured. Not to mention that no one is following me. Even if someone wanted to follow me, they would not be able to keep up with me. Unless they are immortals, otherwise, they would not be able to escape my anti-reconnaissance. Yes, anti-reconnaissance. Hee. These are the words proposed by the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence agencies. Zhang Xiaobao heard Zhang Yi's voice again. It should be called Hong Yi. Zhang Yi was a pseudonym. Judging the approximate location, he got out from under the boat and found a new place to stick the receiver on. This way, he would not have to hold it in the water. Good. Don't be careless. Zhang Xiaobao heard the voice of the person who asked the question at the beginning. He missed a few words in front, but after analyzing it, it should be the words "be careful." But it did not matter. It did not affect the key judgment. Yes, I've been very careful. I took a big detour and kept drilling into the tunnels. Only then did I come here by boat. When I was running in circles, I didn't hear anyone's footsteps. When I was in the tunnels, I also didn't hear anyone's movement. After changing boats, it's needless to say, I'm rowing very fast. I don't believe that anyone can keep up with my speed. Could there be someone who can follow me all the way here and then swim? Hee. As Hong Yi talked about the things that happened along the way, he also gave a contemptuous laugh. His attitude obviously made the other party dissatisfied. With a cold snort, Zhang Xiaobao heard the sect master say, "If you were really being followed by someone, and they followed you all the way to the lake, then what is the point of your rowing speed? Not to mention the others, just that Zhang Xiaobei of the Zhang family could easily keep up with the speed of your boat. It's not like you don't know how good she is in the water. Not to mention her, even the other children could easily keep up with you, or even surpass you. There are many capable people in this world." Yes, sect master is right. AI, that Zhang Xiaobei really is lucky. Even after sending so many ships loaded with firecrackers and gunpowder, they still didn't die. But this time, if they don't die, then their mother will die. Sect Master Ning, I've already made the arrangements, you just need to take out the things. Hong Yi said in a gloomy tone. Zhang Xiaobao listened from the side and did not show any signs of anger. He had been controlling his emotions and breathing, afraid that he would be discovered. As for Hong Yi's words, he had heard them and decided to tie firecrackers to Hong Yi's body and blow him up bit by bit. What Zhang Xiaobao was most curious about was who this sect Master Ning was. From their surname, it was clear that they were from the Great Tang. There had to be a reason why the people of the Great Tang were not living a stable life, and yet they were doing such things. If there was a problem with the Great Tang's policy of benefiting the people, it would have to be improved. Otherwise, if there was a sect Master Ning today, then there might be a sect Master Zhang or sect Master Wang tomorrow. But now, he could guess that the other party was a sect. As for whether the sect was a historical remnant or a newly established one, it didn't matter. He would know when the time came. The people on the ship exchanged a few more vicious words with each other, meaning that they would clean up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Then, Zhang Xiaobao heard something important. He heard Hong Yi say, "I've already memorized the layout of the store. Now I'll draw it. When the time comes, you can see where to put the gunpowder. Unfortunately, we can only buy the gunpowder for firecrackers and not for the military. We also don't know what the military's gunpowder formula is, but the power of the artillery shells is much greater than what we can see. Some people have already studied this matter. I believe that it won't take too long. According to the 3 ingredients of firecrackers and gunpowder, we can adjust the ratio back and forth. Eventually, we will be able to make the gunpowder for their military. But only gunpowder is useless. We also need a good smelting technology and a method to make guns and cannons. However, the military's weapons control is too strict. We only got 2 guns, but 6 of the people we arranged in the military were exposed. Fortunately, they didn't know much. After they were interrogated, we lost another 4 people who were waiting for them outside. They all committed suicide after they found out that they were captured. They didn't leave any other clues. This sect Master Ning also said with a worried look. Zhang Xiaobao understood that the other party wanted to use gunpowder to blow up his mother. Of course, this was not unexpected. When he discussed with Wang Wan, he had already considered this point, because the other party wanted to blow up his younger brother and sister. Therefore, he asked Zhang Yi to find people to dig a tunnel and put the firewood pile next to it. Because the tunnel and the firewood pile contained gunpowder, the other party really did have such a plan. At this time, Hongyi spoke again. Sect Master Ning, I'll draw it right away. If you ask me, it's better to organize more people and rob one of their barracks. At night, when they are not paying attention, we can kill our way in. Even if they react later, we can still kill a small team of people. As for the small team, they have machine guns. When the time comes, we can snatch the bullets and guns and come back to practice. After we get good at shooting, we can then rob their barracks. Maybe we can even snatch the cannons. We don't need too much. We just need a cannon and the corresponding shells. We can find some craftsmen to figure it out. Although we don't have a good smelting technology, we can use a hammer to hammer out well-tempered steel. It's just a waste of manpower and resources, but when we leave the Great Tang with the technology and go to other places, there will be more craftsmen there. They will specifically find good ores and do a good job of keeping it a secret. Under the circumstances where the Great Tang is unaware, we can accumulate enough weapons. Isn't there a rumor that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to train their soldiers in the former Turkic lands? After a year of training, they will attack Duoshi. Now that we have the weapons, we can work together with Duoshi to catch them off guard. There are also the Japanese and a small portion of the former Turkic people who are unwilling to accept defeat. Together with the ambitious leaders of Xinhua and a few small countries in the southwest, we can work together. Even if we can't destroy the Great Tang, we can make them restless. We still can't trust the others so easily, especially the small countries in the southwest. They might betray us. We've already rearranged the route of information transmission. What we did before was just for the sake of showing it to the small countries. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have already moved. Not only have they transferred a large number of soldiers to Tubo, they're also using the excuse of helping Tubo to transport soldiers and provisions to attack Duoshi at any time, as well as those small countries in the northwest who have other ideas. Besides mobilizing soldiers and provisions, they're also putting up a posture of war, and they're also offering rewards. The reward for providing technology is especially tempting. If I didn't know that without the lips, the teeth would be cold, and I would have sold out the others. Since we have such plans, how can we not have our partners have such plans as well? Besides Duoshi, the Japanese, some of the leaders of Xinhua, and the small countries in the southwest probably all want the advanced technology of the Great Tang. If we're not careful, we won't even know if we're sold out. We'll be eaten until not even our bones are left. Once you're done drawing, you should hurry back so that we don't get discovered. If that happens, all our previous efforts will be for naught. Zhang Xiaobao overheard their conversation. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's mind was in turmoil. If it really was as he and Wang Wan had guessed, many factions had come together to deal with the Great Tang, then this so-called sect Master Ning was probably the surviving member of the Ning provincial governor's clan that had been their neighbor when they first arrived in Luzhou. Back then, the Ning provincial governor had dealt with their entire clan, and they had dealt with it very miserably. Thus, the Ning provincial governor should bear a grudge. The survivors would naturally take revenge, not just against their two clans, but also against the Great Tang. No wonder there was a problem with the Jiangnan Western Circuit. Since they were from the Ning clan, they had members of their clan doing business in the Jiangnan Western Circuit. Moreover, the Ning family was based in Lingnan Western Circuit's Qinzhou, which was right next to the Jiangnan Western Circuit. It had been 8 or 9 years since then. If the Ning family had started to build up their power and plan for revenge, they would have done a very good job. They were no fools back then. Presumably, after fighting with the Ning family, they had learned from their experiences and matured, allowing them to do what they did in the Jiangnan Western Circuit. As for Xinhua, Japan, Duoshi, the small countries in the southwest, and a small group of people from the Turks who were unwilling to accept this, it was understandable. This was because the Great Tang was simply too strong, and it never gave them any face when dealing with outsiders. Thus, they were worried that if the Great Tang sent its army to attack, they would lose all their land. Thus, they were now thinking of ways to get in touch with each other so that they could cause trouble for the Great Tang and make it so that the Great Tang would be powerless to attack. Even if they could buy some time, it would be fine. Just like the other tribes of the steppe, in the end, the steppe tribes would drag things out and eventually occupy the central plains. These were all smart people. They were thinking of secretly manufacturing guns and cannons and then suddenly appearing when he and Wang Wan went to attack Duoshi. Not bad. A good idea. If they succeeded, he and Wang Wan would lose a large number of soldiers. In the end, his and Wang Wan's status in the Great Tang would plummet, and the people of the Great Tang would lose a certain amount of confidence. At the same time, the surrounding countries would become more confident. If even he and Wang Wan could lose, why should they fear the Great Tang? A good plan, truly a good plan. Alas, with so many factions working together, they needed a leader.
As for this sect Master Ning, he estimated that this sect Master Ning wanted to be the leader, but a leader must have the strength to back it up. Therefore, seeing that he and Wang Wan had to train the army and still had more than a year to go, he had to use other means to attack first, so as to let others recognize him, at least for now. As for what to do in the future, that would be the art of struggle in the future.
Therefore, Jiangnan's Western Dao had taken action. One problem after another appeared, and they even wanted to blow up Xiaobei and the others. Now, they wanted to assassinate his mother. As long as they succeeded, he, Sect Master Ning, would be extraordinary in the eyes of others. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, Sect Master Ning and Hong Yi were still discussing related topics on the ship. After a while, Hong Yi said, Sect Master Ning, it has been drawn. The layout of the store is like this. Where do you think the gunpowder should be placed? Also, how should we arrange the manpower?
I haven't thought about it yet. Go back first and stabilize the situation over there.
Tell the workers to slow down. You have to think of a way to get the two owners of the store to agree to your proposal. That is to say, dig a longer tunnel underground. When I say a tunnel, I don't mean a tunnel with only one exit and fork, but an entire area. When the time comes, we will also dig under the house next door. The house has already been negotiated, and we will buy it tomorrow. Once the digging is about to connect, we will stop and wait for things to be ready. Zhang Qiaoer will also come over to eat. We will pay the price of a few people's lives to dig through the thin gap. Someone outside will be responsible for the assassination and lure the Jiang Wang clan into the tunnel. Then, boom, the Great Tang will be in chaos. As Sect Master Ning's voice reached Zhang Xiaobao's ears, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire him. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, it was not thorough enough. Hong Yi said, well, I will go back immediately and wait for you to send someone to contact me. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade the two owners of the store. Sect Master, what about the capital? The people in the capital don't dare to make a move now. Some of the people who were originally arranged have also been withdrawn. They are afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will find them. They are all Japanese, and some of them were originally from Tibet. Should we let them sacrifice themselves and assassinate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they go back by train? Even if they are lucky and can't be killed, they won't dare to act rashly. No, continue to lurk. They are not lucky, they are capable. If we really do something to them, they will definitely find out that Japan is involved. At that time, they will directly force Japan. Maybe our contact with Japan will be cut off. Wherever they are, we must not make a move. It is said that they are little immortals. As long as they are in a certain place, they can immediately grasp all the situation there. We have to be careful. It is not the first time that others have been dealt with in their place. Otherwise, when they were in Hangzhou, why didn't I dare to make a move in Hangzhou? There were also a few of us in the Wangfu, because I always felt that if they were in Hangzhou, my plan would never succeed, and I would also be caught. At that time, I had such a feeling, so I escaped. At that time, I was in the Jiangnan West Road, not the Lingnan West Road. You have followed me for a few years, so I believe you also know how accurate my intuition is. Sect Master Ning's words once again passed into Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Zhang Xiaobao admitted that the other party's intuition was very accurate. However, his intuition did not tell him that he and Wang Wan were still in Hangzhou. His intuition was really bad. Well, Sect Master Ning, then I will take my leave first. Take care of yourself. After Hong Yi finished, Zhang Xiaobao heard footsteps. After waiting for a while, the sound of someone paddling sounded and gradually went away. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and did not leave immediately. He intended to listen to the situation again. Sure enough, it did not take long before the sound of music came from the flower boat. The sound of the jedrum playing spread far and wide. After a while, from the east side of the lake, another flower boat was playing the same song. There were also women singing a small tune as they came towards the boat. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.